India's AI moment is here, and it's rewriting the future. From healthcare to battlefields, ethics to innovation, AI is reshaping every frontier. What's India's playbook for the age of intelligence? Top names from global giants show the way ahead. At the Business Today AI Summit 2025, October 29th, India's AI moment is here, and it's rewriting the future. From healthcare to battlefields, ethics to innovation, AI is reshaping every frontier. What's India's playbook for the age of intelligence? Top names from global giants show the way ahead. At the Business Today AI Summit 2025, October 29th, India's AI moment is here, and it's rewriting the future. From healthcare to battlefields, ethics to innovation, AI is reshaping every frontier. What's India's playbook for the age of intelligence? Top names from global giants show the way ahead. At the Business Today AI Summit 2025, October 29th, India's AI moment is here, and it's rewriting the future. From healthcare to battlefields, ethics to innovation, AI is reshaping every frontier. What's India's playbook for the age of intelligence? Top names from global giants show the way ahead. At the Business Today AI Summit 2025, October 29th, India's AI moment is here, and it's rewriting the future. From healthcare to battlefields, ethics to innovation, AI is reshaping every frontier. What's India's playbook for the age of intelligence? Top names from global giants show the way ahead. At the Business Today AI Summit 2025, October 29th,
Sakshi Batra, Senior Associate Editor for Business Today Television, and I welcome you all to the Business Today Summit of AI 2025. Artificial intelligence, ladies and gentlemen, is redefining the way nations are growing. India is also poised for a major breakthrough. The Business Today AI Summit 2025 right now convenes the brightest minds to chart India's AI roadmap as AI transforms economies, governance, and society. This summit will spotlight India's drive to lead the global AI race, unlocking transformative growth for 1.4 billion citizens and tapping into a $500 million opportunity as well. We're right now all set to begin, but before we start, let me take a moment to thank all our partners as well. Our engineering tech partner is Larsen & Toubro, education partner, Presidency University, Bengaluru, exchange partner, NSC, driven by MG Motors, data center partner is Adani. And I would now like to call upon stage Mr. Siddharth Zarabi, Group Editor for Business Today, for the welcome address. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Sakshi. Namaskara, Suswagata to the Four Seasons Hotel. It gives me great pleasure on behalf of the Business Today team, as well as the India Today group, to welcome all of you here at what we believe is a summit and an event to discuss the future for India. I read somewhere 24 hours ago about AI being called American intelligence by someone. And clearly, the United States and other countries, including China, are leading in that race. But as Bengaluru, which is very clearly the center of innovation and tech imagination in India, I hate to call it Silicon Valley. I think Bengaluru is Bengaluru. We don't need to call it anything else. And can Bengaluru, can Karnataka, can other cities, states in India, and the entire country become a real powerhouse. That's the intent of this event today. And as you can see from the draft, the entire program schedule, you will see that we've tried to focus on multiple aspects of artificial intelligence, what it can do for our country, whether it's healthcare, whether it is the financial sector, thinkers, and of course policymakers and politicians. We know the big headline about a massive data center project going to a neighboring state and not happening in Karnataka. So we'll hopefully get some headlines out of that as well. But as I welcome you once again to this event, I want all of us to focus on the fact that this is an effort that the entire... Once there are a lot of speakers and a lot of people of Indian origin. Unfortunately, all of them are overseas. So we tried to get some thinkers, but hopefully in the next edition, and Alok Nair and I have been discussing that maybe it's time to do another summit, but in the United States, to talk about the India potential, and we'll hopefully come back soon with that. But once again, a very warm welcome, and looking forward to some great deliberations and insights at this summit and conclave. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you very much, Siddharth. Your words have perfectly set the tone for today's conversations. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's start off this afternoon with our first panel discussion now. And the first session is titled The AI-Driven Factory, Reimagining Manufacturing. As industries navigate the next wave of technological transformation, AI is truly emerging as a catalyst for a lot of smarter, more agile manufacturing. And this session will also explore how artificial intelligence is truly reshaping production processes, optimizing supply chains, and enabling predictive maintenance as well to drive efficiency, quality, and innovation. This conversation will bring out insights into the real world of AI applications in the factories, in the challenges of even adoption of AI, the strategies that will harness AI into building manufacturing plants of tomorrow. Let me call upon stage our first set of panelists for this afternoon. Mr. S. Satish, Partner and National Leader, Industrial Manufacturing at KPMG in India. Warm round of applause. Let me also invite Mr. Deepak NG, Managing Director, India Dassault Systemes as well. Warm welcome to you, sir. Let me also call upon stage Saju SR, Senior Vice President, Smart Power Division at ABB India. To moderate this session, let me invite on stage my colleague Abha Bakaya, Consulting Editor for Business Today.
Thank you, Sakshi. Good afternoon, everyone. And it's great to kick off the summit today with a conversation that deep dives into the impact of AI on the manufacturing sector, a sector that is critical to driving the GDP of the economy, the country, and will be at the forefront of seeing how some of these changes are implemented. So let me start off with you and understand, Satish, in terms of how the manufacturing sector is looking at implementing AI and whether or not this will be a benefit in terms of cost, in terms of speed. Where are you seeing the best implementation of AI?
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, BT, for this opportunity, and also, maybe an opportunity to talk about the most relevant topic of today. I also was fortunate enough to write a global thought leadership on AI in manufacturing, covering many CEOs in India as well as the globe. So we'll try to bring in some kind of perspective. It's very relevant, for the simple reason that today, if you look at the clock speed of change, every day there is a new challenge. What was relevant yesterday is not relevant today. Something else changes. Second, degrees of freedom. Earlier it was maybe only commodity price changes or, logistics. Today there is geopolitics, there's logistics, there's commodity changes, all attacking at the same time. So what is most important with CEOs is agility in decision making. Now, given these multiple factors are coming into play, how should I respond fast is an important part of it. Second is, when multiple variables are actually attacking, imagining, doing scenario analysis with one or two factors is still okay, but with multiple factors it becomes very difficult to do it human. That's where AI actually comes into a big hand in looking at it. While of course AI brings in a lot of power, if you really look at where manufacturers have actually started doing, is they've started identifying some specific areas and say, of course, manufacturing is a big area. In manufacturing companies, people also do it in supply chain, procurement, and other areas. I've seen work happening a lot across all the three areas. In fact, cost, quality, delivery, and also even in innovation. Maybe I'll talk more about it during as a part of the panel, maybe just since this is starting question.
Great. Cost, quality, innovation,
and delivery.
Speed, yes,
Yeah,
all of these
safety.
factors. Deepak, let me bring you in on this as well and understand the economic case as well for AI investments and how manufacturers are really weighing it up.
First of all, thank you for this opportunity to be here and then talk about the most relevant topic, what you rightly said. Yes, the investments on AI is something, we'll talk about numbers, that's fine. Like most of the organization, if you look at somewhere I read 99% of the organizations are actually thinking what I should do AI. They have ideas on where they want to implement. They have ideas on how it is going to help, but it gives a clear impression that everyone is thinking. Now, the most important factor is, like we spoke about cost, quality, and the efficiency, right? All three things are equally important, but on top of it, most of the organizations are actually keeping some realistic budget, not just to have AI for the sake of having it, but look at how do I improve my efficiency? See, cost automatically it will reduce, but by reducing the efficiency, what they are looking at is how do I look at more products in a year, more releases in a year. I mean, if I go back a few 10 years down the line, every 4 years once we used to see a new variant of a car. We had every single possibility of right from designer to supply chain, everybody collaborating. Now the point comes is every 4 years a car is not acceptable. Not acceptable because cars have become like an iPhone or a phone or something like where everybody wants to change every alternate year. So in that area, in that era, it's equally important to see how they optimize, and nobody can escape from leveraging the technology today. So we may, in next questions, I'll also speak about the importance and how we need to prepare for that. That's equally important. Today, if you look at budgets are there, organizations are considering very seriously on how they want to implement AI or how they want to take advantage of AI. But the real question lies on how do I prepare for that?
Okay,
so that is something.
Yeah, so take us through that. Let's hear out your thoughts.
So now, I mean, sometimes like, my example may seems like very, very basic and simple. If you go back 10, 15 years down the line, when the technology started to kind of take up beyond what it used to be regular engineering applications. I mean, we come from an organization where Dassault Systemes actually provides organization to build their products virtually first before actually making it physical, right? That means the CAD, the CAM, the manufacturing, everything. So now the whole world started to look at like, what kind of applications I need to implement to make it more productive or to be efficient and also be kind of like, IT or a technology company. So then it started with all multiple applications. And 10 years down the line, we started to see most of the organizations started to realize, I mean, I can quote few examples. Some of the CIOs said, we have 1,800 applications in our organization. How I need to kind of like, build on that. How do I need to kind of simplify? How do I need? Then the whole thought process of platform came into picture. Now you have a platform where all apps sits and then you reduced all unwanted applications and had a right applications to support your business, whether it is manufacturing, design, supplier collaboration. Now what I'm trying to say is AI should not repeat that. Like, I mean, today one should actually look at the long-term perspective on how do I build connecting the entire value chain, not like, bits and pieces where I have 20 different AI applications running and 5 years down the line somebody wants to come and integrate that, like, to make it happen. Okay. So this is where I say structured data is important.
So it's really jumping 100 times ahead.
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead.
I want to add one more point to what, in fact, when we did a kind of thought leadership, one framework which we, proposed is if you really look at the power of AI is actually in connecting data. Connecting data within an organization, cross-functional, as he actually talked about across the supply chain. It's also about connecting data with ecosystems, which makes you much more precise and sharper to go about looking at it. That's where the entire thing, I completely agree with Deepak. To get the real power of AI, it's important to connect and extend the entire supply chain, not only within your organization, but beyond.
Got it. So come back to you for more details on that, but let me bring Sajo in as well. In terms of how, let's say, your organization is looking at it, both in terms of operational efficiency as well as ROI.
Yeah, hello. Once again, good afternoon, and thank you for making us part of this very relevant discussion. So, ABB is known as a technology company. So when something new comes up, we jump on it, or we are the trendsetters in it. So same thing happened when it came for AI also. So I will focus more on the physical AI part of it because I am from an operations background, so I would like to talk more about it. So we see it as an enabler for manufacturing. For example, there is a concept of iceberg of ignorance, which says that 92% of the information doesn't reach the top management, or top management doesn't know it. The question is, does they really need that 92%? So what we are looking at is the AI system converting those information into an insight and providing it to us. For example, simple thing, any business, the main purpose is to make profit. So where are the leakages happening? So rather than people measuring it, the system measures it. For example, if I'm a business manager, in the morning I get, okay, on a negative side, like this many losses happened in the factory yesterday, I can act on it immediately. Rather than I waiting for somebody to come and tell me. And that is what we see as the major point. And from our perspective, this ROI conundrum, we keep it a little bit aside because from a ABB perspective, we normally look at the value than the cost. What value it is adding. So sometimes we don't invest 100 rupees because it doesn't add any value, but we will invest $1 million if it adds value. So rather than looking at the cost, the impact which is bringing to the organization. So actually this is very relevant. So when we talk about technology, the problem with ROI is we are talking about numbers, what is tangible. Whenever we talk about technology, many times it's not tangible. For example, let me take the example of cyber security. how would you put a number on cybersecurity? It's quite difficult. So in this case also, so it need not be that everything is tangible. So we look at the intangible part of it and then implement it. So we spoke about the quality, cost and timely delivery. So we in ABB has the concept of, when I talk about operation, safe, smart, sustainable. So when I am doing something using an AI system, which we will discuss in the next minutes, so how can we put a value on safety? Because it's very important, but to put a monetary value on a person's life is impossible, right? So we do it that way, the value.
That's
how we
super
look at it.
interesting. Super interesting. And we will talk about that further. Satish, I want to bring you in on that, but also on the fact that a lot of Indian companies are still, like obviously ABB is far more evolved right now in terms of how it's rolling this out and implementing it. But a lot of Indian companies are still a little apprehensive of moving from the pilot project stage to the implementation stage.
Yeah.
What is the largest apprehension there?
So, I would classify the impediments in 3 broad buckets. It also came out as a part of the research. One is data. When I say data, data today is very heterogeneous. Different functions maintain different level of granularity of data. Say maybe manufacturing function maintains data at a granular, at an hourly level, maybe at a minute by minute level, depending on the kind of missions you look at it. Maybe procurement, the data is maintained maybe once in a week or once in a particular way it's not completely maintained. Or if you really look at some aspects of planning and some aspects of logistics, it's not to that granularity. So connecting data is becoming a big challenge, number one. So data is heterogeneous. Second, he talked about applications, which is still a challenge even today. Okay, we have most of the data points still reside in maybe in the SAP or ERP, one part of it, but there are a lot of bespoke applications which are actually there. They don't talk to each other. We have definitely moved the needle on that to come out to, how do we go about integrating, but still as a challenge. And when we talk about maybe big companies have done it, maybe emerging companies have done it, but maybe MSMEs, they are still struggling with the kind of data. Even level of digitization of data, if you really look at it, we still need to move forward much ahead to go about doing that. So data is one big challenge, why things are not happening. Second most important is skill and apprehension of people, okay, which is the change side of it.
Which I think is the
most
important,
important part of it, which means that there is a bit of an insecurity in minds of people, which is rightly so relevant in terms of what will happen to my job. So good amount of communication is required from the leadership, from the communication for reskilling. Second, how AI is going to change their job, not take away the job, but make them more efficient, make them more focusing on more value-added jobs. It's a communication which is very, very clearly important. How will the process change post-implementation of AI is a big area where the organizations need to spend a lot of time in terms of coaching to remove this fear. And leadership should actually also be coached to look at how should they handle this change management challenge. While we talk about a lot of tangibility in terms of how benefits will come in, this needs to be addressed as a big, big area, which is one of the key impediments why things are not moving forward. Maybe the top management want things to be done, but the middle management and the operating management still wants to know what will happen. There are so many queries need to be addressed. That's the second. Third impediment is securities. Now, securities and trust on AI. Now, can I trust the output which actually, which is going to give in? Can I make the decisions based on it? And what should be the frameworks which I should, have in place before I go about accelerating on AI? These are the 3. And different organizations and different levels of maturity on the 3, which determines their progress.
All right. So, Deepak, Dassault has been a pioneer in, virtual twin experiences. Where do you, however, see the next level of unlock? When we're talking about challenges and from your very experienced perspective, where do you see the next stage of growth?
So I think it's a very good transition, like Satish spoke about the challenges, right? I mean, the virtual twin, he brought it at the right time now. So many of us, way back when we talk about anything about digital twin or virtual twin or 3D, we are known to have a representation of a product, right? If I'm making a component or an aircraft or a full aircraft or a car, I want to have it in 3D, let me see how does it look like, and then I used to go. So that was the context of a simple representation of a 3D data for doing your activities. And it was successful in engineering, and some components used to go to supply chain, or some components used to go to shop floor to see how it works. Now the topic, what you said, virtual twin. Virtual twin, I have some global information as well, but looking at India context, if you look at this is like many people are talking in different angle. Like for example, virtual twin potential itself is close to around 2 billion by 25-26, and it can go up to 12 billion by 2030. $12 billion is what they say. So what does it mean? What does it mean? Is it something which somebody is, something is up for to sell, or something up for to grab? No, the whole context is exactly what Satish said. So today, we at Dassault Systems are positioning virtual twin not for a specific product alone. It is for an end object for sure, but create a virtual twin of your organization. When I say organization, you take example of an organization with 2,000 employees. So 2,000 employees may have around 400 roles. When I say employees, the team who is responsible for your engineering, production, supply chain, marketing, HR, finance. But there are maybe role maybe around 25%. When I said role is you may have 5 HR, you may have 100 engineers. So those are all roles. So there are 500 roles. Now, can we build a virtual twin of organization where you are creating a platform where all these roles are given access to a single source of truth, which is nothing but your end product. So now, as in a manufacturing, you may have a very nice automation line built, but just imagine your civil engineer is actually constructing where he is trying to draw power from solar energy. Is it linked? Yes, it can be linked, but it can be in silos. But how my virtual twin of organization can talk about the engineering data connected to manufacturing data connected to the infra what you have, and the same data given to end customers, which we call it as end user experience, where I can see the car in my cell phone and see whether I want to buy or not, where it is directly linked to the actual engineering data. That's the reason the potential of virtual twin is actually increasing.
Actually quite fascinating hearing this.
Once you have that, then bring the AI element to that. When I say these 500 roles, what we are creating is, can we have a virtual companion for every single role? That means the skill topic. Maybe these companies are not new. There are startups, I know that they are leveraging, but there are companies which is existing from 100 years. You can't give away whatever they have learned. So can this virtual companion crawl across your own IP and suggest something new for the better efficiency? This is exactly what virtual twin is talking about. And this, when you build the virtual twin of your organization, you bring AI, which can actually help you to put more efficient way of working, then automatically you're setting the data right, putting a structured data, making everybody look at a single data point, and you don't have to spend too much on integration later on once you have that.
Okay, that's really fascinating. And I love the different examples all of you have given as well on how AI can work for an organization. Sarju touched upon the whole safety, cybersecurity angle of it, compliance. I would love to hear from both of you as well in terms of how that can be addressed when it comes to implementing and rolling out AI initiatives, and how big a concern that is. Is it something that needs to be addressed as we continue to evolve, or are there already systems in place?
So, see, this is a very interesting topic. Again, I'll go back maybe 5 years prior to this. Most of the summit and events used to happen on cloud, right? So where the cloud is heading to, what is important, is there a safety? And everybody said, if I go and talk to CIOs, they said, oh no, cloud its way, I want on-premise everything. And most of the events, everything is happening on about cloud 5 years back. Now today, everybody is talking AI, and unknowingly, the cloud has become mandatory. Because you can't do AI without cloud. Now, when the organization or the technology is moving in that direction, if you still have the fear that, is it safe, then you are not there. So biggest of the biggest organizations, I can quote because Mahindra and Mahindra decided to go completely on cloud with us in terms of their entire value chain. So this shows the confidence that there is enough in terms of security, taken care in terms of how it can be managed, because you have to improve. You have to improve. If you want to take advantage of AI, you have to be on cloud. If you have to be on cloud, you need to be really worried about your data, your IP. You're not playing around with I don't want to name, but there are certain AI tools where you say that I want to prepare my presentation, you put something and it will give you a nice content. But it's all general public information. And organizations can't play with that. They can't say that, okay, XYZ public information, can you help me? How do I build a car? No, it's your own IP is going to tell you how to build a new variant, right? So that means security is important, but at least I am confident that there are enough measures taken. And we have been seeing a lot from not only private players, but some of the government organizations across the globe saying that, yes, we have to take extra measure, we have to take extra precaution, but let's jump onto that. The moment when you're in cloud, then automatically is taken care. I have to give the positive part of it.
Got it. So
I have a slightly adding to it.
Yes.
I have like any other, like the way AI is developing, equally cyber fraudsters also developing ways in which they will go about attacking. If you really look at two kinds of frauds which are actually happening, is one, of course, they are leveraging AI for creating more force to penetrate and create a cyber fraud. So which necessarily means organizations also need to respond with that agility to have a very strong digital resilience to go about responding. That's very, very important. So when you ask about investment for AI, one is actually applying AI for developing models and others. Equally important is AI security. Investment has to go into it. That's one. Second type of cyber frauds which are actually happening is they getting into the code of your AI itself and making your AI go rogue. To ensure that, because many of the decisions today are actually taken based on AI. So if I influence the logic or if I change certain things, so the decisions can actually end up creating a loss. So which necessarily means, of course, while definitely there's a lot of confidence and security, but equally important is they're also developing, so we need to bring in a very strong defense, digital defense, to make this actually happen.
Okay. Are you seeing the government's incentives also helping company adoption in AI, in the sense, are you seeing a move to kind of address some of the fears that MSMEs may have?
Yeah, so if you really look at it, yes, I mean, there's a lot has been done on AI, creating from an infrastructure perspective. The AI mission is actually attempting per se onto it. But if you ask me, the core challenge of MSME is actually addressed with respect to data, digital infrastructure per se. I think to accelerate adoption of AI, I think either there is a focused financial support is actually required, hand-holding is required for MSME. Like, maybe I would want to slightly touch upon one concept. If you really look at when manufacturing excellence came into India in the early, 90s, people formed a cluster-based approach for MSMEs. There was a cluster of 10 companies join hands together to solve problems and adopt new practices. Maybe lighthouses should be created in the countries to coach these MSMEs on a cluster basis. Some of those things need to be brought in as infrastructure.
Okay. Taju, let me bring you in as well. On terms of, you mentioned, the production floor, when it comes to skilling, reskilling, upskilling, just familiarizing people with some of the new initiatives or new technology that's being rolled out. How easy or difficult is that for you as an organization?
Yeah, so see, we had been manufacturing in India for more than 75 years now. So that means that we have seen the second industrial revolution, the third and fourth anyway. We have a very good implementation of Industry 4.0 and 5.0 in our factory. So before I answer that, I take a cue from him also, that there is a fear that AI will take away the jobs. So I will take you back some 40 years, when computers came to India in the 80s, there were similar talks happening. I was in school at that point of time, but I heard similar talks. But what has happened is, something very funny happened. I know a lot of people who were protesting against computerization, that computerization will take away jobs. And interestingly, many of their children are owning IT companies now. So the point is,
amazing.
Similar thing will happen in AI also. It is going to be there. It is going to stay. So we need to adapt. If you don't adapt, we become irrelevant. And one more point is, as we are talking to be the manufacturing hub of the world, so I always use this book's name by Marshall Goldsmith, what got you here won't get you there. So what brought India till here won't take India there. So if we want to be there, we need to adapt technology and we need to do the in thing. What is happening now? What is the current technology? And this is very, very important. So when it comes to, as I mentioned, when it comes to the manufacturing footprint from our experience, so 50 years ago, it was man-man collaboration. So when Industry 3.0 came, we talk about automation. Then we talk about man-machine collaboration. So in our systems, we have man-man collaboration, man-machine, and machine-machine also. So and when you talk about upskilling, so when we take something for automation or AI, how we select is, we select the dull, dirty, and the dangerous. So for example, somebody is tightening a screw. For example, in one of my products, there are 11 screws to be tightened and we manufacture 800 of them. So one guy is tightening 8,000 screws in a day. So remove it, automate it. The another one, we are applying 3.5 kilovolt on a product. We are using PPEs for protection, but why somebody should be near the danger? So when we talk about safety hierarchy also, we talk about removing or isolating the danger. So that is what a robot does. It tests. And the screwdrivers which we use are at 50 volts. They are DC screwdrivers, so they don't harm any people. So that is how we decide on it. And when it comes to reskilling and upskilling, so what happens now is the collaboration between man and machine, the collaborative robots. So even though we are removing these kind of, what do you call it, the dull jobs. So if I take what happened in our factory 8 years ago and now, the person who was tightening a screwdriver can do a basic foolproofing or a troubleshooting of a robot. If there is an accident, not an accident, but if it gets stuck or there is a program, he knows how to bring it back to normal. So that is the kind of skilling which has happened in our factories. So even though we are taking out the dull jobs, so why do we want to do the dull jobs? So let people learn more about it. So that is how we look at it. So with that, the people who are operators with the ITI background, they can manage. They can do basic corrections in the system. And the systems are so good now. When we talk about Industry 4.0, we talk about prescriptive maintenance. So when there is a breakdown which is happening in our robotic system, you go there, it tells you if there is a network problem, check this. So a basic level trained guy can do it. So that is what we saw from our experience happening. Yeah.
Okay, so closing comments and all of you, I think you've just probably touched the surface or just sparked a conversation and set the tone for the summit in terms of ways to implement, how it can actually lead to a lot of value creation and also overcoming certain apprehensions or challenges in the minds of companies that are still looking to adapt. You said you've attended some global forums, Satish, with a lot of input from global CEOs. Any closing comments you'd like to leave us with?
See, normally in any kind of a technology adoption, I've seen developed countries are ahead and India, maybe a bit lower. But fortunately, here, when we did a survey, we found everybody across the globe is still figuring out how to go about doing. So we are at par with globe in terms of, in fact, in some places, we are a bit ahead. Okay, this is something which we actually saw. But where maybe some of the global companies actually scored is maybe availability of quality data is something where maybe the infrastructure was a bit more better there, because of which the prediction is maybe AI adoption can be a bit more faster there than here, okay, is the kind of one. Maybe my final closing comments is adoption of AI, as Sajid said, is no more a choice. For you to respond with agility and intelligence, AI adoption is a must. What we need to look at per se is maybe every organization, instead of actually just adopting AI for the sake of adopting AI, should first look at what are the art of the possible with AI, for the business. Which are all the critical areas where AI can be bringing in extra value, create significant competitive advantage, identify that, then create a roadmap for implementation on a 2x2 matrix in terms of a true consultant. So a 2x2 matrix to say where value can actually come in, what is the level of data availability is there, and prioritize and run it in waves. But the transition is happening in Indian companies as I speak to you, and it's just a matter of years where we see a complete transformation.
I think I'll just take from there, when we talk about AI and we heard about many things in terms of how organizations are implementing, whether we call it as a Silicon Valley or what I say, everything is happening in India. So AI, I think India can really be the front runner now because it's new. And more importantly, as he rightly said, it's not an option now. It's a choice, but one should come out of the fear that it's going to impact. It's only add value. I mean, if you look at when we started putting across our solutions which automated 3D data, where many thought no engineer, they'll lose their job. The 10 people who are actually creating a product, now there are 3,000 people who are creating that using the technology. So that means this will only help us to grow faster and help us to make it really adopt quicker. So now in the whole context, what I feel is there is a great future ahead, and we should not think in silos when it comes to AI. I know today everybody is in a hurry to implement something and then get something best out of it, so that it should not lead to 5 years down the line, I have to put up a huge budget of consolidation. Yeah. So now this is the time, that's where we are saying we need to make virtual first. Virtual first was only associated to product. Now you see that your entire virtual twin of your process, your data, and your consumption. So put everything and then bring AI element to this, so that automatically, like, you will start taking the benefit out of it.
Okay. Raju.
Yeah, so about AI implementation, how we learned it. So there are two major things. One, the adoption of AI should be a top-down approach. It should not be an engineer going and telling the CEO that we need AI. So it should be the other one. We spoke about the ROI part of it, the value and cost part of it. Second, why people fail in technology adoption, what we have seen, we have also made the same mistake that we want to do so many things. So we take the most complex one, then try to implement, we fail miserably. So we lose the interest, the management loses the interest, and then it is on the back burner. So what we normally have to do is, I take this example of the Japanese concept, the martial art concept of shuhari, so in which we say that initially you follow the rule, then you make the rule, and then you break the rule and then you make the rule. Okay, please do not follow this in traffic. We have to only follow it. Don't make or break it. So we have to follow first. We have to learn it first. Then we need to challenge why things are done this way. Why can't we this way? Do it this way, and then make your own systems. That is how it has to happen. For example, we are all engineers. Most of us are engineers here. We know the Pareto principle. So the top 20 contributing to 80% of the problems. Select that top 20. Out of that, the most critical one and the simple one. Learn AI, make a very small case, then you learn. Then the implementation becomes very easy. So I will take an analogy from what I read in Business Today some days back. I learned about it for the first time. There's a 7-3-2 rule in the investments. It says that first 1 year you take to reach 1 crore, then in the next 3 years you make another 1 crore, and in the next 2 you make another 1 crore. So there's a compounding effect. So when it comes to technology adoption also, the same thing is applicable, and that is what we have seen. So it takes time. So please don't rush. So for the first crore, you need 1 year. Then the third and two comes in one year. Sorry, the second and third comes in one year. So same thing will happen in technology adoption. So that's what I want to share.
All right, wonderful. Thank you all so much. You all spoke so well and shared some fabulous insights and examples with us. Could I have a big round of applause for our panelists?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's have a warm round of applause for all our panelists for this wonderful start off to the session. Let me also invite on stage Mr. Siddharth Basu Chatterjee, publisher, Business Today magazine, to please come up on stage and present a token of appreciation to all our guests. Let's pose for a photo op. Come up. Thank you, everyone. Time to move on to our next session, ladies and gentlemen. Our next session is titled Engineering Intelligence. Artificial intelligence, we all know, is transforming the world of engineering, from design and execution to even operations and sustainability. This next fireside chat will delve into how AI-driven insights, automation, and predictive technologies are reshaping the way we are going to be building, managing, and innovating technologies, ushering in smarter and more resilient future into the industry. I would now like to call upon stage my next guest, Mr. Naveen Kamath, Chief AI Officer of L&T. Warm round of applause, and I will be moderating this session. Good afternoon once again, ladies and gentlemen. So, engineering intelligence, and who better to talk about it than India's most iconic engineering company, Larsen & Toubro. And to help us understand, Mr. Kamath, get us to understand how a traditional company like yours is really adopting AI in our day-to-day lives, and what's really changed for you over the past couple of years.
Sure. Firstly, thanks for having me here. And just to set some context on, the scale at which we operate, right, as Larsen & Toubro. So at any point in time, we are like having 800 plus projects, including bridges to airports to heavy engineering, precision engineering systems, defense, nuclear projects, and close to around 40,000 plus assets that include, pumping stations to fuel bowsers, gantry cranes, you name it, right? And over the last, I would say, a decade or so, we have been through this journey of digital transformation, which basically meant, we can have a connected ecosystem across these project sites, across this equipment, all of that. IoT, sensors, cameras, all of that. OT data, IT data, all streaming in from ERP systems, IT data from the ERP systems, and all of that, right? Which basically meant that we could have micro and macro level views of project performance, asset utilization, aspects like safety, all of that, right? So we've been through that journey. And over the last, I would say, couple of years now, we've been in kind of a mission mode, so to speak, in terms of how we can apply AI to take our operations to a whole new level, right? And in that context, we've been looking at some of our core business workflows, entire life cycle, all the way from beginning from contracts to procurement to, how do we execute on projects, planning, all of that. Just to take an example, we handle close to around maybe 3,000 to 4,000 tenders that we respond to on an annual basis. And the whole process of responding to a tender goes through this whole rigor of, looking at risks. There are multidisciplinary teams that get involved in looking at risks, doing a bid assure, go, no go kind of a decision. And that whole process takes close to around 1 to 2 months. Right? Now, with all the advancements in generative AI, looking at all the project history that we have, some of the tenders that we have responded to in the past, can we break this down to a matter of days or maybe a couple of weeks versus having to take so much time in responding to a tender? So that brings in agility in terms of how we respond and, how we, conduct business in some sense. We're also looking at this whole concept of physical AI or embodied AI. I think that's a big motion around that. Because apart from back office processes, I think the potential or the promise of physical AI at project sites where we can automate tasks at project sites, I think holds immense potential. Just to give some examples, and in the manufacturing space, this has been happening for quite some time. But in the construction domain, I think it's something that's beginning to evolve very significantly. I mean, just to share an example, if you were to do, let's say, robotic painting at a building or at a site, we're looking at potentially 1:5 kind of productivity ratios. And think of a robot doing this, it's not working in a single shift. It's doing probably 3 shifts potentially versus, workers that would be probably working in 1 shift. So the order of magnitude impact is very significant. So those are some of the things that we're looking at from a AI perspective.
Since you did talk about the vastness of this conglomerate that you are a part of and, how at such a huge scale you've been functioning, what is the AI strategy going to look like over the next couple of years for you? And how are you going to be prioritizing, sequencing those AI-based decisions, especially when we try to understand how it can lead to business impact and scalability?
Yeah, well, I mean, the way we look at our AI strategy broadly is, in the context of, a lot of our core business workflows, core business processes, whether it's planning, finance, procurement, project execution, what is it that is required here and now, right? And in that context, we are looking at various different, AI techniques, whether it's traditional AI to composite AI, generative AI. Now there's a lot of buzz around agentic AI, right? So how do we sort of look at various different processes, break them down, and bring in that near autonomous kind of, workflow with AI, right? Take procurement, for example, right? I mean, today our procurement runs into close to around 100,000 crores annually. And there's so much room for inventory optimization, bringing in vendor intelligence, whether it's based on past history, price, performance, even market intelligence that we can bring in while we are taking these procurement decisions. A lot of that can be done through agentic AI, right? So a lot of our solutions are here and now, which are very important. There's immediate productivity impact. There's an impact in terms of savings, or maybe other aspects like safety and compliance, some of that. But also there are more, let's say, involved problems which have a greater gestation time. Could be things like engineering drawings, right? First principles based engineering drawings where we need to sort of understand what's in let's say a piping and instrumentation diagram or an electrical diagram. So that requires a lot more, rigor in terms of how AI can sort of do that reliably. And the potential again is immense, whether it is, if you're able to read an engineering drawing, you can then generate maybe a bill of quantity, you can do, maybe site inspections based on planned versus actual. So a lot of that comes into play. So some of these are more involved solutions, and in those areas what we're doing is we have an innovation studio kind of a construct where we sort of partner with technology providers and also some of the premier institutes where there's more frontier research that is happening. So, we can bring all of this into play and we can reduce the innovation cycles and, sort of accelerate the time to value.
Absolutely. Now, help me understand, how are you also, fostering this AI-aware culture in your company, especially when it comes to cross-functional capabilities and collaboration that's happening between the technical as well as the non-technical teams as well? Could you throw some light on it?
I think increasingly those barriers are collapsing. I think when we talk to a lot of, our so-called non-technical teams, we find them to be a lot more aware about AI than some of us are in the AI teams itself. Right? I think any company today is a technology company in some sense. And one of the things we have done is we set up what we called an academy for digital transformation along with our learning and development team internally. So the idea was to cultivate digital ambassadors, digital catalysts, people that can basically drive this whole agenda of digital AI adoption in the field. So we do a lot of that. And I think that has helped us significantly through this journey. And also I think in any project that we are embarking on, the way we start that is, working with the multidisciplinary, cross-functional teams. Because a lot of times I think what gets missed is there's a lot of focus on the technology, but not so much on the people and the process part of it. And I think when we sort of do this as a team sport, right, with cross-functional teams, I think there's better, a way to step back and look at whether processes need to be re-engineered for AI to be effective. So I think that's the way we typically operate, and that's how I think we are driving.
When we talk about what are the emerging AI trends, what would you really pen down on, which have the maximum potential to really lead the growth in the construction and manufacturing space from now?
I think two things that we have seen significant impact from, and I think will continue to deliver immense value. I think this whole concept of, as I was mentioning a while earlier, agentic AI, right? I think the ability to sort of, have your workflows broken down and then be able to take near autonomous, decisions, which was previously being done by, previously being done manually. I think that helps us free up a lot of our resources to do more higher end jobs, and whether that's procurement, whether it's any of the different business functions. And the other big play for us is, like I was mentioning, in the construction domain, we have some, major problems with areas like workman shortage, for example. So how do we address that issue with this whole concept of embodied AI? And it's a little difficult in the construction space because unlike in a manufacturing environment where everything is controlled, in a construction domain, things are dynamic, there are things that are moving all the time, there are undulated surfaces. So having a robotic play in a construction site means you need to have more advanced navigation, perception capabilities. So those are the kind of things that we're looking at as game-changing in this space.
If I have to ask you, on not just for your company, but for India and India's infrastructure future, and if I have to ask you to define what could be that one moonshot AI project, how would you be really looking at that?
And I think maybe in a few years from now, we'll probably have meetings where you have obviously your staff, maybe your project site members, but you'll probably also have a digital AI agent attending that meeting. That agent has a name. Maybe the physical agent at the site has a name, and they are equally participating. And I think to the point earlier about human machine interaction, I think we'll see it actually coming live. So I think that's not too far off. I think that'll be the new way of working. Maybe in a few years' time. We're not there yet, but hopefully we'll get there sometime.
Could you also name any challenges that you're facing at this point in time to keep up with this evolving AI on a day-to-day basis, and of course ensuring that your own workforce is reskilling at the same pace?
Yeah, I think a couple of things that come to mind. I think one is there's always a sort of a change management aspect that I think we need to be aware of, very cognizant of, and make it as a part of our project rollouts and how we drive adoption. Because like you rightly said, I think the pace of change is so fast, and there's so many different apps, so much legacy already in place. It does require some amount of thinking in terms of how change management happens within the organization. That's one part of it. And the other part of it is, I think we need to be very cognizant of, and I think this was a point made in the earlier panel discussion as well, is we don't want to get into a situation again where there are like maybe 100 or 200 agents or 200 apps, and then we are in this, again situation of how do we manage this sprawl, right? So I think those are some of the considerations to be very thoughtful of, be very mindful of as we embark on this journey, do things in a mission mode. I think having that, slightly longer term view in terms of how all of this will pan out, I think will be very critical.
Mr. Kamath, we started off by saying, and I mentioned that yours is a very traditional company, and how are you transforming it with AI? Chances are that you're already diversifying in a big fashion, and what we're given to understand is that L&T is also diversifying, it's getting into electronics manufacturing now, and how you may be looking at Chennai or land near Chennai is already getting acquired for it. Could you help us understand what's the thought behind this diversification? What's the next, route that L&T is going to be taking? And could you also help us understand what would this EMS opportunity mean for L&T as a construction manufacturing company now getting into the EMS space?
I think we've continuously looked at how do we, diversify our portfolio, rejig our portfolio. Sometime back we started off branching into services, right? So we've had LTI Mindtree and L&T Technology Services as our services divisions within L&T, right? And that's been a natural evolution from where we have been. And it kind of makes sense from an overall, sort of a portfolio perspective in terms of margin expansion and growth. And I think that's a call that the company has always been taking in terms of assessing what are the new sort of technology trends, what are the new business opportunities for growth as a conglomerate. And I think this is obviously one of the new forays that we are now making. We have been into L&T Semiconductors, and I think now L&T Electronics, I think, will be the new big foray that we are going after.
Would you be going solo or partnering with a global company there?
I think we'll see how that evolves.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Kamath, for being with us. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for India's iconic engineering giant. May I please request Mr. Siddharth Zarabi to come up on stage, Group Editor, Business Today, to present a token of appreciation to you, sir. Thank you so much for this wonderful conversation. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to our next session. This session is titled AI's Backbone. As AI adoption accelerates, its backbone lies truly in robust infrastructure. And this new session will explore how data centers, cloud computing, semiconductor supply chains, and network capabilities are shaping the next phase of AI economy. This discussion will also bring together industry leaders to examine the infrastructure challenges and opportunities that are critical to also building a resilient, scalable, and sustainable AI ecosystem in India. For this next session, ladies and gentlemen, I'd now like to call upon stage our next set of panelists. Just waiting for that setup to happen. All right. Let us welcome on stage Himani Agrawal, Chief Operating Officer, Microsoft India and South Asia, to be on the stage with us. Warm welcome. Santosh Vishwanathan, MD, India Region at Intel, to also be with us. If you're here, sir, warm welcome. Let me also welcome on stage Ramesh Padala. He's the Managing Director and Partner at BCG. Let me also welcome on stage Srini Madali, who's the Senior Vice President Engineering and HW Lead at Qualcomm India, to also be with us on the stage. To moderate this session, I'd now like to call upon stage Abha Bakaya, Consulting Editor and Anchor for Business Today. Over to you.
Ramesh is here, so we'll just give him a moment to join us. But great to have all of you with us here today, and thank you for taking the time. I know it's going to be an enlightening session. So let's dive right in. Himani, let me start off with you. You know, AI is only as powerful as the infrastructure behind it. So how do you see connectivity, computing power, all of that coming together for the, as forces behind what we're able to deliver here in India?
Sure. So if you just look at how the pace of change has happened with AI in last few years, and especially starting with 2022 when ChatGPT was launched, it's really, really unprecedented. And if you look at it, it is because of the compounding growth of compute, first of all, and which is the infrastructure backbone or the foundational Lego block that's there. Second, it is all about the models which have grown so rapidly, whether it is about LLMs, SLMs, tiny models, vertical models, horizontal models, and what you have. Third, about the software optimization. So if you look at the compounding growth of all of these three curves, that has what has led to the growth that is there. And infrastructure is not just the backbone, it is not just the foundation, but it is actually the multiplier. Multiplier to create the frontier firms, but it needs to be really complemented with the skills, the future talent who will be able to use it. And that's why I say the skilling and infrastructure are the two sides of the same coin. One cannot exist without the other. And that is what is fueling the growth and scale for AI so that it can diffuse across the society.
Okay. So taking from there, and Santosh, let me bring you in terms of, as we were discussing, capacity building, compute, so on and so forth, can India also keep up with the pace of change and development in the West, given that AI is also extremely capital intensive? Do you see that being a reality here?
Yeah, I think, first of all, thank you for having me here. I think the biggest challenge that we have, I think, is like, if we try and mimic what's happening in the West, I don't think we're going to be successful. Okay, because, I mean, just think about it. In the last 6 months, there's $600 billion worth of capital that was invested in the US on building data center and infrastructure in the US, and we spent about $3.5–4 million. So I don't think it's a comparison, because one is not just the amount of capital. I just think the Western model of data centers, which is heavy compute intensive, lots of huge, large infrastructure, I don't think we can support that, right? Because just take simple elements like power. or even simple elements like water. I mean, we are 18% of the world's population with 4% of the world's water. So if you build the same amount of data centers that the US is building into India, I don't think we can even sustain that from the resources that we have. So the solution does not lie in taking the Western model and applying it. The solution lies in building our own frugal AI model that will go support this whole journey in a different way. So I think we need to rethink infrastructure for us to be successful.
Okay, I think that's a great starting point for the conversation in terms of how to manage sustainability and how to really come up with our own models. Let's get you in on that, Ramesh.
Yeah, if I can add to that, right, I think Santosh made a brilliant point. So India right now produces 20% of the world's data, but our data centers are capable of holding only 2% of the world's data at this point, right? So if we have to scale, we obviously need to increase our data center capacity, but it's super expensive. And not only from a resource perspective, but from a compute and electricity perspective. To run something like that, you need like 7 to 8 times of power that runs Bombay, right? The amount of compute electricity that you need. So it's going to be super expensive. So I think the key will be to have very specialized LM models that are built in India, for India. And also, I think we need a lot of jugaad here. Like, we need to be very frugal with what we do. I mean, we have built UPI, right? And the system runs, it runs more transactions than credit card transactions in the US, right? And it's free. So we need to figure out a way of reducing compute costs, reducing electricity usage. I mean, we recently did a model on building kind of like a financial manager for the masses. Like, so pretty much everyone should have a personal finance manager, like like including your cooks and your taxi drivers and all, right? Now, to do something like this at scale, at this point of time, it would take around 300, 350 rupees to run the app and the solution, because a lot of the cost is in the inference, in the LLMs and stuff. But fast forward 3 years, I think it'll come down to 30, 40 rupees. Okay. Yeah, and it's just a matter of time, right? Yeah, and it's, with the brilliance of, obviously everyone in this forum, right? Qualcomm with cheaper chips and Microsoft with better technology, with Santosh and his chips on stuff. It's just bound to happen, yeah.
Okay, I can see everyone's wanting to jump in here a bit more. So let me bring you in, Srini, because how ambitious is our plan to be self-reliant with the kind of progress we're making, the kind of supply we need when it comes to semiconductors? How ambitious do you think really that agenda is? Can we be self-reliant?
Thanks, Miyaba. Very glad to be here. So it's a good question, the semiconductor value chain. I think if you look at the value chain beyond the IPs and design that India has been doing extremely well, if you look at the rest of the chain, where you have a foundry, fabs, and wafer development, as well as the end product testing and assembly, I think there's a huge opportunity there. And I don't think it's too ambitious. It's doable. It's doable, right? If you look at, I've been had a chance to visit some of these companies who have started doing it. They're starting in a very right foot. So it needs to be invested a little bit more. I think the manufacturing part is a little bit more unforgiving if you don't do in the right way. So you have to not only do the manufacturing correct, and it has to be done consistently every day. If you don't do that one, then it's going to be very unforgiving. The yields are going to suffer, and you just lose the customers. So I think if you look at this value chain, the technology is moving fast. The way that both the industry as well as the government is doing it, do on a little bit of mature nodes, where 75+% of the semiconductor chips are being manufactured in those mature nodes. And that's, you can negotiate with the existing vendors who are doing it and learn from what they have done, what their mistakes, and then start from there, and then go with the technology. Because the latest technology is very expensive, and it's changing very fast. If you look at a decade and a half ago, every tech node migration used to happen 3 to 4 years. Now it's happening less than 18 months. And it's very expensive also. So you need to be really cautious when you go there. So instead of going into the latest, greatest tech nodes, where I think the value is very high, but is very expensive, very complex and difficult. So we should learn from the mature tech nodes and start from there and go. And it's a huge opportunity for India to be a part of the global supply chain. And there's a lot of potential there, and I see a lot of things are going in the right way.
Okay. So, Himani, now Microsoft's made significant investments when it comes to AI capability building here in India. Share with us your experiences, whether it be in adoption, skilling, just the kind of impact or value that's been created. If you could just go a little deeper into your experience here.
Sure. So at the beginning of the year, we announced $3 billion in investments, which is to create infrastructure and future-ready talent. And we've actually been relentlessly executing that to increase the impact every day on that. So if you look at just from a skilling perspective, we committed that we will do 10 million people skilled by 2030, so 5 years. But since the beginning of the year, we are now at 5.6 million already skilled, which means more than 50% in less than a year in what we committed for 5 years. So that's the skilling that we've already done, and we are doing it across all kind of groups. We are doing it with women learners, we are doing it with the civil servants, we're doing it across the groups or cohorts in the society because we really believe that needs to scale. So that's on the skilling side of it. Now, the impact of the infrastructure that's being created, right? We already have 3 regions live, 2 regions in partnership with Geo, which are live, and 1 region that's coming up very, very soon. So that's the infrastructure. How is it that our customers using it? And if you look at it right from grassroots, from the farms to the boardrooms, is what AI is impacting today. And if I can give you 1 or 2 examples, talk about an ASHA worker. Right? An ASHA worker gets up at 5 a.m., does the house chores, then goes really in the narrow streets for hours to really spread that awareness. But they never had any tools. So we actually, Microsoft Research partnered and created a voice bot for them, which can actually help them with the multilingual, which is Hindi, English, all kind of languages, to really help them take notes, ask questions, and resolve the queries right there. And this, because it is healthcare, it is actually not just any LLM, etc. It's actually linked to the knowledge base, which is deep-rooted in India's problems. So if you look at it, it is how things, there are global models, but then they are being customized to the knowledge base that is here to really make an impact on the ground. Right? So that's just one example how the community, which is the most underprivileged community, which is getting really impacted with technology. On other end, and I was talking to Alok just before this, media, right? We just partnered with CAN, which is actually creating content with AI. So the entire movie making episodes, the entire content, Mahabharata, is being created with AI and in partnership with Azure AI, and that is what they're doing with all the I got to watch it this weekend, and if you haven't watched it, you should actually see it. It is so real on what it is doing as an impact. So it's the technology and creativity coming together, which is a very, very beautiful blend. Okay. And there are so many other examples that we can talk about.
Of course, okay, we'll come back to that. So lots to look forward to and live examples there. Santosh, of course, we're seeing a complete relook when it comes to the semiconductor space, lots of innovations in chip design, and you're leading the race there as well. How does India fit into that picture when you're looking at, the kind of focus there is on chip production, on new innovation, on design?
Yeah, I think the first step is that this is a long journey, right? So I think chip making is one of the hardest things in the plant that anyone can do because it's just complex and every little thing impacts. I mean, as you were mentioning earlier, like it's very expensive. An advanced node today costs you about $30 billion and 4 years of investment at a minimum to create an advanced node. And you're actually inventing technology as you build because by the time you're in production, it's 5 years from now, and you've got to imagine what 5 years from now technology will look like. So it is a very complex process, and you know, you're developing things at microscopic levels. I mean, we recently saw like some elephants walking created issues in one of the fabs that we were trying to build. I mean, we had a highway that was 50 miles away, and the trucks moving on the highway affects the foundation that we got to build on a fab plant, right? So it's that complex because even the slightest vibration affects how production is. So the key is India being on the journey is the most important factor because semiconductor supply chain is extremely important. If AI is everywhere, intelligence is everywhere, then you will have chips everywhere. And if chips are everywhere, you need to find a way that supply chain is you know, we have some amount of influence on supply chain. So I think it's an important element that India is on. The key part that we have to start to think about is that we have to stay invested in that long journey. I think we get very impatient. We want to build unicorns in 1 year, 2 year. I think this is a 15-year, 20-year race that you have to play your part in. It's also important that we have to be real that demand is a big factor of some of these functions. And we may be a huge country, but we are small when it comes to semiconductor demand. Okay? Because if you look at the global semiconductor demand, $650 billion of silicon, 500 billion is leading edge. We are probably at 20 billion, going to 100 billion, and your leading edge is less than 1% of what the global demand is. So we have to make inroads into demand side of the equation as well, because that's when supply comes and meets that part. So I think it's a long journey. We just have to stay committed onto it.
Okay. So Ramesh, where do you think the biggest bottlenecks are? You know, we've talked about capital, we've talked about, or we haven't really talked about policy, but of course that's one part of it, access to infrastructure, tech readiness, adoption. What do you feel are the biggest bottlenecks right now?
I think the biggest bottleneck right now is capital flow. But like we have invested like 1.4, 1.5 the AI for India. Saudi Arabia is doing 100 billion, right? US is already invested close to 40, 50 billion dollars, both private and public, right? So we need to unlock capital coming into AI in general, Gen AI in particular in India. The government is doing a lot already, but I think we need to unlock more forms of investment into this. Even if you look at, I mean, I work with a lot of fintechs. I focus on BFSI. In fintechs, for example, in the US, if you are doing a fintech, you typically looking at a 15x kind of a return. In India, it's 1.5x. So the money flowing into some of these startups that are doing very cutting edge technology is limited in India, right, for various reasons. And that in turn curtails innovation and what can be done. Having said that, right, there are companies like Sarvam.ai that has come up. The government has been supporting them. The government has invested in these 38,000 GPUs, right, for public sector, for startups to work with. I think that's brilliant. The second is the skill gap. So 1 out of every 5 AI engineers is of an Indian origin, right? But they don't live in India and they're not working on Indian problems. Only 2-3% of these are working in India and or working on Indian problems. So we need to solve for that also. That's, I think, one of those, you know, retention of talent. And we always had this problem of brain drain. Now it is becoming even more apparent and obvious, right? So we'll need to figure out a way for us to retain a lot of the talent, or at least have them focus on India. And so, India is in like the global south, as we call it now, right? Where we have India and a few other nations come. And then, so these are the two big things from a logistic point of view. Technology, I think we'll figure it out. Okay. I think in terms of usage, it's crazy. Now, we are the second largest user of Anthropic, right? In India, in the world. After the US, China obviously doesn't disclose their numbers, but after US, it's India. So those problems will solve, but the money has to flow. Yeah.
Okay. It always does come down to capital. So, but Srini, you know, where are you think the 2 or 3 breakthrough areas that India can contribute significantly? You know, when we're talking about the semiconductor value chain, you know, perhaps beyond design, like where can we contribute? Where do you see some breakthrough areas?
So, as we talked about the value chain, the first and easiest, probably relatively easier, it's very complex but relatively easier for the other compared to, the testing, OSATs, ATP, assembly, test and packaging areas that can be really useful. That's the area that we can easily contribute, and you can kind of a little bit master it, and you can deliver it. But the technology is also very fastly changing, very quickly changing. So you need to have to address this and make sure that we can get a good foothold on the ATP and then get to the foundry aspects of it. I think those are the areas where you can invest and you can relatively with less of a capex compared to other stuff, and then also contribute and make a difference in the global chain.
What about on-device Gen AI? Because that's getting a big push as well. Tell us a little about that.
Yeah, it's very interesting, right? If you look at now, a lot of the, maybe a few years ago even, most of the AI stuff is running in a cloud. And at some point, whatever query costs 10 cents per, right? And if you ask for some simple question, it goes to the cloud and it goes to the server, and the amount of money spent on that query is around 10 to 15 cents or so. That's what I read. But it's also a challenge about the privacy and what you want to ask and all that stuff. So there is no way, if imagine that we have 1.4 billion, even if 10% of the population start querying and ChatGPT or Gemini or Copilot, there's no way we can sustain this kind of cost. It has to come onto the device close to you. One is it's a cost advantage, as well as it kind of gives you the privacy aspects of it. So, but the challenge now is these models are pretty large. They run on the clouds. They're very expensive servers they run on it. And to migrate them to the device that's close to you, what you use in a smartphone or a device at your home, it requires quite a bit of change. So certainly there's a lot of investment going on, and the teams are doing it. The aspects that you look at is, one is the hardware aspect in terms of computational complexities and the constraints you have in these devices. These devices are very small handheld devices, so the amount of hardware you can put in is limited, and hence it requires to be need to be optimized for it. Then the memory, the cost aspect is also, because you expect these small devices to be very cost optimal for everybody to buy. And then on top of it, you need to have a response time. If it takes a long time because it's running at slow or it's a small hardware, it's not user friendly. User experience will suffer. So in consider all this stuff, we need to do some investments and all the stuff that has been done. So a lot of the times what we do is, these large language models are very heavy. They are optimized to run on the device. So we can do some quantization. Instead of running in the big long vectors, we can run it in smaller ones without losing the efficiency. Of course, there are some efficiency losses that happens, but then you need to be cognizant about it. And then you need to have smaller language models that Himani talked about earlier. Those can be on the device. So it can happen when those things are happening, you can make this on device effectively get it. There are other techniques we use. We use a dedicated hardware, what we call neural processing units. Those can be used as well. So these kind of things that you can use on device, I think is becoming more and prominent. Today we can run almost 10 billion parameter model on a smartphone device that you can buy. So I see that certainly in a few years from now, maybe 50, 60, 70 billion parameters models, and then the models can be optimized to work on the device. So this kind of confluence of these two work can make the on-device, can make it easy, accessible to everybody.
All right. Super interesting. And I want to come back to Himani because, yes, she did touch upon it. And I'd love to hear some more of those examples you were referring to, Himani, as well, because you must be just exploring so many various kinds of models and working with so many different stakeholders.
Right. So, absolutely. Look, every organization today, if you're looking at it, is at a different phase of maturity, and they're looking at from a productivity perspective, from an operational efficiency perspective, from really reinventing the customer's experience, engagement, and all of it, and that's where they're using. So if I share some more examples, Bajaj FinServ, right? That is one of the most up there fintech company, which is actually a frontier firm, truly a frontier firm, completely on the agentic journey. They have this model and the agents created who are actually working now along with their people, and the entire loan approval and dispersal journey within the guardrails is happening, and there is approximately $45 million worth of loans monthly that are being dispersed with the help of the agents that are there. So that's the kind of journey that the customers are on. Look at some other examples, like we made a commitment that by 2025 we will be 100% renewable energy and carbon neutral by 2030. So we now have a partnership with AmPlus, which is Petronas subsidiary and is one of the largest rooftop solar installer in India. And while we buy energy from them, but that's not just it. We're working with them to create digital sustainable platform, leveraging AI and analytics to track and monitor carbon emissions and improve on that. There are examples in government, like ONGC, for an example, SOE or a PSU, where they have Sarthi, which is actually built with AI, bringing the structured and unstructured data all together and improving the efficiency. And you talk about any industry today, there are enough and more examples across the domains, functions that people are using. Some frugal, people like us who are creating our own agents. My team has created agents for themselves, which is really helping them save time. There are agents which are being created by complex scenarios as well, where we need more intervention. But my ask to everyone is just go today and just try creating one agent for you, which can help you take the repeatable tasks away and really help you be more productive.
This is super interesting. I think the first panel was talking about this technology, and Himani is actually sharing live examples of it being used. So it really shows you how things are rapidly changing on ground, and we really can't stay away from it too much longer. Santosh, demand is clearly there. Supply, we've talked about the constraints, and capital is clearly something that we still need to find solutions for. So do you see more manufacturing also happening here in India when it comes to chips?
I think it's part of the journey, right? I think design, we've all heard about the progress that we have made, and that's unquestionable. I think manufacturing, demand, supply chain security are all connected kind of topics. But, I think for India, we are at an advantage that we are probably one of those countries where, I've lived in 6 different countries before being here. And I've seen, I think we have the unique advantage because there is no place that digitization is available at scale as much as India is. Because we have solved the problem for identity, we have solved the problem for payments, because most businesses struggle by knowing who the person is and to see whether I can digitize the transaction with people. And I think that's the key that we have solved at scale. Okay, so it's even in the US, you have a social security number, but it doesn't have biometrics tied to it. Right, so it becomes harder for them to go do things at scale. So I really think we have an advantage of scale that our country offers. But beyond pilots and nice to do POCs, we got to make AI real, okay? Because right now it's like one of those hobby projects, like it's a good PowerPoint to show, but it's not a good thing that changes your business. And I think the ownership on making this real is up to the audience and up to the business. And we have unique segments where we can make this real, right? Like education is a good example. It's a 200-year-old system that is built by the British for the information age, not for the intelligence age. In fact, built for the industrial age, right? Because it's one way, it's teaching, it's memorizing. My son is studying the same way I studied 20 years ago, okay? So I think there are sectors ripe for AI to be real, but those are the places that we got to go apply. So as Himani was saying, I think try it. If it doesn't succeed, move to the next, but find the ways that it really moves the business. Then I think all of the elements of supply chain will start to fall in place.
Okay. I think that's another really interesting takeaway from both the sessions in terms of value and really finding those sweet spots. Ramesh, in terms of cross-industry partnerships or public-private partnerships, how can we build a resilient infrastructure and ecosystem here in India to see a thriving AI culture and adoption?
Yeah, I think, this is one area I think we can learn some stuff from the US. A lot of things that are happening in the US is because of partnerships between seemingly, competing companies, right? Like, so, Google and Microsoft and all of them are now investing in each other in indirect ways, right? All for the overall good of whatever AI, Gen AI. I think that needs to happen a lot in India also. Not only in the private sector, but public. the public sector has taken a lot of strides in this. Recently I was traveling to Bangalore. I was traveling with my 2 small kids, and I reached the airport and I realized I did not bring my wallet. I don't have their IDs with me. But I came here because both of them are on my DigiYatra. We flew through DigiYatra. I didn't have any problems with making any payments because everything is now UPI. Even my credit card is on UPI. So India is quite far ahead in the rails that we have built, right? And the government has built a lot of these, like DPI and Aadhaar and payments, NPCI. And now the government is also investing in, like, for example, data sets for AI learning. RBI is now rolling out regulations and governance mechanisms. So I think all these are important, but then the collaboration between various entities is also more important, which is happening in India right now. Like the India AI mission has already done a lot of very interesting things, right? In addition to this, the data sets and also building the platform for AI. So, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so closing comment, and Ramesh spoke about the brain drain earlier, but Srini, if I were to come to you, and when we're looking at more R&D out of India, what are some of the unique strengths of engineering teams here?
I think the passion that we see in the new college team members and then what we hire from out of college is amazing. It's just, you learn a lot from them than what you learned the last 10 years. I think it's an amazing passion they have. And also they have resilience, right? I think if they don't be afraid of failure, they want to try it out. And then if something cannot be done, maybe it's on our DNA, when parents said, no, you can't do it, they will figure out a way to do it, and they still have that. So they get to do it, as Imani and Santosh was saying it, right? There are a lot of challenges with the OpEx and then the constraints of it, but they figure out a way. Like just the way we figured it out during the COVID time, how did we connect the entire India to all this stuff, and the classrooms reach to the very remote villages. When we go to see these kids, very remote villages, no connections to the infrastructure, but they're able to use smartphone to kind of learn about stuff they're doing, education. So I think there's a huge opportunity, there is huge talent, and the talent has given, this technology has democratized the opportunity to them. And that's coming out, and we see day in, day out. I'm very, very confident that I think we have a huge amount of opportunity, huge amount of success ahead of us.
Fantastic. I think this was a really power-packed panel. It was so wonderful to hear from each and every one of you the ways that AI is already being implemented, and also to hear, I think there's a silent confidence in all of your voices in terms of what's happening on ground and how you see the future evolving. Thank you so much. Exciting times ahead. A big round of applause for our panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Abha, and thank you to all the panelists. May I request all of you to please stay back, while I also request Mr. Alok Nair, COO of Business Today, to please come upon the stage and present a token of appreciation to all our panelists. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much to each one of you for those wonderful insights that all of you had to share with all of us. Our next session, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be even more power-packed. The next leap beyond IT. That's what it is titled. India's $250 billion IT sector, the backbone of the services exports, is at an inflection point. Artificial intelligence is reshaping the technology services landscape, redefining delivery models and value creation as well. The traditional outsourcing model is also under strain from currently the H-1B visa curbs, looming tariffs, and also the threat of AI-driven job losses at the same time. This turbulence raises a crucial question. Can the crisis trigger a fundamental reinvention? For the industry, the path forward lies in using its scale not just to sustain the low-margin services, but to pivot towards building high-value AI products and platforms. For this session, please put your hands together to welcome our very special guest, Mr. Krish Gopalakrishnan, Chairman of Accela Ventures and co-founder of Infosys. To moderate this session, we have Siddharth Zarabi, Group Editor for Business Today.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much. It gives me pleasure to have with us and welcome someone who is a very familiar name for well over 4 decades now in the world of IT services. And he's been, I think, spending time outside that sector for the past decade, and therefore has the benefit of both a bird's eye view as well as in his current role where he does various things, including spending time and investing in brain research, for example, an overview that will help us understand the subject for the day. The topic that we chose, Mr. Gopalakrishnan, is the next leap beyond IT. And it's clear that artificial intelligence is something that all of us are perhaps using in some way or the other. That's why ChatGPT's largest user base is in India. They've just also, in fact, announced a freemium kind of model. Tells you about the data generating capabilities of hundreds of millions of Indians with low-cost devices as well as super cheap data in their hand and what it means. What I want to do in the time that we have with you today is to first get you to talk about your understanding of this inflection point. Are we at an inflection point as far as India is concerned with respect to artificial intelligence? And how do you see the current state of affairs when it comes to AI in India?
So, we are at an inflection point not just in India but across the world. This is a technology that is going to transform just like computers did 50 years back, 60 years back. Every industry, every sector, how every person works is going to change in the future. So it's clearly an inflection point. The opportunity for us, and we have to look at opportunities in different segments or sectors. If I take IT services industry, because I think that must be also in the top of mind for many people. Any dramatic change in technology means more opportunities for creating new applications, creating new capabilities, doing things which hitherto were not possible, doing things faster, cheaper, better. In the normal business cycle, this means more work, more business. It also requires them to retrain all their employees. It's just not all their employees, but all of us will also have to be retrained to use AI effectively. If you are creating a PowerPoint presentation or writing an article, if you're not using AI to do that, you'll probably be only 50% efficient or 20% efficient. Because AI can actually double your productive speed, maybe 5 times. So it's an order of magnitude sometimes better, faster. So they have to retrain all their employees. That means 5.5 million people have to be retrained. And then you add the people to be retrained in the industry. That's a large number. So the key message here is, in such transitions, industry needs to be relevant, individual needs to be relevant with new capabilities. And if that is possible, then they have work, they have job, etc. Now, what it means for India also is, can we learn from our past? And I was going to say past mistakes. It's not past mistakes, it's what
path we chose at that point of time.
Path we chose because of constraints. We have always constrained, right? For example, AI, the kind of money that's being spent is in billions rather than millions, right? So where do we get the capital to spend that kind of money? Can we continue the dependency that we have today? Operation Sindhu showed us that we need to think about technology autonomy or strategic autonomy. So can we reduce the dependency? You can think of AI as the new operating system on which you operate. Now, I strongly believe that every layer of this new technology, all the way from the chips that we use to the application software and the applications that you build, all of these things, we have to figure out whether we can reduce dependency, whether we can be independent, or whether we can be an exporter of technology. So these are things that we need to build on, I believe. A change like this gives us opportunity to rethink our strategy. Change also means new leadership is possible, right? ChatGPT came from nowhere, right? October 2022 is when, I think, if I remember right, they introduced ChatGPT. Not that far back. So new leadership emerges, and that's an opportunity for us in India.
Since you mentioned ChatGPT came from nowhere, I would argue that the company that you co-founded many years ago also came from nowhere. So you've given me lots of points to unpack, and I want to keep it pacey. Point number one, you spoke about retraining 5.5 million and more people. When the IT services revolution started off in India, perhaps we didn't even have this many number of people who were skilled for the kind of job that companies like yours were wanting to do. From that point of view, we'll talk about the capital challenge later. From a manpower point of view, can we argue that India is now more well placed because of the 4 or 5 decades of experience in the broader digital arena to have a serious go at the AI arena?
I believe so. And past experiences show us that we are well placed. The industry has gone through multiple transitions. I, many years back, started on the mainframe. Probably, nobody here works on a mainframe anymore. They may not even know what a mainframe is, actually. But today people work on the cloud with new languages and things like that. Many people now use AI prompts to write code, because that's the new natural language interface to programming. So people have gone through multiple rounds of training. The workforce is quite young still, very young. Third, if you look at, especially the IT services companies out of India, they are cash rich, well capitalized. Leadership that's experienced, mature, global, and a very loyal customer base. So when you combine all that, I strongly believe that we can retrain the people, and that's going on. The numbers I hear are that we have already retrained about 1.5 million people in the industry. It's outside the industry, and forums like these give people the exposure that's required, and hopefully there are some sessions which are more workshop oriented or experience oriented. That means they will also get trained, and they can the thing is, you can start learning by yourself, because you can take a YouTube video, how-to sessions are all over the place. You can learn by yourself also. And natural language interface. You can just speak to the computer and the program comes out.
Since you spoke about Indian IT companies being cash rich with their management, very experienced, I want to ask you, why couldn't Infosys create a ChatGPT-like product?
Good question. And a lot of people have asked why products don't come out of India quite often. But the business model is different, right? Again, capital, market access. The domestic market is not big enough for us to actually create a product successfully in India and then take it to the world, right? Most products really go out to the US first because that's the largest market, largest economy, etc. And so knowing that market very well, having the marketing and the brand visibility in that market is very important. And the business model is very different. Services model is very different. Indian companies have mastered the art of services.
So
remote services.
Is there an AI services model that we can master? Because in IT we mastered and developed the IT services model.
Yeah, so the AI services model, the previous panel talked about agentic software. It's not with people, it's with computers and software. So that model definitely will come, but then without people, you don't need to leverage India. You can be anywhere.
And that sounds scary, Mr. Gopalakrishnan, because of last 48 hours, the one big headline is the Amazon layoffs. And while any company talks about layoffs in terms of cost efficiency, a lot of people are saying, well, they're doing this to sort of take out a budget to invest in GPUs. And that is a point that previous panels have also made. Is this a scary scenario? Because IT-enabled services also created millions of high-quality jobs of the kind that India had never seen before.
So, job losses are going to be here in India too, especially entry-level, certain repetitive tasks, certain clerical tasks, they are all going to go away. We need to, that's why we need to retrain people, we need to move them to, so for example, when you look at business process, automation, outsourcing, etc., you can think of actually, looking at data cleansing, looking at labeling data, looking at training models, looking at checking the output from the model, because now everything has to be checked for whether it's valid, not valid, whether there's some hallucination happening, etc. So all of those things require still people, but new skills. So that's why I said if we can retrain people, jobs would be there.
Okay, help our audience and those who are seeing us online understand. As we see it, there are three components to the AI work that's happening in India. One is large established companies, and there have been a bunch of them in before this session talking about how they are doing it internally as well as for their customers. The second is a cohort of startups, many of whom you will see in latter sessions. We are keeping that towards the evening for prime time. And then, of course, what governments are doing. Some of the big announcements, and we missed a couple of companies who were supposed to be here at the very last moment, they could not make it, including NVIDIA or Adani for that matter. Mr. Gopalakrishnan, this major investment in data centers. I raise that point for you to explain to our audience, what is therefore, in your view, the AI model going to be in India? Can it be a replica of that super expensive GPU, infrastructure, power-hungry model? Or do you already see evidence of Indians finding a frugal innovation jugaad to be players in AI as well?
So everything is possible and we need to look at all these aspects. Here and now we have to create the data centers in India because we don't want our data to go around the world, right? So we have to create these data centers in India. We have to create the GPU clusters which are required to run these models here in India, because the bigger opportunity than creating these language models, etc., is the applications that you would create on top of these things. And for a country like India, just like we were able to create a new kind of technology stack for UPI, Aadhaar, etc. We can create a technology stack for leveraging AI, which is same thing, digital public goods, digital public infrastructure. So you can think of data as a public good. And government is making data available. We need to make other types of data available. So for example, if you want to do healthcare applications, and to train these models, you need large amount of patient data. So can we now, in an anonymized manner, make this data available as a public good? So governments, philanthropies, maybe our hospital chains would come forward to share some of their data in an anonymous form and make this data available. So we have to create this. Then there is an opportunity to disrupt these models. So for example, you can disrupt the GPU model using quantum computing. You can disrupt the GPU model using analog computing. Okay, quantum computing is a form of analog computing. Now we can go to a direct analog computing model. Because what are these GPUs used for? It's matrix multiplication. Matrix multiplication can be done using analog computing. So it requires 1/10 the power. So can we invent new forms of computers? 2D materials. Again, that's a new semiconductor. So we have to identify white spaces like this and start doing R&D so that 5 years down the line, next year, 10 years down the line, when the technology changes, we can be there. And today's inefficiencies. Today, the AI is a brute force method of solving a problem. Truly a brute. You throw the power of the computing at the problem, and in unprecedented size and scale, etc. Unprecedented. So it's only a money game today. We have to now be smart enough to reinvent this, and it's possible, I believe, to do that. That's why brain fascinates me. It's 2 pounds, 20 watts of power. Right? That's it. And everyone carries one.
Okay, everyone carries one. That is the true AI. I'm going to come to that. I'll save that question for later. But I want to go back to something that you triggered with your earlier reply. This is the value of Indian jugaad. I'm sure you use jugaad all the time when you set up and made Infosys the company that it is today. And
see, if I may, there is jugaad and there is smartness. Okay? Adaptability. I believe what Indians are very good at is adaptability and smartness, to figure out how to do things differently, how to reimagine things. Okay? The way India Stack created opportunity for today, I think 1 billion people to be financially connected at the lowest rate. Our telecom network at 400 rupees per month, 300 rupees, 400 rupees a month, about 3,000 rupees per year. 1 GB of data every day, unlimited calls, unlimited messages, nowhere in the world. And the quality of the service is better than US. So that's not jugaad. That's using technology, science, smartness, business models to actually create a better model.
I'm glad you explained it. This is food for thought. I want to come back to the other point about data. One of the things that bothers me, and I'm sure it bothers you as well as many in our audience here, which is data sovereignty. Is this a significant issue in the era of AI? As a technology thinker, do you think that the policy making establishment should act much more faster on this to protect and ensure data sovereignty as far as India and its citizens are concerned?
It's more than data sovereignty. Your data is with 5 or 6 companies in the world. Private sector companies in the world. So it's not you're giving your data to another country. You're giving your data to a company and 5 or 6 companies. So it's much more than data sovereignty. I think we have to address this very seriously. We have to find answers. This is not just India, this is every country, including US, will realize that there has to be better models. And you have seen several incidents in the past. During past US elections, etc., there has been accusations of people being cancelled, people's data being misused all over the place, right? So we need to have a better mechanism, and I believe this again is an opportunity for India, along with maybe European Union or UK, to come out with, I believe, sensible legislation, where data about the individual is private and they own that data, they need to give permission for the data to be used, for what purpose, etc. We have, the Sri Krishna Committee report on personal data. I chaired the committee on non-personal data. We have submitted these reports to the government. Some of these have actually been acted upon. We need to implement it. Some of the data rules which we have come up with have not been implemented. So the policy has come, rules have not come. So I believe we have to do this, and this is extremely important for us because we represent 20% of the world's population.
Absolutely.
You yourself said we are number one and number two for many of these companies. Why? Because the largest user base is here. I think we have to exercise our rights.
Absolutely, and it's not just engines like the one that I mentioned.
And if I may,
yeah,
all the magazines, all the authors, all the book authors, etc., all their products are being misused.
Absolutely, and I think there's a very seminal legal fight underway in the United States. Hopefully that will inform transnational jurisprudence on this matter. Since we have you with us here, I also want you to address an issue that I picked up in a conversation earlier with a CEO who is attending this summit, and this is both the cost of adapting to AI for their businesses as well as the sheer pace of the change. And this was specifically in the financial sector. So there is opportunity for a financial sector company. There is also a realization that you need to suddenly retool yourself rapidly. What would you say to Indian CEOs who are looking at not just external volatility, trade volatility, visa volatility, but a very significant technological volatility underway? How should they keep up with this dramatic pace of change?
It's a problem for all of us humans. The pace at which the machine intelligence is growing is faster than the pace at which humans can learn. Right? That race we have lost. The pace at which the computers can compute, right? You ask me to add up 10 numbers, I may take a minute, 2 minutes. The computer does it in millisecond, microsecond. So the machines are going to be better, right? And this is not just now. If I go from here to home walking or running versus I take a car, of course, Bengaluru roads probably will be faster walking. But that's what technology does, right? Technology gives you new capabilities. It's man plus machine. So what we need to do is leverage the same technology to learn and augment our capabilities. And that's exactly why I said, if you're not using AI, you are not being very productive. You have to leverage. Companies have to do the same thing. They have to understand where they are, what stage they are, how much money they have, come out with a strategy on leveraging this technology as quickly as possible. It's not going to be cheap because everything is now charged on a per employee basis, on a subscription model. You can't buy the technology once and use it forever. Everything is subscription, everything is on an per employee basis. And hopefully we will get some freemium models and things like that. But that's the reason why we need Indian companies to produce Indian products which hopefully are cheaper. And I believe it will be cheaper because the cost of doing anything, creating something new in India is 1/10 the cost. Right?
You think...
Just example, vaccine. India delivered vaccine to the world at $3 per dose. In US it was $30. That's why India could supply vaccine to the rest of the world. So this is an example of how we need to get active in producing products, creating products.
Are you hopeful that India could have its DeepSeek moment in terms of what the Chinese companies said to have done? Will we be able to replicate that?
So, the DeepSeek movement is only an example. We shouldn't go back to doing what they did. We should think forward and see whether are we doing all the right things to catch the next DeepSeek movement. And that's why I said 2D materials. That's why I said sparse, networks and things like that. The large language models now consume, trillion tags and things like that. So we have to think of new models, new algorithms for learning, training, etc. And that's our DeepSeek movement. And this brings me to investment in R&D. I hope Business Today runs a campaign saying Indian industry, India must increase its spending on R&D to 3 to 4% of GDP. It's 0.6% of GDP. That's not going to get us the DeepSeek moment.
Absolutely. You are shining the spotlight on a subject which is very, very important, not just now, has been and will continue to be. And Mr. Gopalakrishnan, we in our most recent India at 100 set of reforms that we present to the government also, this was one of the key suggestions. I was saving this for the last, and we have around 4 minutes left. You referred to that 2-pound thing, 20-watt thing that we have, which still keeps us ahead of artificial general intelligence. So 2-3 quick questions. One, since you spend so much time and effort on brain research, you think a machine will overtake the human brain? Will we have AGI and will it be sentient any time in the future?
I can't answer the sentient question, but will it be, I will say artificial super intelligence, I believe will happen. Whether it's artificial general intelligence, which is the same machine doing all possible things. See, the same brain does everything that a human needs, right? Including sensing, responding. We are doing multiple things. We are breathing, our heart is beating, all that stuff simultaneously. It's all done by the brain. So, artificial general intelligence, I am not sure how close we are. Maybe somebody else can answer. But super intelligence, yes. And sooner than later.
What will that mean for the Indian economy in particular?
I think we need to leverage these things. So, how can we increase the productivity of our workplace, especially in services, and to move to manufacturing? Countries are using robots for manufacturing. We have to do. There is no choice. That means we have to then figure out how do we create enough employment for the people? How do we train and skill and teach all these people? So again, I believe it's through technology. Now,
no, isn't the political class already responding to this by saying, okay, we can't create jobs, but we will promise that we will give 15,000 to everyone? But the Bihar election is now the latest example where 7, 8, 9 times the state budget will be has been promised on an employment scheme. I think the political class is realizing this point that you are making.
So, in some sense, maybe that's the temporary solution, right? Till our per capita income increases, we have enough jobs for everybody. So healthcare is a good example of a space where large number of jobs have to be created. Many of those jobs will not be done by the computer. Looking after patients at home, taking care of our elderly, taking care of our, differently able people and things like that. So we need to think about where jobs will be created and things like that, and then figure out how we can train people, how we can make those jobs attractive. See, that's something we need to do. Now the mental model is these jobs are not good for certain kind of people. That's not acceptable in the future. So we have to create the jobs. I also believe that there's significant value addition that's possible in agriculture. So every sector has to be reimagined in this world. So some of the tasks that farmers do today may be automated, but some other tasks probably will not be. People are talking about now food that's made for just you. It automatically picks up your health parameters and creates a personalized menu for you, cooks it and delivers it to you. There are a lot of jobs to be created in that cycle. So these are the things that we need to think, and I'm hopeful that startups will create those opportunities.
Absolutely, and we'll hear from those startups as the evening progresses, because I started by saying American intelligence, but it is my fervent belief and hope that Indian intelligence, Indian abilities, I will no longer use the word jugaad, Indian abilities will also show us a path and create our own model for AI. Mr. Gopalakrishnan.
I'm 100% sure.
Thank you very much for that. Back to Sakshi.
Thanks so much, Siddharth. Let me also invite on stage Alok Nair, CEO of Business Today, to please come up on stage and present a token of appreciation to Mr. Chris Gopalakrishnan. Let us give a warmest round of applause for this wonderful, insightful session that we've just had. Thank you so much, Mr. Gopalakrishnan, and thank you so much, Alok and Siddharth. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is titled Beyond the Illusion. AI is just not for experts anymore. Young innovators across India are already building the tools that make everyday life smarter and more fun and even simpler. This session will celebrate curiosity, creativity, and the new generation that's showing you that you can truly lead the tech future long before you truly grow up as well. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and meet Roll John Adju, a 16-year-old child prodigy from Kochi, the founder of AI Run Technologies, a company that's created legal bots and tools for developers, and also, you heard it right, he builds actually robots. And he's also created a company, all at an age when a lot of kids of his age are still wondering whether I should choose, science or commerce, which career path should I be taking. He's already created a company as well, and Roll is also a 3-time TEDx speaker, now going on to be a 4th as well, as you told me. A 2-time National AI Buildathon winner. He's already taught over 1.5 lakh students across IITs, Google Tech and global universities at large as well. And on top of that, he's a life coach as well. How do you manage all of that?
To be honest, even I don't know how I manage all of this. But AI helps me though.
AI helps you, and that's what we're going to be seeing now. He has a presentation for us on what he believes AI has in store for all of us. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the wonderful introduction. Hi guys. Is this all the energy you guys have? Hi. Hi. Perfect. So, how many of you guys want to build an AI company or have a company of you guys, right? Your own business. Or how many of you guys think that AI is a bubble? I'm pretty sure a lot of you guys might, right? Yeah? Yes? I need you guys to say more louder. Yes? So what I want to show today is behind the AI hype. I want you guys to see behind the AI illusion. So I personally work in AI, I take sessions in AI, I do a lot of stuff. You guys already heard the introduction. So while I was doing this, I saw a lot of stuff which I wanted to share to the world. First of all, I want to ask this question. Should you start an AI company? Because right now, everyone is like, I want to start a company. I want to start especially an AI company, right? But is it really profitable? Is it profitable? No one knows. No one has researched that, including me. I started an AI company, ARM Technologies, right? Why did I even do that? Is there any use? Let's check it out, right? First of all, normally, what is SaaS? You guys know what SaaS is, right? What is SaaS, guys? You guys have to be interactive. What is SaaS? Service as a software, right? So normally a service as a software, that the profit margin is around 70 to 90%, okay? Yeah, we're talking about profit margins and all, like, service as a business, service as a software companies. Now, do you know how much they have? Every time a new user joins, how much they have to take from their pocket? Like, let's say Netflix or Canva, I went and logged in, and I am their new customer. Do you know how much I have to pay for it? Or Netflix has to pay for it? Zero. Because Netflix doesn't have any additional cost of someone else new joining. But now, let's look at Gen AI. Gen AI has a profit margin of 30 to 60, which is okay, right? SaaS has 70 to 90, so Gen AI has 30 to 60, which is fine. You know the biggest, everyone has heard about Claude? Yeah? No? Guys, I need you to be attentive. Have you guys heard about Claude AI? Yeah, right? Their profit margin is actually only 55%. Or, okay, you'll be like, Rahul, you're telling the second biggest. Tell the biggest. The biggest is? What is the biggest AI out there, guys? Which is the biggest AI out there? Yeah, correct. OpenAI, ChatGPT. So, you know how much profit margin they have? Before answering that, I'll show you guys how much do you think their active users are monthly? Monthly, how much? Like 50,000? 100,000? Okay. I mean, it's not that much. It's only around like 700 to 800 million. Not a lot. Like it's okay. You know, if I had that much money, like it'll be like pennies, you know. But that much, you know how much profit they earn, how many people pay for ChatGPT Pro in that? Plus, anyone, any guesses? 20%, wow. So around 100 million, let's say 200 million, right? Less than 2% pay for ChatGPT. Out of 800 million, only 2%, 10 million pay for ChatGPT Plus. How crazy is that? Right? So next time, that is the biggest AI company out there, guys. So next time you think about making an AI company, do it. That's what I'm not discouraging you guys. I'll tell you guys why. So, the way forward, building a business that lasts, sounds very cool, right? So what do you do for that? See, from my experience, my father's experience, now you guys might know he works for me. So he has worked in Adobe and a lot of other companies out there. And from all the experience which I have gotten, meeting a lot of people, here are things that I feel builds a business that lasts. I totally don't have experience like sir and all, but let's see what I feel in my company. This is what I do. Now, first thing is sell outcome, not tech. I don't care with GPT 4.03 model with 20% refresh. I don't care about all that. I care, let's take an example. I have a law bot under my company. It can create contracts 50 times faster than a lawyer creating. Sounds more appealing, right? Right? Sell outcomes, not just a feature. People do not care about features. That's what I would say, to be honest, an investor might care about. Right? Even investors might care about the problem statement you're solving. Right? That's what people, it should be helpful for them. Right? Yeah? Or am I saying something wrong? Don't scare me, guys. Am I saying something wrong? No, right? Say it loud. Yes? I need you guys to be interactive. That's what my teachers does. So, okay. So, next, solve boring, expensive problems, which I hate. I like to be fun. I like to be energetic. But sadly, that's what sticks. Finance and all the boring stuff like accounting and law, that's what you have to solve. Like another tool, I'm doing a bit of marketing myself too, guys. But another tool which I have under AI realm is a tool for DevOps agents. So you can host your project, your idea directly to the cloud very easily. Zapcap, right? So that is another problem that people actually face, and it's a boring problem. Like, these are very boring to build, but it's fun working on them and making them. Next, Make AI a feature, not the product. That matters a lot because once everyone has heard about Cursor. Cursor is a tool which has AI and you can code side by side with it. So you can still do the coding even if AI doesn't exist in that software, in the software Cursor, right? Even if suddenly one day AI is not there, that software has the value. So don't make AI the product, but rather make it a feature. And that's what we do again at my company, most of the things which I do, right? Okay. So, yeah, Project 47X, you can learn more about it in this website. Okay. Anyway, now, how many of you guys think AI is a bubble? Raise your hands. Okay, I have one person. Do you guys want to know the answer? Because see, do you guys know what a bubble is? I'm pretty sure everyone. In short, a bubble is when it gets too much fake inflated and it just bursts. We have seen a lot of different bubbles like the .com bubble when I was not even alive, when I was in, I was not here, but a lot of other bubbles were there, right? So is AI a bubble, right? Is it going to burst? Should you create a company? Let's say you created a very profitable company, but is it a bubble? Let's check it out. Let's see what top CEOs in US and around the world, what they say, okay? First is Jeff Bezos. It's a bubble, but it's a good one because just like the biotech bubble, we are going to lose a lot of money, but yet we are going to have a lot of medicines. We are going to have a lot of breakthroughs. So yeah, we are going to lose money, guys. Yeah. Let's check the next one. Next is Mark Zuckerberg saying it might be a bubble. I don't care, but the bigger risk is not being part of it and losing or being slow to it, right? I don't care it's a bubble, but this is the thing, right? Next is Sam Altman. He is saying, yes, it's a bubble. People will overinvest and lose money. Then why do we even invest? But yeah, the tech will win. For the tech to win, invest your money. So that's what Sam Altman says. Now, everyone agrees it's a bubble, right? Do you guys agree it's a bubble? No? Well, what? Okay. I'm going to make you guys agree. Let's see by the end of this presentation what you guys say. So, first of all, okay, let's cut that off. I want to say why it is a bubble because you guys, I want you guys to make your own conclusion out of this. I'll be just presenting data. So, first of all, any bubble, the money moves in circle between companies. Okay, and there is no value for those companies. I'll check this out. Okay, so the biggest companies in the world, OpenAI, AMD, Oracle, all these hardware companies, and the biggest AI company, OpenAI, there is a connection to it. Let me show this to you. Okay, so OpenAI actually invested in NVIDIA invested in OpenAI around $100 million, like not that much, right? And in return, OpenAI bought their chips. Okay, so NVIDIA is like, yeah, I'm giving you some money, come to my shop and give me the money back. Okay, basically that's what they're saying, I don't know why, but still. Then there is Oracle. Oracle also buys chips from NVIDIA. And then, you know who it goes to? OpenAI. And then it's like, bro, take this also, you need more, right? So then, a new character comes in, which is AMD. Now, AMD here is like, I give you some stock, I don't have money, but take my stock and use our chips too. OpenAI is like, wow, I have everyone on my side. You know who else is missing? There's one more character missing. NVIDIA. Who is? Intel. So, how can we leave him? He also needs to be there, nah? So, Intel joins in. Intel is like, shares the chip development, so NVIDIA and Intel both together create the chip. Now look at this. Everyone is like not competitors, everyone is just friends. The money is just flowing through inside. Yeah, this is, how many of you guys knew this? Very less, right? This is the reality of AI. Okay, and most bubbles, this is what happens. Now, okay, you'll be like, yeah, so this is the boring graph. I don't like this, too complicated for my head. But if you see Microsoft, all these companies are part of this. The only company which is not is Google. They have their own chip like TPU. They have their own, domain where they can sell these AI tools much faster, right? Google, YouTube, they have the data. They have everything that they need. They can integrate AI into Gmail if they want. They have everything, right? So only part is Google not be there. Everyone else is part of the bubble. Biggest companies, right? Next, loss is not shown. I want to show you guys something else also. SPVs, super purpose vehicle. Basically, these are companies created by bigger companies so that they can get investment. So like ARM Technologies, if I just wanted investment for one of my product rescue, I'll create a small company. So what they did is that Elon Musk is here, looking very cool as always. So he wanted to create a supercomputer from his company XAI. Now to raise investments, he created an SPV. Now when he created an SPV, he raised 20 billion from his SPV or his side small business. Now what he did is that in this 20 billion, he's like, okay. Can you guys guess who gave the most money out of this? I just showed it to you guys. NVIDIA. NVIDIA needs to be there, guys. He's the main character. It's the son of the AI world. So NVIDIA is like, take 2 billion. And SPV is like, cool. We'll buy your GPUs for building the supercomputer. Okay. Now here's something that happens. Out of this 20 billion, 12.5 billion is debt. Now, I have a question to you guys. So the debt, is it shown into XAI's numbers? No, it's shown into the SPVs. SPV is like, no, this is just another company we are renting GPU from. They'll just write it as GPU rental service. So, in the world of AI, do you actually see loss? No, you do not. Everything seems so profitable, right? Now, this is not just in US. Internationally, sadly there is nothing in India coming to that. But even internationally, US has a rule like you can't give any GPUs to like China and all. We need it. So they're like, but India can have one of the best GPUs, and US, Europe, all these countries, and US is telling NVIDIA that you can sell your GPUs to, but do not give it to China. That's what their rule is. Okay. So NVIDIA is like, bro, China is the biggest market out there. Why can't we sell it there? So you know what they do? There is this other company, Nimbus. Nibius, I can't pronounce now. Okay. Basically, they sell, GPUs. So NVIDIA is like, use our GPUs, take some money. Now, in return, I want the money. Basically, you sell stuff. We'll give you the license to sell our stuff. Now, you know what Nibius does? Where is it located? In Europe. NVIDIA is free to invest in Europe. How much? So what Nibius does is that they go and buy things from China. They sell it to China. And the profit comes to Nibius and then it goes back to NVIDIA. Isn't that wild? Because they're not allowed to do it, but at the end of the day it happens. Right? These are some of the sections like behind the illusion of what is happening in the world of AI. So, anyway, so billions moving in circles, companies showing growth, and everyone depending on everyone. Now you know what this shows at the end of the day? This is the exact thing that happens in every bubble out there. Now it's up to us how we become part of this bubble, because sadly we have to. There's no other use. Because AI will not take your job, but someone using AI will. Right? So, yeah, about me, who am I to say all this, coming and just blabbering about this job, AI bubble, should you start an AI company? What am I doing here? Well, I take sessions around the world. I think ma'am has already said most of the stuff. I'm also a content creator on Insta, YouTube. I average upon 1 million views, very less what to do. And then, other than consulting for businesses on how they can integrate AI, I create my own AI products as well. Do a lot of this stuff. I also have a 30-day AI challenge where literally I teach about AI for free in 30 days. Literally starting from what is AI to being able to create your own AI. I'm teaching everything about that for free on my YouTube, because I believe at least the basics of AI should be free. And I'm having my next course starting on November 15, again free, where I'm teaching about AI, how it can be used in your business, starting from landing page to customer service, creating your sales agents, everything. Because at the end of the day, even if it's a bubble, you have to be part of it. Use it in any type of SaaS business even, right? Because see, why do I have to teach? Because our education system can't. Right? Final thing, in short, in a country that provides 15 lakh engineers, only 3% of them get work, which is very, very sad. So that is why I have to come in and do all this. Me personally, I still do go to school, but very few days. I was in Oman, going to Kolkata, going a lot of places, but at the end of the day, our education system really needs to improve, especially in India. That's why I have to learn all this from YouTube and different places, and I can't rely on my education system. It should not be about marks, it should not be about that. It should be practical. We should go out and learn. It should be based on real life skills like communication, which I don't think I have a lot of, but in short, this is what matters. And the most important skill in the world of AI, do you know what it is? Final thing, is being as human as possible. And never forget that. That's it. Thank you.
Fantastic. Huge, huge round of applause, and thank you so much, Raul. But I do have some questions for you as well. You know, you spoke so confidently and right in front of Mr. Chris Gopalakrishnan, who's been the pioneer of technology in India as well, and now you are talking about AI and the future too. I want to start off by understanding from you. What do you think is now going to be coming in forward? What should we be prepared for? You know, you took so many names there. Some of them we could actually identify with. Generative AI is now a part of our lives as well. What do you think is coming in next?
I mean, I feel just like Sir said, ASI, AGI, a lot of things are coming, right? We are right now in the stage of agentic AI, going to AGI. AGI is like kind of like the teenager who is like the same thing as humans, you know, can do everything, can do the task. But like me, okay, I'm a teenager, even if you guys can't believe it, I am 16. But at the end of the day, ASI I feel is the AI that's going to kill us.
Okay.
Way more powerful than human beings.
Okay.
But I feel that's the future, where we have these AR glasses, where we have AI as a companion, like just like we can't live without our phones right now. Like I can't even leave it on the table. Just like that, I feel AI is also going to be a way more big part of it, more than what ChatGPT it is to right now.
Okay. So you also took a lot of global tech companies' names. There was no AI India company name there. Tell me, you know, what do you think about India right now participating in this global race for AI? Should we be just a part of it, and where exactly can we be really leading AI from the front?
Here's what I feel, okay? AI should not join the rest of the AI race. Were we there when computers were big? We skipped to the mobile, right? But rather what we should do, we should redefine the AI race, right? We should create our own race. That is not by copying what they do. We Indians are different, right? We don't just want like delivery, just like in US and all. We want it in 5 minutes, quick commerce, right? We need it in our own way. And I feel we should redefine it for us and the rest of the world. And this is our opportunity to do that, because as we go on, the opportunities keep on changing. And we don't have a lot of time, guys.
Yeah, you also, that's wonderful, in fact. What a wonderful answer there. And I also want to understand, you actually said that, you know, you do go to the school, but less times. Do you still get a lot of scolding from your teachers for missing out on school like today? It's Wednesday today, and you're here at the Business Today AI Summit?
Yes, actually, yesterday I was in Oman. I'm going to Kolkata for training of a company, and then colleges, 3, 4. Then I was like going to another place. So I've been traveling a lot, and my teachers are like, yesterday when they messaged my father, like, where is Rahul? Is he even alive? We only see his name on the attendance paper. You know, so they're like, they want me there at school, but the thing is that I'm just everywhere. Because see, you can learn from real life, go into the real world and learn. But also I go to school, to be honest, I just go to socialize and be with my friends.
That's wonderful. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Raul. May I please request Siddharth Basu Chatterjee to come up on stage and to present a token of appreciation there for Raul.
Thank you so much.
And a huge, huge round of applause.
Thank you so much.
Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. That was a wonderful session, a 16-year-old inspiring all of us when we're talking to all experts throughout the day. Ladies and gentlemen, time for our next session. And this session is titled Harnessing AI in Healthcare. This session explores how artificial intelligence is reshaping healthcare delivery, from improving surgical outcomes and diagnostics to even lowering the costs, enabling accessible, high-quality treatment for patients, and also for more insights into practical innovations and the future of technology-driven medicine. For this session, I'd like to call upon stage our next set of panelists. Please put your hands together for Dilip Jose, the MD and CEO of Manipal Hospitals, to please join us on stage. Huge round of applause. Let's also welcome Viren Prasad Shetty, Vice Chairman, Narayana Health, to also join in on the stage, please. Geeta Banjunath also to be on the stage. CEO and founder, Nirmay Health Analytics, to also join in. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our next set of panelists. Let me invite on stage Shailendra Bhatnagar, editor for Markets, Business Today, and Karishma Sudani, special correspondent of Business Today, to moderate this session.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. What a wonderful day to be in Bangalore. Excellent weather. From those who come from Delhi, and Bombay, this is such a welcome relief to be in this wonderful city, minus the traffic, of course. Ladies and gentlemen, if you look back over the last 2 years or so, one of the most secular and fantastic bull runs that have happened on Dalal Street is in hospital stocks. And there is a crying need in 140 crore people to have quality medical care at affordable prices, 24/7, and two major hospital chains represented by Dilip ji from Manipal Hospitals and Mr. Viren Prasad Shetty from Narayana Health are doing an amazing job, especially NH, as it is called on Dalal Street over the last 20 years or so. But will artificial intelligence change this game altogether is what we are going to find out over the next 20 minutes or so. To you, Mr. Shetty, first. Frugality is a byword at Narayana Health. You do things and at price points which are amazingly low. How do you see artificial intelligence at this point of time in your own landscape, and how are you using at it presently?
There are many technological leaps that have happened ever since we started in our journey towards making healthcare more accessible. The biggest constraint in the service industry is the huge reliance on manpower, and manpower doing a lot of activity that is manual, paper intensive, time intensive. The biggest insight that our founder, Dr. Shetty, had earlier on was to make doctors, nurses, patient-facing people focus only on the patient, and everything else find a way for it to not be a problem. Now, the biggest applications we find with all digital technology, and AI is a subset among them. And the biggest application that we find for all digital technology is making things better for the doctors, for the nurses, and for the patients. Now, what does it mean for things to be better? Meaning a lot of the repetitive, non-essential things that cause a little bit of annoyance are things that AI could play a huge role. As an example, radiologists need to see thousands and thousands of x-rays in our system every single day to tell for chest x-ray, because you need to tell whether the patient is at risk of TB or not. No radiologist wants to do it. No junior radiologist wants to do it. No technician wants to do it. It is mind-numbing work. But there are image AIs that will look at it and guide the radiologist only to focus on the 10% or so of the cases that are at a slight risk. So that cuts the work, 90% of the workload goes away.
Okay. Dr. Shetty, very interesting that you did highlight the fact that one of the big challenges is manpower, and while technology and AI is going to help it, there is a certain skepticism in the market that it could dehumanize the doctor-patient relationship and could lose that personal touch. Do you see that happening on ground?
The future that is envisioned, wherein technology fully cuts out the role of the doctor, has been a recurring theme of all technology from the time computers were first invented. So it's a fear that dates back to the 1960s. It has not come to pass. We don't believe it will ever come to pass. The
effort what we are putting in towards technology and what most people in the healthcare industry is, it actually gives more time back to the doctor that is freed up, that allows them to spend more time with the patient and actually to humanize it more. At no point is technology used by any person willingly that makes their life worse, that makes their relationship with their patient worse.
Got it. Dr. Manjunath, I want to come to you, and this is slightly a bit personal because it's a woman-to-woman conversation, and the fact that screening of breast cancer has become so important now worldwide, and the mortality rates of it is so high, especially if we also talk about data in India. I want to understand that how did you think of bringing an AI perspective to this? Was there a push that kind of gave you a step in the right direction to get this to India?
Yeah, breast cancer is a major issue. Especially this month is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, right? 2,000 lives go every day, and that's something we can actually save because breast cancer is completely curable. We have hospitals like these, who have all the able doctors, oncologists, to attack or, treat the breast cancer, but people are not coming on time, right? So this, I just want to take that 1 minute to do the awareness piece for October. But having said that, to answer your question, actually, in my case, because I sort of came from the AI world, my PhD was in AI, I was head of AI lab for Xerox. It was literally like serendipity. And I already had the hammer, and right in front of me, I saw my close relatives, 38-year-old and 42-year-old, just disappear because of breast cancer, disappear from the world. So when this happened at such young age to my relatives, I just saw this at close quarters, and I said, why can't we, like I'm trying to solve the problem of so many issues in Europe, US as a multinational lab director for AI. So why can't we solve this problem? So I looked at it as a problem that was in front of me. And then the hammer actually I had was, that is like the lab I was leading was AI and so on. So it was not a forced use, but I was trying to see how can I help to solve this problem. And then figured out that there was a imaging technology, thermal imaging, which was initially used in very early days, but later it is still used by 500 doctors, but it's not really in every hospital. Then I figured out the main reason is the accuracy. And accuracy of interpreting images, videos, this is exactly where AI can be wonderful, right? Detecting those very, very minute pattern variations and so on. So I just decided, why don't we try this as an experiment, and tried, and then now it's actually reached very high levels of sensitivity and specificity, that is accuracy.
Right. Let's get Dilip ji into the conversation. Sir, you run a shade below 50 hospitals in India and overseas, about 12,500 beds. For an organization such as Manipal Hospitals, is AI just a buzzword, or how are you deploying it within your hospital chain to either cut costs or maybe improve patient interaction?
Yeah, thank you, Shailendra, for having me here, and thank you, BT. But before I come to that, let me take a minute to separate healthcare a little bit from all the other topics that we had today in AI. We talked about manufacturing in the first panel. We talked about engineering and how the role that AI is playing in significantly improving the productivity, lots of errors and all that. But those are things that we can watch with fascination, watch with admiration. But when it comes to healthcare, it's a little closer home that when you take your child with high fever to the ER, if an AI agent is going to receive you, is going to be, somewhat different. So that's the mindset, for a healthcare provider. That so AI, like Viren also talked about earlier, it is not about reducing costs. It is not about removing the role of a doctor. The way Manipal would look at this, does it add to efficiency? Does it add to quality? To give two examples, when we do robotic surgeries, and if you sort of twin it with AI, the ability to do very precise surgeries, the ability to give great outcomes to a patient dramatically improves. That's one example. Another example I could give that we use in Manipal is, a lot of the times in hospitals around the country, ICUs which are high cost, high cost beds or high charge for patients in a day. A lot of the times ICUs are used for intensive monitoring rather than intensive therapy. It is for intensive monitoring. We have systems in our hospitals where patients are monitored outside of an ICU using wireless devices, and the predictive capabilities can be used if a patient is likely to require ICU, and if the parameters are declining pointing to a crash, then move the patient in advance before that happens to the ICU, and then we are better utilizing the infrastructure, we are reducing the cost to the patient. And other uses would be standard non-controversial uses like using AI for reading radiology images, for dynamic allocation of nurses, AI chatbot that we talked about outside. So these are some of the conventional uses that we have put in place.
Well, when you are dealing with patients and when a lot of people are coming, is there a bit of skepticism around to convince people on the use of AI, or is it just normal?
I think, Karishma, a lot of the time it remains in the background. We would want to ensure, I think healthcare delivery system would want to ensure that people interact with the person, because healthcare delivery is also about empathy and compassion. That the doctor's hand on your shoulder is still important.
Yes.
So therefore, a lot of the time this kind of technology is deployed. Unlike in manufacturing or engineering where it can be front end and very visible, we may have to take care to see that it is not giving an impression that people are getting replaced by AI. There are no doctors available or technicians available. So therefore, my own feeling is it has to be a technology at the back end.
Right. Mr. Shetty, this one comes to you, and it's closer home. Amongst the top 3 heart surgeons that are there in India and perhaps in the world, one of them is the founder of Narayana Health. When you interact with him and the other senior doctors within NH, what are the 2 or 3 basic points that they discuss about artificial intelligence? Most of the hospital chains in India were started by, brilliant surgeons, brilliant doctors. And are their skills something that can be replicated across India? For instance, can Dr. Shetty, sitting in Bangalore, operate upon 50 heart surgeries across India or overseas simultaneously?
Shetty himself operating on 50 people simultaneously, no. Unless you create an algorithm that is able to operate like him.
Is it possible via artificial intelligence over the next 5 years?
The time it would take to generate an algorithm that can operate perfectly, yes, but then at that point Dr. Shetty would be irrelevant. It would just be the most optimal way to treat a patient. We don't know if that day would ever come. We live in today. If you ask me what is the most useful thing that my father finds with AI right now, it is that every morning I get a long update on searching he's done on ChatGPT the previous day about different facts about insurance, or it's replaced his Google searching. So it also makes that every time there's a new business concept he wants to understand, he's able to understand it much better. Every time there's a new clinical article he wants to summarize, he's able to get the summary much faster. If there are facts that he needs, it's presented in a more comprehensive way. So it's not, the doctors don't think about AI as a replacement for the self. They think of it as the enhancement of the self. And I think while a lot of the techno-evangelists who are pumping up the notion of increasing amounts of money to be spent in AI talk about the digital human, I think it's an important element of us to be grounded and look at technology that serves us and that makes us better as people.
Dr. Shetty, let's keep the 50 number aside, but this long distance surgery and long distance monitoring is doable, right? Because there have been a lot of case studies talking about it.
It is doable, but it is irrelevant. You wouldn't get into a plane that was automatically piloted. You wouldn't get into any sort of vehicle that was automatically piloted. If someone calls you as a telemarketer and you find out it's not a person, you put the phone down. There are human-mediated things that are just, as people, we value much more than a fully, so robot assistance, yes. A lot of the modern systems on the intuitive robot, if your hand makes a sudden jerk, it will compensate against that. It knows that this is an action you did not mean to do. And so it will stop that. But it won't do the operation for you. For two important reasons why it would never do that. One, the ethics of such a thing would never be allowed, because then it becomes a question of who you assign the liability of that procedure going wrong, which equipment company will never take that responsibility. Two, no patient would ever trust a fully robot-driven procedure. So in terms of a person sitting somewhere and getting operated somewhere else, the liability issues will never be solved. Technology problems sometimes are the easiest problems to fix, but the emotional problems, the legal liability problems, the problems of logistics even. See, to create the setup that allows robot surgery in a remote village in India will cost as much as it's cheaper to fly the patient to a major center. But to create a robot assisted in a village means you need 24-hour power backup. You need someone to repair the robot when it's not working. That infrastructure is not available. So just having the doctor be able to dial in means nothing.
Very interesting. I want to come to Dr. Manjunath on this, on very similar lines, because you did highlight two important points. One, the emotional state, and second, the fact of reaching people out there in the rural areas. Dr. Manjunath, well, breast cancer itself is still something that needs a lot of awareness among women in out of urban areas, in tier 2, tier 3, out of tier 2, tier 3 cities. Has it been difficult, challenging, convincing women to get screened, to get timely screened with AI, besides keeping aside the other modes of technologies that have already been existing, because ultrasound has been there, mammogram has been there for long, yet it has not seen enough numbers?
Actually, the young boy before this mentioned, I think, don't bring AI in front, bring the problem or the solution. Don't mention. The way we do it is exactly that way, right? It's a no-see, no-touch solution for detecting breast abnormalities. So it's like a changing room. The lady enters, she's just sitting in front of a device which is measuring the temperature variations on the chest, and we convert that into a triage, right? So that in the rural areas, of course, it's not purely automated like gentleman mentioned. It is really human is the interface. There is a health worker who is trained in trying to use the tool and so on, but instead of doing hand-based examination, which is extremely subjective and detects only stage 2, 3, 4, kind of depends on when person arrives, this is able to detect abnormalities much earlier, at least to try it, so that we can bring them to the hospital. So we kind of, sometimes when you're describing the solution, I forget that there is AI behind. But AI is definitely a differentiator that is the key enabler for understanding 4 lakh temperature points, which are very, very sensitive, like 0.001 and so on, which human eye cannot see, could not see when it is actually thrown as a heat map. So there is definitely AI engine there, which is trained using human expertise and other existing diagnostic method, answers, etc. But we very, very seldom talk about AI when we actually go to rural areas. It's just about the solution and then how it helps, how it works. Because it is completely privacy aware, a lot of people are interested in coming in and taking the test, actually.
Okay. Now, let's look at how artificial intelligence may or may not impact balance sheets. Narayana Health is publicly listed, and Dilip Ji is also looking at that space over the next 1 or 2 years.
I'm not commenting on that.
No worries.
My balance sheet has to be AI based because that's the only product I do.
Let's get Mr. Shetty into this conversation. So, profit after tax in the last 10 years has compounded at 48%. You have lots of money to deploy, and Manipal Hospitals is also deeply, deeply funded. When you have a lot of surplus funds and you look at trying to improve efficiency. How much do you think over the next 4 or 5 years will be the amount as a percentage spent on AI tools to either improve profit or to increase sales? To you, Dilip, first.
So Shailendra, when the expenditure on AI has become relevant or significant only during the last 3 to 4 years, for us at least, that prior to that it was about technology, standard medical technology, buildings, equipment, and all that. Expenditure on AI became significant over the last 2, 3, 4 years. Now, we would not want to put a limiting number to that. If it is a requirement, we have to find the money. I think that's the way to look at. And if it is enhancing safety, it is enhancing efficiency. If you are able to deliver cost at a lower price to the patient, so that's the amount that we would need to find. So it's a matter of allocation. Given that capital is limited, we may have to find the money from somewhere else and put it in AI.
I'm sure capital is not a problem for you.
So assuming there is some finite capital at some point of time, then we would have to maybe redeploy capital. That's a way to look at. That's the way in the past we have looked at technology. For example, 5 years back, maybe we had 3 robots in our network or 4 robots in our network. Now we have 30 or 40 robots in our network. So it is expensive technology. 5 years back, maybe we had 5 linear accelerators for cancer treatment. Now most of our hospitals got linear accelerators. So money would have to be found. So it would mean some kind of a prioritization. And if AI is something that is core to what we want to do, we should not forget hospitals are there for care delivery. And if AI is going to drive that more efficiently, that money needs to be found. That's the way I would look at it.
So AI is the future. So our spend on AI will be in the future. Today it's fractions. If you say directly attributable cost to AI, meaning how much is paid for Claude license, for OpenAI, for all of that, it will be fractions of a percent. But AI is starting to be embedded in everything we do. So our technology spend is significant, and AI is a part of that.
Dr. Manjunath, I want to come to you. We just had this session where there was a young entrepreneur, maybe Gen Alpha or Gen Z or whatever it is. But he did speak a lot about how at a young age he's been talking about AI and that's seeing technological advancements across sectors. If there is a word of advice you have for young entrepreneurs who are willing to solve issues in the health space sector, what would it be?
Yeah, that's a great question because definitely we have a lot of enthusiasm in young, fresh engineers or fresh AI data scientists who are coming in from a non-engineering background as well to solve healthcare problems because there are numerous healthcare issues that we have to solve. But solving a healthcare issue using AI, first and foremost, the founder or the developer should never ever forget the end user in mind and the clinical efficacy that is needed for this. I think when I of course started Niramai long back, I came in from a computer science background. The deepest thing I had to learn is about how to do clinical trials in such an effective manner, in prospective blinded studies we call it, so that first we prove to ourselves that it is actually working the way it is supposed to work, especially when you are doing a clinical decision support kind of a problem where the result that comes out of the AI is helping a doctor make a clinical decision, diagnostic decision. So there we should never underestimate the requirement of clinical studies that needs to be done. Comparing with the very, very golden sort of labels we call it, reference tests and so on and so forth. That is primary, right? Second, testing the solution in field or whichever is the intended use of the device, right? People generally do it in the lab and say, oh, I have 98% accuracy, go give it to a hospital. That doesn't work, Wherever it is supposed to be used, whoever is supposed to use it, if a nurse has to use it, nurse has to use it, and then you should do a clinical study. I think the level of rigorous nature that we have to do the clinical studies is a major one. Second major one is the explainability of the results. We know that AI, of course, gives a lot of numbers, probability values, and so on and so forth. What do these numbers mean? What do these numbers mean in a clinical setting? So explaining the outcome as well as the pathway or the interpretability of the result, like on the different path that the AI took to come to that decision. For example, I'll give you, instead of being vague, in breast cancer screening, of course, discussing with the doctors, we came up with a report which actually gives you a end outcome which is very similar to like a BI-RAD scoring which mammogram gives. But of course, this is not meant to be replacing mammogram because it is much earlier. But once we did this, say, how did you get a BI-RAD 4? That is high risk. Then we say it's because of vascularity, it's because of... So explaining the result will help the doctor take the tool as a real expert tool which they can make the final decision in a very educated manner. Instead of, we're not saying, the doctor should be so enamored by the result that they will just say whatever the tool says. That's not. Like, it has to be doctor plus tool. For that, the tool has to be interpretable, explainable, and fully clinically validated. I think this is something that every new entrepreneur should check, and every hospital which is using it should make sure that this is done by the entrepreneur.
Let's look at the intangible part of artificial intelligence in medicine. And Mr. Shetty, I'm sure this has been a personal experience for you. When you were very young, a lot of troubled patients prostrating in front of Dr. Shetty Senior to save their lives, to do a wonderful operation. Until about 40 years ago, a doctor would come second closest to God in India. Those things sadly have changed dramatically for the worse, especially in the northern part of our country. With artificial intelligence around, do you think that phase will come back, or is that now a distant memory?
The phase of doctors being deified.
Yes.
It should have never happened. It happened because of a time of shortage where the doctors were worshipped. They're just people. There is no world in which you ever want to place one human above another. AI, if it creates 1 million more doctors, human doctors, that would be the best service for humanity. At no point should it ever accrue unnatural amount of power to just a few people to have unquestioned authority, because that's what to be a god means. It means you don't question. And that should never be the case. Our doctors get constantly questioned. The patients coming with multiple printouts, multiple ChatGPT reports on possible diagnoses. The end result of all of that is always cancer. That's the joke in medicine. In the end, everyone has cancer, if you Google any symptom. But it makes the doctor a lot more accountable. It makes the medical field a lot more responsive to how patients want to be heard, and give people the choice to go after second opinions. I don't know, Dilip, if you can.
Yeah, I want to bring in another point, if I may. When we look at AI in healthcare for our country, we need to look at it in the context of our country. That, let's step back for a minute and see. India's got something like 23 lakh hospital beds today, and every estimate says, which is about half of, at least, we are short by 50%. That today, India needs another 23 lakh hospital beds today. And that's the money which is not there. Nobody can find that. A hospital bed these days, even if it's 1 crore per bed, it's an enormous sum that we are talking about. So then the solution is not to have people come into hospitals, because hospitals are not going to be able to handle it. The solution for India's healthcare requirement is prevention and wellness. Can we use AI for prevention and wellness rather than talking about AI-enabled or fully AI hospitals? Maybe it is the primary focus would need to be in prevention and wellness. Can AI create content? Can AI create early detection kind of modes? Can it create early diagnosis which will reduce the cost of treatment? Can we channelize the use of technology towards prevention and wellness rather than curative tertiary care which the country can't afford?
Okay. My final question, ladies and gentlemen. In cities like Bangalore and Mumbai in particular, where traffic barely moves, what if there is a patient who's stuck in an ambulance and is in dire need for medical help?
Yeah.
I don't think we can solve the traffic problem.
Yeah.
But is there a possibility in artificial intelligence that he might get better help and quickly?
Great question. That we are currently working on a model where in a 5G enabled ambulance, the image of the patient can prompt a diagnosis and prompt the ambulance attendants what needs to be done, which otherwise might have been done in a hospital by a doctor. In a life-saving situation, what is that can be do in an ambulance? We are working on it.
Mr. Shetty, last
Yeah,
word to you.
I'll do one better. Don't wait for it to come to the point where you need an ambulance. For everyone in this room, for everyone listening to this, get your checkup done now. All the AI, all the technology, all the doctors, all the recommendations, everything is available on the way to your office, on the way to your work. If you haven't done your annual checkup, please get your checkup done. Get your blood test, get your CT, get your mammogram if required, get the full body physical, visit a doctor. All the technology in the world will not save you when you are in a very serious condition. A lot of these can be very easily prevented, detected much earlier in your 30s, in your 40s. So don't wait.
And may I make one final point that in a fully AI run hospital, hallucination means very different things to us, very different things to the customers. It is not like hallucination in a manufacturing or engineering situation. We should be mindful, therefore, in using AI loosely in healthcare is the only comment I would have.
Absolutely. That's why clinical trials are super, super important to make sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a wonderful conversation. Thank you, the panel, and the two gentlemen that you need to know in Bangalore if you have a medical problem.
Thank you so much. It was a wonderful conversation. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our panelists. May I please invite on stage Masuma Parekh, National Head Business Today, to please present a token of appreciation to all our panelists. And huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for these very insights that have actually helped us in our real lives, truly, and inspired us to the core. Big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to move on to our next session this evening. And this one is titled AI, India's Growth Engine. Artificial intelligence is redefining global competitiveness. Nations are truly racing to capture the economic as well as the strategic potential there. And this session will truly examine India's position in a global AI landscape, evaluating the strengths, the challenges, the opportunities at large. And the conversation will actually discuss what will it really take for India to not just keep pace with global AI, but also lead AI, covering talent, investment, research, public-private collaboration, and all other aspects as well. For this session, I'd like to call upon stage my next set of guests. Ankit Bose, Head of AI at NASSCOM, huge round of applause. Let me also invite Nitin Naredi, Partner of Deloitte India. And let us also welcome on stage Prabal Singh, Vice President Marketing and Consumer Experience at Zoho. Warm welcome to all of you, and huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Let me call upon stage my colleague, Palak Agarwal, Senior Assistant Editor, Business Today magazine, and I will be co-moderating the session with her.
So a great set of conversation we have had since morning, and now we want to talk about India as growth engine, how AI will play a major role in Indian economy. We have been talking about building homegrown models, transitioning from a service-driven economy to a product-driven economy. So now I would like to start the conversation from you, Ankit. We have been known as the back office of the world. So now to transition from that, from the service sector mindset to a product-led economy, what all is required?
I think, let's relook the question. The question what you're asking is from a service-based mindset, which was there inherently for last 2 decades. How can we make the shift, right? I think this shift started probably a decade back, right? Definitely when you start, there are ups and downs, right? So I think a decade back, if you would have thought about a startup, right, as a word, people would have thought that, you're perhaps not working, you're taking a break, right, like that, right? From that time till now, startup is really, the way right now. Most of the youngsters, they want to go build a startup, build a company, build something which is truly different, right? And if I just take AI as an example, right? India has inherently around 2,700 AI startups, native startups, right? In last 2 years, we have seen a significant growth in Gen AI startups, right? Again, when we started, I think 24, and we were around 150. It went to 350. Now, last quarter, we came out with a report which says we had 890 Gen AI startups, right? Again, the point is that all of these predominantly are product startups, right? When we have that shift, right? Because at the end, the shift has to happen. There should be some sort of maturity, success, right? It takes time, and we have a fabulous success story on the stage, right? Zoho is a classic example. They are a product company. The shift has happened, and there are so many Zohos in making right now. So what I feel, I think that journey he started. We are at the mid stage. We'll see the peak soon, and we'll see a lot of companies who are product companies, innovation-led companies, than services companies. In that.
Absolutely. Yeah. Nitin, I'll take that point forward with you as well. There was a time when India was seen, there was a decade when we were seen as the back office of the world, and we were pretty proud about it. Now this current decade is being seen as the AI decade of the world as well. Do you think this is also the decade when India will try to become the brain of the world when it comes to AI too?
No, absolutely. If you look at the last few years, last 5, 10, 15 years, we have largely been consumer of AI models and all the big tech development which has been happening around the world. But I think now that tectonic shift needs to happen where we move away from being consumer to actually becoming creators. And I'm already seeing that happening. And we have a beautiful example on the left side of me where Zoho is pretty much taking the lead on some of those stuff. So I see that happening. And there is more than enough impetus coming from the government as well. Some of the regulations, some of the support which is coming in for startup ecosystem, for SMEs. Very soon you will also see the AI governance framework coming in, and you will actually see that there are safe harbors and sandbox rules which have been identified in the framework, which actually equips the MSMEs and small enterprises and startups to do innovation without taking too much of risk, actually do experiments and not worry about failure. So that will be a big shift which will happen very soon.
Great. Both Nitin, you and Ankit, you have given Zoho as an example. So Prawal, I really want to understand, because Zoho has had this approach always of being an Indian company, hardcore, developing everything from India. So how does that strategy play out, given that we have so many global companies and even Indian companies relying a lot on the global companies? So how does that strategy play out?
Sure. First of all, thank you, India Today Group, both Sakshi, you and Palak, for having me here, and for all of you for sitting out patiently today, all day here. My pleasure to be here. To your point, I think the most important thing to understand about this is whether AI or technology in general, a lot of these are hype cycles which you just can't adopt. I mean, you can't just avoid in any way. I mean, as a company, we've been around for close to 30 years now. We have seen different cycles, hype cycles, financial cycles, and whatnot. And one thing we've come to realize is these are long bets that you play. It's very hard to build a Zoho overnight, and I'm not saying it from Zoho lens. Anything that is truly worth its time, it has taken a while to build that, right? So AI happened now, but mobile happened, cloud happened. We've been through these cycles in the past as well. And I think if I was to answer your question how we're able to do that, I think it's as simple as being patient and perseverance, and playing the long game. And then playing the long game from our lens, which is looking at the market and the opportunity very differently. We're not in a rush. Even with the AI piece, we launched our LLM, but we're not looking at going after the big consumer LLMs of the world. That's not the motive. We're looking at enterprise LLM, which will be built for enterprises, for businesses. It's very similar to how a consumer search engine is very different from a business search engine, right? The context is different. The permissions across personal, individual, and org boundaries are different, etc. An LLM that I would use to find a recipe for something that I want to cook is very different from an LLM that I want to give a prompt and get some org data, right? So we have played these by our own rules of looking at things in the long term from a technology lens and everything building ourselves. So today we proudly run our own data centers, around 18 of them globally. We've built our own technology, own product. We dog food on that as well. And AI is the next step on that. We're building our own LLM, etc. Both on the data side and the compute side, we've always believed in building it from the ground up. And interestingly, even though we have customers in over 150 countries, more than 130 million users worldwide, all of the technology R&D happens from India. We may have employees in 75 countries today, but all the engineering and R&D happens in India. You know, pretty much South India, I would say, you know, including tier 2 and tier 3 towns and cities and villages. So I think that's the model that we've adopted. It takes a while to ship. We may not be the #1 player called out on every hype cycle, but we are okay with that. Okay, we want to be known for something that is more meaningful, checks the boxes of trust and privacy and everything from affordability to cater to the masses, rather than being in the news hype cycle for something that just came out last night. So that's the I would say the mindset that we've adopted. And I think to your point of becoming a product nation from a service nation is nothing but a mindset thing. We have the talent in the country. We've had people who've built the same things after going outside, right? And now we are seeing a lot of companies coming out of India. I was just sitting and chatting, and Ankit mentioned the number of AI-led and technology-led startups they are incubating and working together with, right? So we have all of that in India. It's a mindset thing. If we decide that we have together to make India as a technology powerhouse, I'm sure we'll get there. Again, it will take time, but I believe we'll get there.
We will get there. Ankit, in fact, let me come to you on that point itself. All the nations across the world, US, EU, China, everybody is just racing to develop their own national AI. What is the sovereign AI strategy that you believe India must work on over the next few years? And what should it be based on? Should it be on the ethical side? What should it be really, focused on?
So great question. I think when we talk about AI sovereignty, I think let's equate it to the nuclear technology or technology as simple as that, UPI which we have built, right? Again, we have been, followers and in the technology world. Because of that, we have been, delayed, right? But again, that delay onset can really help us leapfrog, right? Again, let's see what US is doing. Let's see what China is doing. US, since the last 3 years or probably 5 years, they've been pumping money in AI research, and building larger model, which are trillion size, right? Parameter size. Now, are those models really deployable in production? We have to see, right? So I think they can invest, they can put money, they can build large models, which can, be eventually their goal of replacing a human or build an AGI, right? But again, the point is that for the purpose of the world, the humanity, we need models which can really solve problems, right? Those are micro problems, right? So we need not a strategy to build larger models. We need models which are vertical specific, SLMs, smaller models, micro models, even mini models, which basically can be deployed very targeted to solve a problem, right? I think that's what is the first thing. So I think this all started with, the model race. We should focus on building models which can solve problems for the nation, right? I think that's the first thing. And then if I equate back what India is doing through government initiatives like India Mission, we have allocated $1.2 billion, right? And government has, at least supported 5 to 6 different model initiatives. These are foundation model initiatives. These are foundation and vertical model initiatives. So that's happening. Let's come to the second point, which is when we talk about sovereign AI, we should have a GPU cluster which can support that, right? Again, US, if I compare, has the companies who own all the the GPUs, right? Again, Nvidia, Intel, Qualcomm, all of them. So the point is that right now they have the leverage. They have deployed that leverage, and they have said they will give certain amount of GPUs to the countries who they see as partners, as second partners, and who are threats, right? China is in the threat category, right? Now China, having that, used that as an add-on advantage. They started their own research, right? As good as a week back, they've released something called Muxi C600. That's their own GPU, which they intend to replace any other GPUs with their using, right? That's what they have done, right? If I go probably a few months back, they have built a cluster which was using lower end GPUs to compete with the larger, newer GPUs, right? I think they have done that. So I think what is learning for India in that, we should use our research, right? We should use our other knowledge base to create such clusters which can be in CDAC, which can be in India Mission, which can be in probably ISRO, DRDO, wherever. To create such clusters which can be utilized, right? We should not go for the bigger and mightier race. We should go for the race which is solving our problems, right? But at the same time, I think that's a larger problem to solve. Sure. But India is growing its GPU cluster base currently. When we started 2023 start on 24, we were less than few thousand GPUs. Now, at least we can say government is providing 32,000 GPUs. Plus, there are private parties who would have around 20,000 plus GPUs. Right? This is growing. I think we'll grow our base, right? So that's the second parameter. Third is application and the skills to utilize the AI, right? Again, there we are thriving because, as I said, there are so many AI startups and they all are building applications, right? At 1/10 the cost which, the startups are building in the US, right? So it's just a matter of time. Few of the startups will be ahead in the race. They will build that, big momentum and probably become a unicorn as we go, right? The last is the skills and the, know-how to deploy. If we really have to see the benefit of AI across the, humanity, you need people to deploy, right? The people who are, having that right skill set, right? Now the point is that if I compare just two numbers, right? One number is that, the supply of human capital in AI in India is around 650,000 supply. Demand is around 8 lakh something. But again, the point is that the next supply is in US, which is around 750,000 approximately. Demand is 9 lakh, right? These are two big base of supply of AI skill set. If you go any other country, that's very minuscule. That's few in thousands, right? So across these four categories, I think India definitely has some of the areas we should go ahead and work, and some areas we are ahead. But again, I think I'm sure we will be in the race.
Nitin, you wanted to say?
Yeah, I just wanted to add a little bit more on the last point around the supply side of skills. I think there's a very massive demand for upskilling of AI talent in the country. I personally believe that every single school in the country, all the way from a government school in tier 3 city to a high profile convent school in metro, should start embedding AI courses. There has to be AI fluency program in every organization. Deloitte has taken up a challenge to run an AI fluency program and ensure that 100% of its employee is AI fluent by end of the year. A similar program has to be run by all organizations, all schools, because if you're looking at AI sovereign strategy for 2030 for India, you need to have a very large pool of AI resources in the country. Without that, we are not going anywhere. You can't have a set of few thousands or a few million people knowing, understanding about AI. So that's very, very critical if you want to go towards that journey.
But we are still scratching the surface somewhere in upskilling and reskilling AI. But the point is, since we are talking about sovereign AI, the draft AI bill is also set to come. So what are 2 to 3 recommendations or, the frameworks that Deloitte would be suggesting their clients to follow? And also, since a lot is happening to follow responsible AI or ethical AI, what is really happening on ground right now?
That's a very interesting question because, like you rightly said, the draft framework is out and we will see the light of the final, probably the law or the bill sometime soon. So over the last few months, or I would say around 9 to 12 months, the focus on AI risk management, AI governance, AI assurance is picking up. Historically, if you see over the last 5, 7, 8 years, there was pretty much a herd mentality in India. Everybody wanted to implement an AI program, build models without looking at the risk around AI. And there are more than enough accidents which has happened around AI programs. And we read that every other day in the newspaper around biases, around explainability, around traceability. So suddenly corporate India and the world is waking up to the needs for AI governance.
Yeah.
And some of the things which I tell my client all the time is that start from building the tone at the top. I think organizations have not really given AI assurance provider and AI risk manager a seat on the AI table so far. The seat on the AI table has largely been with the chief digital officer, chief technology officer, or the ops people in whose department the AI is getting implemented. It's very important that risk managers start getting a seat on the AI table. So that is one thing. Second thing which I tell my client is that start thinking about setting up a AI governing council. More often than not, most organizations don't have governing councils. So can there be a chief AI risk officer? How do you kind of manage any kind of accidents? How do you escalate? How do you resolve? How do you report? So AI charter, AI governing council, these are some of the important things which every organization has to start thinking about. I don't think we need to wait for regulation to tell us what is good or what is bad. It's the impetus is on every organization to start thinking about managing the risk which comes from AI. And AI is here to stay. I'm a big proponent of AI, but coming from a risk management background, I always tell my clients that, hey, go ahead. I'm very happy we are doing that, but also look at risk element of AI.
Absolutely, and that's something we have to really put a great thought on it at this point in time as well. But when we talk about the homegrown indigenous, products that we are making, I think Prabal, you're the best person to tell us about it as well. From being a consumer of AI to becoming an author of AI, first up, help us understand you built an entire AI stack without the help of Silicon Valley. What did it take? What can, other tech companies really learn from your experience? And even if there are companies that are building indigenously the products there, the problem happens when it comes to scale. That's where the issue also comes in. If you could throw some light on that.
Sure. I would like to build up on Ankit's point that he made. I think and it comes with anything that is going through a hype cycle. Everything in this world is not a large language model problem. First of all, we have to start with that. Every problem doesn't need a large language model. A classic LLM with dozens of billions or trillions of parameters is not what you... And again, what we don't realize and often doesn't get talked about a lot is the energy consumption. Running these large GPUs is not easy. There's an impact on the energy aspect of it as well, which is often ignored in the hype cycle. So everything is not a LLM problem. I'll give an example. If I'm on business travel, we use a product called Zoho Expense to file receipts to submit my expenses, right? Scanning a receipt from a restaurant or a taxi or whatever to gather the fields and the value into my expense management system doesn't need a large language model. An anomaly detection in a classic help desk or a support system doesn't need a large language model. These things can be achieved with narrow and small model languages. And we have done that at Zoho. What we call internally and externally is right sizing the models. Because everything is not a LLM problem, okay? It's easy because that's what happens when these large consumer grade LLMs come up, they make it free, everybody gets hooked onto it, we are prompting these LLMs with the simplest of questions. All that is good and fun, but when you talk real business, if I'm a business owner and I'm subscribing to a Gen AI or a LLM platform, I'm paying for it. How do you make it cost effective? How do you make it sustainable? Is by right sizing the model. So at Zoho, we have taken this approach. We've launched 3 models so far in the order of 1, 3, and 7 billion parameters. We're working on larger models as well for different problems. But most of these typical business use cases around productivity, around speed, around efficiency, do not need a large language model. We've been able to do it, test it, deploy it internally. Like I said, we dog food on what we build. And now we are doing it with our partners. We're doing it with some of the largest customers as well. On everything from quick ML, anomaly detection, agent assigning to problems. All that doesn't need a really large language model. So that is important to understand, and when you're building it homegrown, the reason I was referring to that was, when you're building something homegrown, I wouldn't start building the next OpenAI. Don't start there. Find a niche, maybe find a vertical, as he said. Try to solve problems around one area and then start to solve for adjacent needs. And at Zoho, we have done that with our products, with our platforms. We're doing a similar thing with AI as well. On the other side, building indigenous products from India, as Nitin mentioned, talent is also, upskilling is also very important. There are 2 ways to do it. You go to top tier colleges and hire the top talent and try to retain them, make do with them, work with them. Great, it works for some companies. For Zoho, though, it's been the other way around. We've always gotten students from tier 2, tier 3. I shouldn't even say schools and colleges, because about 10% of my colleagues never went to a college. So they were incubated directly from school, and they were trained, and they work with us. And some of these kids are super smart, and the kind of work they are putting in, so credentials is not important. The attitude and the intent to learn and play the long game, as I said, is very important. So because the problem with India is, and we all know that, it's not something that I'm bringing out from somewhere else, is talent is distributed. Very large country with a lot of people in the country, but opportunities are not. So how do we get those opportunities to talent in tier 2, tier 3 is how we look at building software, platform, and AI as well. So we've taken that path, and we are encouraging a lot of other young entrepreneurs who talk to us, want to build the next Zoho or do it our way. We work with many of them, we support some of them, and the idea is to seed that thought that India can be the next technology powerhouse. We have the talent, we have the capability, both. It's just the mindset that we need to adopt. Yeah.
Absolutely. It's good you pointed out that every problem doesn't need LLM as a solution. So thank you so much. It was a great conversation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think India can become the author of AI. There are a lot of opportunities, but risks and governance is something that we need to keep an eye out on and identify the problems, and don't copy what's happening over the world, but find out your niche. That's the clear word. Thank you so much for being with us, and I'd like to invite on stage Masuma Parekh to please come up and present a token of appreciation to all our 3 panelists. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for this very insightful panel. A big hand, ladies and gentlemen, to Nitin, Praval and Ankit for that fantastic conversation that we've just had. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, we have our session that's titled Demystifying AI for India and Business. From agriculture to healthcare, logistics to financial services, artificial intelligence is moving from concept to concrete. This session will spotlight the most transformative AI use cases emerging in the country, solutions that are not only driving business efficiency, but also addressing societal challenges. The masterclass will share success stories, lessons learned, and the road ahead for AI adoption at scale. Also showcasing how India can employ AI for both growth as well as inclusion. For this session, I'd like to call upon stage our next guest, Mr. Sandeep Patel, the MD of IBM India and South Asia. And to moderate this session, I'd like to call on stage Mr. Siddharth Zarabi, Group Editor, Business Today. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Sandeep Patel.
Good evening, and thank you very much, Sandeep, for joining us today. Demystifying AI for India and business. The scope is very wide for this conversation, and we have quite a bit of a task in our hands in the next 20 odd minutes. So I'm going to try and keep it as rapid fire as is possible. So the big question really at this stage for India as an economy and as a country, given what's happened in the past 2 years, what does AI represent according to you? A challenge or an opportunity with some mixed bag effect?
I mean, AI certainly is an opportunity, and if you put it even in the global context, I think there's a recent McKinsey report that says that AI adoption at scale can add almost 17 to 26 trillion dollars to the global economy. So, I mean, it definitely is an opportunity. And I think for a country like India, it's not just an opportunity for business, but I think there's so much that can happen across citizen services and also how we continue to move towards the promise of Viksit Bharat.
Let's turn to business. And we've seen different kinds of use cases and adoption rates across Indian business. And Indian business, as many of the people here would know and understand because they work in that ecosystem, are pretty fast at picking up new solutions with the emphasis being on frugality. In terms of business adoption, where do you think enterprise India is in the curve of leveraging AI, both for productivity and for customer delight?
So I think, and it's across the board, I think for cross productivity and customer delight, but I'll give you some statistics that I'm privy to. So we did an adoption survey, AI adoption survey globally. And India obviously had a representative sample in that. And what was interesting is I think Indian businesses reported probably the highest number that were actually doing something with AI. So there was, I think, almost like 80+% of Indian businesses said that they were experimenting or doing something with AI. Of those, there's more around 50% that were actually ready to scale. But there were several that actually were reluctant to scale AI for a whole host of reasons, which included things like, skill availability. It included issues around cost. It also, I think what was very interesting is the questioning, can you really trust the outcomes coming out of AI? So it was a mixed bag. So I think we are at a point now where adoption really needs to take on, and people need to identify where you can really use AI for productivity, for customer service, for a whole host of other reasons, and actually start to scale this technology.
Okay, this is interesting because many of you would know that ChatGPT's largest user base in India, that is consumer. What Sandeep specializes in, his company, it's an enterprise company. So what you are effectively saying is that as far as enterprise adoption is concerned, you see very significant amount of interest. You said 80%.
Its interest and experimentation is quite high.
And how does it
is how
compare
much
with,
scale?
let's say, some other economy, at least in your footprint?
Well, clearly, I think when you look at economies like US, UK, I think even economies like Japan, the adoption, I think, at scale is happening a lot faster.
Okay, I had Chris Gopalakrishnan a little while ago here with us, and I put that question to him, and he gamely answered it, that why did Infosys not develop a ChatGPT-like product? My question to you is that given the Indian experience with IT, the product and tech was invented and operationalized somewhere else, we became the services vanguard for the whole world. And some other countries have also played catch up. The Chinese model is also there as another different model. For India, what is the model that you foresee as far as AI is concerned? Are we going to continue to be a data generating market for various engines, or will we also have some amount of success in product-led development?
I'd say yes. I think yes to both. I think there is an opportunity for us to drive both these agenda, including driving services. And I'll give you an example. I think the panel that was here ahead of us, they, I think Prabal from Zoho made some very interesting points. Number one, I think we are at a point now where bigger is not always better. We have this fascination of large language models. And I think initially there was a lot of hype around that. But we have always believed, and I think this is true for technology immemorial. Ultimately, any form of technology does have to get down to a point where it is affordable and it is consumable by the masses. And to do that, you do need to bring it down to a point where it becomes affordable for a lot of people to use. And this notion of small language models is exactly that. I think we have and we actually believe in this because I think even before some of the hype around small language models came about, we as a company had been already building those. And we actually have a firm belief that language models is not where we are going to compete. We actually believe that we should be democratizing language models, putting it out in open source, and letting people drive innovation by extending and expanding those models. So we have a significant opportunity in India where companies like BharatGen, for example, which is a recent startup that's been funded by METI and DST, they are building Indic models. So these are fit for purpose models for India. So as we move towards driving more Atmanirbharta in India, there is room for us to innovate the models that will be relevant for the India usage. In addition, I think where there is a tremendous amount of opportunity is to use some of the platforms that are available to drive business use cases that make it more relevant for Indian businesses to take some of these use cases and scale it.
Okay, I want you to relate a couple, if not more, examples of success you have seen in Indian industry and its adoption. But before you do that, and please wear your IBM hat on that answer, but before that I want to ask you, you are in a company that is synonymous with hardware and computing. The question that we have seen over the last 3 or 4 decades of different technology evolutions is that we've done some amount of software development, we've done services fantastically well, and on hardware we have taken some steps in the recent past. Why would SLM succeed for us when we don't do the chipsets? We are only now taking baby steps in the data center era. So why would SLM succeed?
So I will tell you, chips, I think we're making progress with the semiconductor mission. I think there's a lot of promise that we have with chip development right here in India. In addition, I will tell you that India is also moving towards indigenous server development. As a matter of fact, we have contributed our power server IP to the Indian government, and there's work going on in IIT Madras right now where they're actually building the Shakti indigenous server that is built on RISC and power technology. So I think we are getting there. Now,
for the general lay audience, can there ever be a future that there would be a NVIDIA-like company out of India, Atmanirbhar NVIDIA?
I certainly hope so, and given the direction that...
We all hope, but I'm asking you, is it possible?
I think it is possible, because if the current trend of focusing on frontier technologies, for example, semiconductors, getting to indigenous server development, and all of those continue, I think there is a lot of promise for India to sort of become a lot more self-sufficient across both hardware, software, and services across the board.
Okay, I'm very tempted to ask you, will China allow that, but I'll keep that aside. I'll go back to the question that I had for you. Relate to our audience here one or two examples to whatever detail and granularity as is possible for you, especially from the IBM perspective, where businesses have seen fundamental difference in turnaround and results on account of adoption of enterprise AI.
So I'll talk about it actually close to home. I mean, we like to think of ourselves as client zero. Whenever we formulate a technology, we like to sort of adopt it ourselves. And about 2.5+ years ago, we basically embarked on on sort of a mission that we said we wanted to sort of simplify operations, drive improvement, and do that using some of our own technologies such as AI and others that we are building. Earlier this year, we announced that in that 2-year period, we had actually taken about $3.5 billion from our bottom line through pure productivity and automation and streamlining. At the end of this year, we are on track to take that up to $4.5 billion, which is actually taken out of the bottom line. Now, this is
you're talking about the
IBM
India
globally.
business?
No,
globally?
India globally. Sorry, IBM globally. And IBM globally, and India is obviously a big part of it because we have a large operation here in India. But this is actually little things across key processes. So think about HR. Today, 90% of our HR transactions are all done through an AI agent.
How many people has the company let go as a result?
There are some that have been let go. There are some that have actually changed jobs and they are doing more enhanced jobs. We also have code development that's happening now. We just recently released there's a program around Bob which is automated its code assistant using AI. And there what we are actually able to do is bring in a lot more junior coders that are being able to use code-assisted AI to build code and actually drive improvements, where more senior coders are able to drive, other levels of innovation, where we continue to sort of enhance and build products for the world.
Which part of the generalized workforce across India should feel threatened by AI?
I think everyone should feel threatened by AI.
That's not good news.
No, it is good news.
I thought you'd give me a...
But Siddharth, think about any technology. I'm an accountant. I went through my chartered accounting. So when I went through my articleship, I used to take my green ballpen pen. I used to go for auditing. Inverse ticks and others you had to do. You had to compare, khata from one khata to the other. You had to do that. All that got automated. There was a point in time where we used to actually balance ledgers and balance sheets. That actually got automated.
So given a chance, would you study accountancy again?
I would. Why not? But I would now think about
how machine were to replace you.
So machine definitely replaced me, but then I had to sort of think about how do I make my clients more smarter through better analysis of balance sheets by driving more forecasting in a different way. So jobs actually evolve. Every time there is a technological evolution, jobs evolve and there are new jobs that get created. When accounting and other things got automated, data entry jobs became very significant. Once you started to scan documents where data entry became irrelevant, that then started to create other jobs that you had to do for reconciliation. Today, there is a huge amount of need for prompt engineers in the AI space. It's created a whole new set of jobs. So jobs will evolve. And I also I'm a firm believer that as senior leaders or senior business executives, if we are not proactively thinking about how AI works for you and how we can make AI work for our organizations, then I think that is a threat to all of us, even senior executives. I mean, today I have a lot of my peers who actually asked me, said, well, you know, I've hired a chief data officer, I've hired an AI, expert and so on, but I don't know where to start. Now, this is where, you know, you have to get conversant with the technology to see what the technology can do for you so that you can pick spots where you can make that technology work for you and your business.
Sandeep, you are an acquirer of every year of very good Indian talent. One must put that on record because I kind of asked you a different question, but we must also put on record that IBM employs some of the best and brightest Indians every year. But if someone was listening to your earlier words and an aspirant in the job force about to enter or someone who's perhaps at the middle ranks, what would you tell them? How should they adapt to the world of AI?
They should clearly learn and upskill themselves in the areas that are going to be relevant, you know, as data becomes more relevant. I mean, at the end of the day, what is AI? AI is making better decisions and driving productivity by use of AI, by use of data and different forms of data. So getting upskilled where you can take some of these technologies and put them to use either for citizen services, if that's your proclivity, or for business, or for education. That is where people should be looking at. And I also want to make a point, since you brought this topic about skilling and people, I want to go back to the last panel. Praval made a very interesting observation that India actually has a plethora of talent, which is not just formal, not bound by formal education. I think we've got a plethora of talent that, where I always say the soil is very good. And if we can sustain that soil and really help that soil grow, we can truly become the skill capital of the world, given the demographic dividend that we are sitting on. And I see that day in and day out. We do a lot of work, you know, just for our own skilling and talent development. But we also do a lot of work in CSR. And we go to locations where we run vocational programs. And the kind of talent that comes out of it is just phenomenal. In Nagaland, I think we had a school where we were training girls to build drones. And this was from class 7, 8. But they had the aptitude. The ones who had aptitude, they actually were delivering phenomenal results. And at the end of the day, I don't think you actually needed them to have a college degree to hire them into any tech organization.
I'm glad you said that. We have a few minutes left on the conversation. I want to turn the needle towards your company and how you yourself see the future, because through the day we've had storied names, IBM, you saw Intel here on the stage, you saw Microsoft among so many other companies, and we'll also now have some very interesting startups who will come in later sessions. For IBM in the global footprint, what does India represent in terms of innovation and contribution to the overall business?
So India is a very important growth market for IBM, and I sort of pride ourselves as operating as a microcosm of the IBM Corporation. We have all of our research labs, systems labs, software labs, all of them operate out of India. So we actually pride ourselves on innovating in India, for India, and the world. And a lot of the innovation and product development that we do around the world actually comes from India. So that I think is brilliant. And I think the other thing that I really like is India gives us an opportunity to experiment at scale, where there are some very significant innovations that then get scaled around the world. You asked me about some examples. So one example, there are two examples that I'll give you which sort of show the spectrum of the use of AI, right? One is with Star Union Dai-ichi Life. It's a life insurance company. They are using our What's Next platform to actually drive insights for traders in terms of how trades and others get executed and portfolio analysis that is actually showing some brilliant results. The other one, which is not direct business, but it is in the business of sport, where we are starting to work with cricket associations, state cricket associations, where they are using AI through analysis, video analysis, and others of matches and player statistics and analysis to create scripts that provide insights to players, but also to coaches in terms of how they should be coaching it.
Wow, who could have imagined?
And that I think we haven't done this in cricket yet, but across the world we do this in sport, where we are using AI to basically drive better fan experience through analysis of the scores and so on and so forth. So that's where the world's going.
Okay, one final question, and this is to do with the hype cycle. Again, to put on record, I'm not asking you about IBM, but you've tracked the technology industry, and you are a hardware company, and someone once told me that the truth is known to a hardware engineer, because what he says, he has to deliver it and it has to function millions of times without failing. So you are very distant from hype. Is there an AI hype cycle that we should be concerned about? Somebody says that it's just 5-7 companies rooting money amongst themselves and creating the next bubble, and we have seen many of them in the past.
I think we're beyond the AI hype cycle. It's time to scale. And if we are not doing that as a business, I think you are missing an opportunity which will be difficult to catch up to.
Okay, so don't miss that opportunity. It will be difficult to catch up to it. And there are both sides to the coin, but perhaps adopting it and adapting to the challenge and opportunity is the way out. As always, Sandeep Patel, thank you very much for your time with us. With that, it's back to you, Sakshi.
Thank you so much for that wonderful session, and thank you so much, Mr. Patel, as well. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. May I invite on stage Mr. Alok Nair to please come up on stage and present a token of appreciation to Mr. Sandeep Patel. Let us continue to give a warm round of applause for this fantastic session that we've just had. Alok has taken a lot of notes in this session, I know. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Patel. Thank you so much. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to the next session now. And this one is titled India's AI Ambitions. How much money is enough? This session, ladies and gentlemen, explores the evolving AI investment landscape, where the money is flowing and what investors are truly seeking. With deep tech breakthroughs and record funding, is the landscape getting overheated too soon? This topic will actually cut across and through the hype to examine how investors and entrepreneurs are identifying long-term value creation versus all the frenzy that we are seeing right now. And for this session, we have another stellar panel up next for you, ladies and gentlemen. So let us please put our hands together to welcome Mr. Apurv Goyal, Managing Director, Process, to be with us on the stage, please. Huge round of applause. Rahul Taneja, partner Lightspeed, to also join in. Siddharth Pai, co-founder 314 Capital, co-chair of Regulatory Affairs Committee at IVCA. And also joining him will be Nitin Kaimal, partner and chief operating officer, Besma Venture Partners India. To moderate this session, I'd like to call on stage Shal Bhatnagar, Editor for Markets at Business Today.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening once again. This is going to be light, frothy, and very, very interesting. For those who have this long-held desire of getting their startup funded, they are not 2, but 4 people whom you can pitch to. So how much of this current AI bubble is hype, hoopla, real bubble, and a lot of hope and a lot of investment is what we are going to discuss with Apoorv, Rahul, Siddharth, and Nitin. All of them put in their money, their clients' money, and of course, write in $1 million checks and reap $1 billion gains. So let's start with Apoorv first, ladies and gentlemen, managing partner at Process, a venture capitalist himself, and has put in a lot of his money, his clients' money, into artificial intelligence-led companies which are doing great work. Apoorv, to you, how much of this ongoing boom has roots in India? Are there any good Indian companies that are doing serious work in artificial intelligence, and where do we stand at this point?
Well, first of all, thank you, Shailendra, for inviting. Great to be part of this panel. And a very pertinent question. I think sovereignty and what does India offer to this whole AI world is a question that we grapple with almost every day. And look, I think in our own personal view, I think the biggest advantage that India has is probably the population scale it has, and therefore the kind of data it generates. It happened with UPI, it happened with bureaus, and there's still like such a massive amount of unstructured data that we sit on today, right? And I'll probably take one example. One of our portfolio company and then one in general for financial services. We are investors in Meesho, which is today the largest horizontal e-commerce company. They are going public, so I'll not quote a lot of numbers. But they have 21 crore annual transacting users. They process 2 petabytes of data every day, and they do 66 trillion feature retrievals every day, right? With that kind of data, funnily, that's probably the best AI company that we have in our portfolio, right? And they have now opened up their whole ML stack and made it open source for other founders and startup companies to leverage that data upon. Because when 21 crore users come on your app, give your browsing history, your purchasing history, your preferences, etc., that creates a very strong moat, right? So that's one example of where India's unique advantage lies in terms of creating its own models and plain AI. The other example I would say on unstructured data is again traditional lending businesses and the way we do it. There are so many feet on street that do informal cash flow based underwriting in India, right? So by looking at a cow, how many liters of milk it will give, or with the height of a coconut tree, how many coconuts in a particular season in a particular state it will give, right? All of this information today is captured manually in Excels, in Word documents, etc. If there can be a way where we can pull together all of this data into a structured form, that can probably be a very, I would say, domain-specific LLM that India can create, and very unique way of actually underwriting borrowers for loans, etc., that nobody can match either from West or otherwise. So I would say that is where I think India's roots lie.
So the landscape is fertile, ladies and gentlemen, for artificial intelligence-led companies in India, and of course, a lot of money is also going to be made here. We'll just do some hop, skip, and jump and reach Siddharth. Siddharth, $500 billion invested over the last 3 months in a lot of US companies that are leading this artificial intelligence charge. And look at the NASDAQ, look at the S&P 500, look at our own universe. Tons and tons of money is being made. How much of this is hype, hoopla, and bubble?
I think the mantra amongst most of the investors is that the intelligence may be artificial, but the returns really have to be real for that matter. So I think that's something that's been a guiding force. And it is truly astounding to see one nascent industry become so large. 40% of the US GDP growth of the last year happened because of AI-related infrastructure, energy, etc. The AI cohort in terms of private credit in the US, in terms of credit in the US, has actually overtaken the amount of credit taken by banks. This includes your AI companies, your tech companies, the manufacturers who are actually there, the energy companies, and all of them as well. For that matter, there is an astoundingly large amount of money that's actually been chasing these assets as of now because of uncertainty. I think what's become evident is that, especially now that even though we're not in a zero interest rate environment, it's almost become similar to that as of now. People have realized that capital is actually a moat. And they realize, especially when it comes to LLMs for that matter, because of the brute force computation that it employs, the larger the number of GPUs you end up actually having, the stronger your training ends up actually becoming, the more value you can end up actually creating out of that. I think the biggest disruption, so that is the current thinking as of now, but the edge case that's coming up as of now, the true disruptive factor is not going to be people realizing AI is not going to translate to actual gains. It will, for that matter. The true disruption going to happen is people to actually reduce the cost of compute. If you look at the gross margins of any of these companies as of now, they're actually negative. It costs ChatGPT more money to end up actually running a single query than it can ever end up actually making during a year's subscription. Those are actually wild numbers, and ChatGPT can charge up to $20,000, people end up actually paying it. That is the intensity of compute that's actually there. So for AI to actually translate, I think the trends are not going to be more GPUs, larger LLMs, more trillion parameters to end up coming. It'll end up being smaller models that can end up actually being run on the edge, that can end up computing, being specific to a particular task and do that well. Right about now, AI is the jack of all trades, the master of some. What you actually require is someone who actually has niche application that can be built. And it's not going to be the LLMs that will actually make the most amount of money. Similar to the internet era, the guy who laid the most amount of fiber optic cable actually died. It's the people who actually built upon that. And we've not yet reached a stage where these actual builders have come to the forefront as of now. It's monopolized by compute. The moment we actually start moving to applications, that's where I think India can end up shining. That's where a lot more money will end up being made as well.
Okay. Coming to you, Rahul, you are also on the investment side. Look at the Indian AI landscape and tell us what are the 2 or 3 good points that we should be looking forward to in a country that's resource deficient, as also has been taking all signs from the US market.
Great question. I think if you break the AI ecosystem down into layers, there is a foundational layer, which is where you can call it equivalent of infrastructure is being built, which is the compute, which is the LLMs that Siddharth was referring to. I think this layer is largely being built outside of India. It's not being built in India. There will still be, for the sake of sovereignty, there will be some things like a Sarvam, which will be built out here in India, but rarely will you see infrastructure layer being built in India. Then the next layer is potentially applications, which would be starting from security to consumer applications to business applications. Think anything from the financial infrastructure, for example. Apoor was referring to applications to parse through trillions of data points in order to become a better lender or to be serving your customers better, etc. I think that is where a lot of action is happening. And I think finally the third layer is services bolstered by AI, which is where historically India has had a large, services is where India has had a large play, whether it's BPOs or IT services companies. The next generation of those, which is potentially human-in-the-loop service companies with a lot of AI bolstering, is where a lot of action will happen. So I would say from an India standpoint, the application layer and the services layer is potentially where we'll see a lot of big outcomes being created.
And this is where Nitin comes in, ladies and gentlemen, at Bessemer Partners. He's authored a report on what exactly will the existing Indian tech universe shape up over the next 2 or 3 years thanks to AI. Nitin, is this the death knell for companies like Infosys or TCS? Or do you see them morphing into something else over the next 3 years or so?
I think there's an imperative for them to morph, which creates an opening for the AI-first challengers, AI-first startups. And I think it's a rare window for these startups to sort of come in, right? Because currently the incumbents, they've been with these large North American, European enterprises for decades. There's a comfort, familiarity, client context. Therefore, they get a lot of repeat business. And typically when a new service provider goes to them, there's a significant inertia to change or get a new startup in. But I think that when we speak to large enterprise buyers, CXOs in the US, Europe, I think that mindset is starting to change. They're realizing that I can't put all my eggs in that basket as far as AI implementation, AI tools, AI software is concerned. They are talking to a lot of AI startups, a lot of AI first founders, giving them a POC, giving them a pilot, one plant, one use case. And if you're able to impress the client there, they are more than happy to give you a lot of business, right? So that's a big opportunity. It doesn't level the playing field. The incumbents still have a huge advantage of capital and client relationships, etc. But we are seeing some of these, the top 2%, top 3% of these startups break in. And once you break in, you can grow at 400, 500% year on year. Now that is an interesting battle which will play out. So the incumbents obviously are not going to let go so easily. The startups are nimble, best of AI talent, very aggressive on compensation and wealth creation strategies. This is the battle which will play out. Some incumbents will thrive, some incumbents will fall by the wayside, some will probably go and acquire some of these, the most successful startups. But I think it's an interesting battle, but it will create, according to us, a whole new breed of multi-billion-dollar companies which will be operating in a very AI-centric manner and from India.
Okay. Siddharth, coming to you, at the moment this is the Wild West. Everybody in AI is doing something which nobody has done before, but this also requires a regulation. How do you think is the regulatory universe as far as India is concerned on artificial intelligence in line with the global map that you have in your mind?
I think the one thing I'm very happy that India has done is India hasn't banned AI. I think every time especially as VCs, we've seen this. Anything new comes up, crypto came, they banned it. Real money came, they banned it. I think Uber and Ola have gone through God knows how many bans as of now. You have to check the app to see whether it's working or not. So the fact that India hasn't banned AI is actually a big boon for us. I don't believe anyone's actually written a set of regulations on AI as of now. Biden tried doing it, Trump came, junked everything. The Europeans are trying to do it. I think the biggest export of Europe right now is regulation for the rest of the world. But even they have no idea how to end up actually making that work. The problem is no one can articulate the use case, no one can articulate how pervasive it is, no one can actually differentiate between the use of AI in some of these systems, someone actually trying to do it themselves, someone actually using traditional tools that already exist as of now. It just sort of melds into one. Regulation, I don't think, regulation is an evolving field. I think even in copyright as of now, most of the settlements are actually out of court. No one's actually gone there and tested out whether original art is something that AI can actually take, for that matter. So these are untested fields as of now. The rate of pace of change is massive. I think as far as India is actually concerned, the important thing to do in our regulation is to get rid of this $500 billion economy mindset of trying to control everything, but rather just set the rules of the playground. Here are the things you can't do. Everything else is actually permitted, go with God and end up actually doing it. The more we try to stipulate and have an AI bill, it may sound great, but even if the data protection bill has come out as of now, most of it is put in the rules and the rules are still awaited for everyone to end up coming out. I don't think these are creatures that can actually be subject to the traditional forms of regulation that exist. So it's an evolving model of jurisprudence, but I think it cannot be left up to politicians, can't be left up to legislators, it cannot be left up to big tech either. It does actually require cross-domain expertise, and I don't think we've seen that happen in any body of law as of now. It's a Wild West, it will continue to be the Wild West, and if you ask me, the best person to write regulation for AI may actually be an AI itself, so that's something we have to try.
Apurv, coming back to you, when you talk to a lot of entrepreneurs in this particular field, or maybe those which are related to financial services, this is something that India has done very well over the last decade or so, the India Stack, plus the general acceptance of digital payments. Where do you think are 2 or 3 very strong sectors where Indian AI companies are making their mark?
In financial services?
Broader.
Yeah, I mean, look, I was going to probably add to what Siddharth said that while there are no regulations, I think in financial services, I think the regulator has a very different point of view. They don't like an intervention of AI till the
All our portfolio companies are
Yeah, I mean, look, I think we were discussing offline and like while as investors, we always like AI companies or software companies that are being built for the globe, especially for the US. I think there's definitely like room for creating something which solves for India specific problems. I think AI meets education is definitely something that we are seeing some really good green shoots on. We have backed one company and I think generally as a consumption category, the subjectivity that education in general that it brings and the objectification that AI can do with the kind of talent that we have, with the kind of resources that we have, with the kind of fine tuning that we can do, with our engineering expertise. I think education is one sector that we definitely feel will be disrupted massively with AI. We have already seen more than green shoots evolve in AI use case in coding platforms, vibe coding platforms.
So that's financial services, education and coding.
Yeah, I mean financial services I would say is largely restricted to the point that we've just discussed. Probably it's not being used front and center for underwriting because probably there is a traceability and auditability that is required, and there's obviously hallucinations, and regulator probably doesn't want any systematic risks to be created by artificial intelligence. But a lot of productivity gains, a lot of insights that AI can create while probably originating a loan or underwriting a loan or basically collecting a loan, I think AI has probably started proliferating in. And the beauty lies for AI, and even if it doesn't proliferate into underwriting and financial services, I think if we look at the debt outstanding in this country, $2 trillion of debt, and if we assume like OPEX to AUM ratio of whatever 5%, that's like $100 billion of cost waiting to be disrupted or optimized by AI, right? That itself is like a massive opportunity.
Okay. Rahul, to you, two spaces within the Indian AI universe where you have a lot of hope for in terms of productive investment, which is, people like you writing a decent amount of checks and then reaping a lot of gains. What would be the two spaces over the next 2 years where a lot of money would be made?
Maybe because I should apply an artificial constraint of two spaces. I'll pick a consumer space and I'll pick up an enterprise space. On the consumer side, I think a lot of creativity is being unleashed with AI. Now that creativity can be used either for general purpose entertainment or for companionship or for education. We believe in either of these three cases there will be significantly large companies that will get created over a period of time. So I would say on the consumer side, in creativity as a hook, I would say that is one big space that we are interested in. In fact, we've made an investment alongside 314 as well in that space. Then on the enterprise side, I would say this is today a lot more about productivity or efficiency. It could be either about making your developers a lot more capable of building things, or it could be about companies creating a lot more efficiency in their process. So therefore, within that, I would say one of the spaces we are really interested about is in healthcare, which is how do we create a lot more efficiency in processing health claims, for example, which is today a manual and a complex process, and that can be significantly fastened and done at a significantly reduced cost using AI. So these two spaces, I would say, are very, very interesting for us today.
Okay. Nitin, to you, somewhere about 20-25 years ago, there was a wonderful report written by McKinsey which said Sone ki chidiya.
Sorry.
Sone ki chidiya. It was a report on Indian IT services. Those who've covered this space would remember that. And a very, very positive picture was painted by McKinsey, which the sector actually overtook. All those targets were met and exceeded upon. We are now at a stage where a lot of companies in the traditional tech space seem to be in their matured phase and showing growth rates of below Indian GDP growth rates. Do you think there will come a time over the next 5 years or so where the Indian IT sector will be rejuvenated again because of AI?
I think there's a very interesting phenomenon which will play out over the next 3 to 5 years, which is a step change in outsourcing. So outsourcing globally has obviously been increasing, right? Software or even CX and all sorts of back office operations. Steadily, more and more of it from Europe and US has come, and India has been a big beneficiary of that. I think AI completely changes the equation there, because a lot of very complex cross-functional use cases involves massive interaction with supplier, supply chain, customer ecosystems still are done in-house by large teams or done by vendors based in those markets just because proximity is important. I think as AI tools get smarter, vertical AI and horizontal AI solutions get smarter, CXOs will be a lot more willing to outsource even those complex use cases. So we actually believe that there will be a step change and willingness that outsourcing can either happen to a very smart AI first software or to a very proficient software backed by a human in the loop, right? Depending on the kind of use case. And that, I think, creates an entirely new TAM, in our estimate, probably like an $150 billion TAM on top of the 260 billion.
Will there come a day when Indian software exports will exceed Saudi oil exports? They do? I don't think so.
No, we do. I think the Indian, this is something we actually covered. India software exports more. Indian software actually end up exceeding Saudi oil. I think we're about 275, 300 billion. Saudi is about 250 odd billion. 250,
That's because oil is at 65.
Look at the current prices, right?
But I think the important thing to note is, look, there is a $400 billion opportunity or whatever. There's a massive opportunity.
Okay.
But it's a level playing field. The Indian software startup or the Indian services AI first startup is competing with the Silicon Valley, is competing with a player in London or in Eastern Europe. So it is there. I think Indian startups have an absolutely great advantage in going and grabbing it, but it's not, we can't assume that all of it will naturally come to India.
Okay, one final question to all four of you. When you wake up every day in the morning, is it an exciting space to be? Is there a crisis of plenty in terms of investments, or is it a dull day?
I think there's a lot more money chasing a lot fewer assets, so we have to be finding that needle in the haystack is now actually finding a needle in the field, for that matter, for most of us. And it's become really hard as an investor to call BS on some of the things you end up seeing. It looks pretty, it works great, but unless you know, you actually have foundational knowledge about how it works, or your domain expertise, there's a very high chance of actually getting fooled. So AI has made it easier for people to start fooling investors. And from our side, the diligence AI is yet to end up picking up and calling out that kind of BS. So exciting times, but a lot more money chasing far fewer assets.
Rahul?
I would say this is a time when real intelligence comes into play. If you want to be sorting out the needle in the field, there is real intelligence that needs to happen, which is about foundational awareness, but also the ability to apply judgment. Because guess what? Anything that we look at today may or may not be relevant 6 months later. So really, what are you investing in? You're investing in essentially in a founder or a set of founders, right? And their capability. So yeah, it's a very, very exciting time. Needless to say, maybe waking up in the morning is a different thing. Are you able to go to sleep is another thing.
Wonderful. Apur, very quickly.
No, I would say probably very exciting times. I think lots to learn as an investor. I think the amount, the sheer number of unique use cases that some of the founders are solving are like just great to watch. Obviously, Siddharth is absolutely right. As investors with fiduciary responsibility to manage someone else's capital, you have to be very, very careful that you don't invest in fads. A company today and probably nothing tomorrow. But yeah.
Within 20 seconds.
I think there are 50 startups now solving every use case in every vertical and every horizontal, right? Only one of them is probably going to survive like 24 months down the line. So it's not easy to find that one, but it's super exciting.
Okay, survival for the fittest, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause for the panel.
Thank you. It was a wonderful session. Huge round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, may I also call upon stage Mr. Siddharth Basu Chatterjee and Masuma Parekh to both come up on stage and present a token of appreciation to all our panelists. And a warm round of applause there. Big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Our next session, ladies and gentlemen, is titled AI Playbook for India. This session brings together visionary CTOs to actually share strategies, frameworks and lessons from the front lines of technology leadership. Chief technology officers are at the forefront of designing and deploying AI-driven solutions and create real business and societal impact as well. This session definitely offers actionable insights to aligning technology initiatives
with organizational goals in the rapidly evolving AI era. For this session, I'd like to invite on stage our next set of panelists. So let us please welcome Shashidhar Ramakrishnaya, CTO Fractal, to join us on the stage. Also, let's just wait for the placards to be placed first. Let's invite on stage Mr. Kshitish Khandelwal as well, CTO Pixel. Huge round of applause there. Harsh Band also to join in on the stage, Global Product Partnerships for Google Research at Google. Dr. Vidya Shankar Shetty also to join in, Pro Vice Chancellor, Presidency University in Bengaluru, to also join in on the stage, please. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for all our panelists. And to moderate this session, I'd like to call on stage Shel Bhatnagar and Karishma Sudani.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a day it has been with a lot of conversations. I wait for Shel to join the show so that...
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, once again. What a wonderful panel we have. All users of artificial intelligence, and of course, we'll start with Mr. Shashidhar here. He's the CTO of Fractal, a company that actually deploys a lot of AI for its clients to take data-based decisions. Shashidhar sir, what do you think is the level of AI acceptance in clients that Fractal addresses at this point of time, and how much of your work is at par with what your rivals are doing in the US?
Can you repeat the second part of the question, please?
I just said how much of the kind of work that Fractal does in India is at par with similar work done in the US by your competitors?
Sure. Thanks, Shailendra, and nice to be here with all of you here. So, in terms of the AI adoption, the first question that we asked, so we have seen a lot of stats which says a lot of AI adoption is still at nascent stages, and there is still a lot of gap between what it promises and what it delivers, right? So at Fractal, we have kind of looked at it very, very closely in terms of how to enable enterprises to adopt AI successfully, right? So, at Fractal, what we have done is, for any AI solution to be adopted, we need to bring in 4 distinct disciplines in an integral manner. One is the analytics, the right algos, then the engineering foundation which helps scale post the experimentation phase. What typically happens is, post the experimentation phase, the enterprises are not able to scale it to different contexts, and as a result, the AI models stay in the experimentation phase. So how do we enable the models to scale on the back of sound engineering practices with data foundations, and then actually understanding the processes and the user needs, empathizing with the user. We call it the behavioral design. So we spend a lot of time before we start on unearthing the analytical models. What does the business user exactly want? So we call it a decision backwards approach, and we ensure that we are able to kind of understand the moments of truth, the moments of decisioning patterns, and then work backwards from there to kind of integrate all the other disciplines, along with, of course, the domain statements that enterprises need to understand. So basically, all these 4 disciplines, moment we are able to integrate and bring it together in a cohesive manner, we are able to see the adoption increase significantly. So the number of, we have been providing consulting and building enterprise grade AI solutions for the last 20-25 years, and that exploded at the advent of deep learning and neural networks way back in early 2010s, and now cloud and agentic AI. So it's been a fascinating journey for us. We have been keeping pace with the adoption of AI in the industry, and we see the uptick continuously increase. As soon as the accuracy kind of increases, the adoption increases. So we've been working on ensuring that algos are built
Right.
for accuracy and scale.
Harsha, I want to come to you. In fact, it's music to one's ears, or one may call it music to AI ears, about your recent $15 billion investment that you have done of a new AI hub. Is this our pitch, Google's pitch, to make India not just as a user hub, but an innovation hub for the world?
Absolutely. First of all, extremely sort of delighted and proud for this sort of $15 billion investment for the first of its kind and largest AI innovation hub that was announced by our leadership. This would actually lay the foundational layer for infrastructure, compute, models, data sets to actually empower thousands of researchers and hundreds of startups to build the kind of AI solutions that we are looking for. Having said that, I would say that, our journey towards building AI in India predates to 2019, where we set up the large foundational research lab on AI in India. And today, it's one of the premier AI research lab which works very cohesively and in an inclusive manner with the ecosystem on a number of projects on language, education, healthcare, AI, and so on. Lastly, I would say that bringing the best of AI globally, from whether it is from Google or the applied side of AI, to a country like India, and in fact for the rest of APAC, which is a region that I lead, is a part of our charter, and it's a mandate from our leadership both in the region as well as globally. So just to summarize, I think helping build the foundational layer in terms of data sets, compute, models. So Project Vani, for example, is spurring the innovation on languages that is there. Open models like Gemma are another proof point that we are empowering the AI adoption and development in the country. Working with the ecosystem to make sure that we not just provide them grants, funds, but work with them to develop solutions many times within India and for the problems of India. And some of them are actually today scaling up across APAC. So these are just a few of the examples. And I would reiterate to say, while the $15 billion investment is great, I think Google's commitment towards making India progress towards the Viksit Bharat 2047 goes way beyond in terms of AI.
Okay, that's great. So more investment probably coming in, but Dr. Shetty, I'll come to you there. We have money, we have investment coming in. Do we have the talent and skill to handle AI?
I thought you would ask me this question last, and the rest of them would speak, and I'd probably be talking about natural intelligence.
I'm on your side. Today I'm on your side.
Yes, there is a challenge for certain, because we as educationists, we come in from the floppy generation to the CD, to use of, projectors and ICT in the classrooms, and also moving beyond that into the apps as well as the technology and the tools that have come in today. But what really counts and what matters to us today is how ready are we in terms of ensuring that our facilitators, the teachers, the creators of these artificial intelligence experts are ready to take on these challenges. So that's a big gap. But then having said that, I think I come from a domain where we adapt ourselves very quickly. I do remember when we had the CD boom that happened, our teachers would say that in the nursery level, children would say, why are you singing a song like Hickory Dickory Dock when you can actually use a CD and play it, right? So teachers have gone through that kind of, what shall I say, a stage of adaptation. And today, of course, you are dealing with students who are, far more aware than what teachers are aware of. And to bring in a world where we were always talking about natural intelligence, we were always talking about critical thinking, analytical thinking, to actually induct an artificial intelligence is quite a challenge. But I think COVID taught us a lesson or two, and I'm sure that the educators of the future would be able to adapt to it quicker in order to create many more experts who can come up on a stage like this and talk on and bring in more ideas.
Okay. Let's get Kshitij into the conversation, ladies and gentlemen. Kshitij works for a company called Pixel. He has a lot of satellites running in orbit which keep on taking pictures of all of us.
You look great, by the way, in the photos from space.
Actually. So tell us, Kshitij, how has life changed for Pixel after this AI boom has come in? Your photographs are helping companies in the forestry business, in agriculture, in metals and minerals. You take a lot of photographs. How are they improved over the last 1 year or so?
So we are a company born into the AI boom in some sense. 2018 is when we came up with Pixel, and that's around the time when we were also going through this paper on GANs by Ian Goodfellow. And after GANs came into the scene, everything just exploded. We started looking at these super resolution SR GANs that were used on satellite imagery to increase the resolution. And that's kind of how we got into our journey of seeing that satellite imagery, which was typically the domain of intelligence experts who wanted to know where something is, getting into a zone where you don't need a person to analyze the data. You could have an algorithm looking at the data and identifying a particular aspect of that data for you. For example, if you're looking at a field, you should be able to identify what the crop on the field is. If there's a disease, you should be able to identify what the disease is. So the founding story of Pixel was that we will build satellites, hyperspectral satellites, which instead of looking at just the image of the Earth, look at the surface chemistry of the Earth. And through that spectral intelligence, through looking at the surface chemistry of Earth, we are able to identify and classify different things. So the last year has been a lot of satellite imagery coming down, and what we're now trying to do is build time series models. For example, let's say you're growing a crop in a particular region. Let's say you're growing a crop in Punjab, and you want to see the progress of the crop over its growing cycle. You can take an image every 2 days, every 3 days, see how the crop is progressing, and have a prediction model for the yield that you will get out of that crop. And you know, I know what the value of knowing the potential yield of a field is. So I think these are some of the ways in which we integrate machine learning models into our nominal workflows, and that's the kind of solutions that we provide.
Well, Shailendra, interestingly, actually, I was just talking to Kshitij, and Pixel has been working on finding certain rare earth metals in parts of Rajasthan. And you know, if you see how we've been covering the auto sector and the slump that we've been seeing because of our dependence on China, could you please share something more on that?
Absolutely. So one of the advantages of looking at spectral information is each chemical, each surface property has a spectral signature associated with it. So you can look at that signature and identify what that chemical is. When you're looking at a part of land with different types of soil on it, you should be able to identify what the mineral composition of that soil is. And even though topsoil is not usually a good marker of what's underneath it, you can identify a lot of good things when it comes to rare earth minerals. So there are indicators that we've identified in Rajasthan, in the region of Siwana, where there are neodymium deposits. Neodymium is integral component of magnets and a rare earth mineral as well. So that's one example how we are looking at mineral exploration. We do this in Australia as well. There's a bunch of mines where we try to look at existing mines and see what the regions in that belt are to find good copper, to find good ores of iron oxide and other minerals also.
You know, Karishma would be more interested in finding about how much gold and silver reserves that we have in India given the way prices have moved.
Yeah, but I want to plus one to the use of AI for agriculture. A couple of years ago, I was giving a demo of the Anthrokrishi, which is the agricultural platform, to Prime Minister. And after listening all that, his first question was in Hindi, "ये सब ठीक है, but क्या आप पूर्वानुमान लगा सकते हैं दामों का? Can you predict the prices of onions?" Right? And an amazing thing, we took it as a challenge, and starting from the hyperspectral imagery, all the way to tracking what is the yield, what is the area. And India is specifically unique because the land holdings are very, very small. So the traditional satellite imagery won't work. So we have to develop customized solution within India, which a lot of labs are doing, all the way to mandi prices and correlate it and hopefully we are able to elevate and remove the food scarcity, not just for India, but countries like in Africa.
Shashidhar, to you, artificial intelligence is supposed to level the field between a David and a Goliath. So when you come up with, say, knowledge-based data and all those information for your clients, how do you think a small company can maybe hyperscale its business over the next 2 or 3 years using artificial intelligence? Is that even possible, or does it happen only in storybooks?
We just heard, Kshitij talk about Pixel. I think we have a case here where a company which actually just started about 7 years back has made a humongous impact on some of the problems that could be solved at population scale, right? So I think the advent of agentic AI and the knowledge base across the globe, right, if you will, has opened up possibilities like never before, right? In fact, one of the McKinsey reports recently said 95% of the AI fails in large enterprises. And one of the reasons that was quoted was enterprises are trying to kind of solve this problem in-house, and they have a huge legacy workforce, huge legacy set of tools, technologies that are working at play, and they're not able to kind of break free from the traditional thinking to kind of reimagine their business processes and bring in agentic AI ways of working, right? I think the startups provide that inspiration to the enterprises to kind of drive new possibilities. And that is, I think we are seeing that significantly now. There is so much energy and possibilities that are coming through the startup ecosystem. We have seen significant number of startups coming into play and then kind of opening up new doors, right? Like the payment gateways, like OpenAI recently kind of reimagined the entire payments ecosystem for the e-commerce world, right? So the way OpenAI is actually challenging the large enterprise, that itself is a great indicator of the possibilities that these technologies provide. I think for enterprises to succeed and realize the full promise of agentic AI, the startup ecosystem will be critical. I think one of the gentlemen in the previous conversation said, right, about from 50 use cases, one might succeed. But I think those possibilities are increasing day by day. And I certainly feel, if we are able to kind of infuse that startup talent into the legacy enterprises, the possibilities are limitless. So I think it's a great opportune time for startups to focus on how enterprises are currently kind of built, and how do we break the traditional constraints, the traditional lack of enterprise nature to kind of try new things. I think that leap of faith has to come into enterprise, and startups can make that happen.
Right. Leap of faith and the right time, a golden opportunity to implement, learn also. Dr. Shetty, I want to come back to you on this. Backstage, we were having this conversation on how AI, since the beginning, has seen a very unconventional gender participation. Tell me, in terms of the psychic, are there a lot of women participating, wanting to learn the skill, wanting to support the skill?
Of course, yes. I mean, I don't think there's any kind of a difference in opinion on that, because I see a lot more girl students, specifically at the university level, a lot more girl students enrolling for programs, where they can actually challenge the other gender and ensure that they are one up on the rest of them. In fact, there were days when we would worry about some of the programs being very gender specific, but no longer is that, a truth. I mean, it's more of a myth now, and we have many more girl students who participate in it.
Harsha, question to you. We've often, heard this simile and examples where lesser number of people and employees are now needed to set up $1 billion corporation. I mean, for instance, earlier companies would take great pride in getting themselves clicked in a large lawn with the number of people who would work for them, and then mention the turnover per employee as well. Now, because of advent of technology and the march of artificial intelligence, we are probably headed for a time where a single person corporation would give a turnover of $1 billion. Do you think that's going to be a reality soon against the backdrop of artificial intelligence?
So let me answer it in the following manner. I think we all understand that the nature of jobs and also correspondingly of the skills are definitely changing. And anyone with the sort of AI skilling that is required is able to generate a lot more value. So that's on one side of the equation. The other side is AI, look at some of the models that could potentially be used by humans to solve the root node problems, whether those are in terms of agriculture, health, material science, fusion, quantum. Now, these are frontiers that would be scaled only with a human deploying the best of sort of AI today. And then the last thing I would say is, at least from a very responsible AI standpoint, the way, for example, Google looks at it, there's the AI skilling part that we have to ensure. It's a great leveler, for example, as ma'am said. We hope that there are a lot of secret superstars in AI born every day. And then the second is to prove that AI in education is better than an education without AI. And there are a lot of efficacy studies that are happening right now as we speak to prove that students equipped with AI will achieve a lot more in terms of productivity. So hopefully the pie and the whole system will become a lot bigger and people will have to adapt like we always have. I always believe humanity will rise above and adapt to that.
Yeah, but in terms of that, and maybe you and Dr. Shetty both could contribute to this, do we have enough support from the government in kind of supporting this whole, I mean, I know they're big on it. The India AI mission is also an example. Yes. But when it comes to the skilling part of it, because that requires mega investment in terms of infrastructure.
Oh, I'm personally a big fan of that entire India AI mission, and I see it like we work with the ministries, all ministries, and they are so supportive, bullish, both in terms of resources. Obviously looking at the big tech companies and even the startups to bring in the skilling at scale. We recently did a large-scale program for the government employees starting from the AI fundamentals. And the second thing is just train the trainer. Take up like thousands of teachers that are there, skill them in AI, and then they will further skill. So I see almost every department, every ministry, beyond METI and the usual ones, actually propelling us, inviting us for the AI skilling that we have not seen at any level before. So, but yeah.
I would say that when it comes to the kind of government resources, I think the rural public is still not impacted in a big way. But with the urban private, students today, specifically with private universities like us, the exposure to this kind of toys and tech is far more than, when it comes to the rural setup. Having said that, I think it is the urban students who get a lot more awareness to it because of the kind of location advantage that they get, the geographical advantage that they get, and with companies that come forward, to work on it. But it is high time that the government actually invested in the rural, right from K-12 to the higher education part of it, because what we notice, as a university, because we work with both the government meritorious students as well as the ones who come in from the private, set up from affluent schools and institutions. You notice that there is that kind of an effort, that additional effort that a rural student puts in, that kind of consistency, that kind of, very, very committed and the kind of effort that they put into it, that it is second to their skin. Right? While the urban students may be a lot more smarter when it comes to their work, these are the ones who are the hard-working ones, the hare and the rabbit kind of a thing. But yes, there needs to be a lot more investment that comes in, and from companies like all of you, if you look at Stanford or a UCB for that matter, you have clusters of these companies who work with them. One of the speakers spoke about Sam Altman. He comes from a history of that Y Combinator. So the youth actually are working in these campuses, and it's time that, companies partnered with them to ensure that they work with these students, bring out their talent, and whether it's a government or semi-government or a private part of it, allow this a kind of exposure to all the students irrespective of where they come from.
Getting Kshitij into the conversation, often it's said that the backbone of the Indian economy is agriculture and the farmer is its soul. When companies such as Pixel try to change the landscape of this dissected agriculture market that we have, small holdings, higher input costs, you have a problem in selling their agricultural produce over different time zones. Do you think, companies like you can make this difference over the next 5 years to bridge this digital divide?
I think we absolutely can. And when we talk about people in rural India being AI literate, they don't really need to be AI literate. They just need applications that they can use, which have AI behind them. And this is nothing to do with satellite imagery, but in my village, when I go to the farm, I have seen, the people in different farms use their phones to identify a picture of the crop, send that to that particular app and be able to understand, okay, fine, this is the health of the crop and so on and so forth. They take pictures of the soil, they send it to field survey folks at the Krishi University, just analyze and then get back, okay, fine, this is what you need, this is what you need. So a lot of that adoption is already beginning to happen. And when we look at Pixel's impact, it's more macro than micro. So when we take an image with our satellite of a certain region, we are not like a drone that would take, a taluk in the span of a day and then you'll have to get a couple guys to do it again after a couple weeks and so on and so forth. We take hundreds of thousands of square kilometers every single day. Imagine being able to image all of India every single day with the satellites. The kind of information that you'll be able to generate, the kind of models you'll be able to build, predictions that you'll be able to do will eventually impact the efficiency that farm output will have. So you are making sure that you give the inputs not at the farmer level, but maybe at the ministry level, maybe at the level of these companies that make fertilizers, companies that make seeds, in the level of, these bachat guts, these farmer groups that are formed. And you can work with organizations who work with these people to improve the efficiency of the output. Second, you can also do a pretty good job when it comes to agriculture in identifying which crop is missing. So the yield of a particular crop being low is also a big issue when people start going for cash crops and such. So I think fundamentally, yes, the impact in the next 4-5 years is going to be immense, tremendous, not just with Pixel, but all other companies as well.
Right. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of this panel. Thank you for all on the panel for this wonderful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I please also request Masuma Parekh to come up on stage and present a token of appreciation to all our distinguished panelists. Warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for all our panelists. Thank you so much, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for our next power-packed discussion and session. Our next session is titled AI and Karnataka's Roadmap for Innovation. At this conversation, we're going to be having the Honorable IT Minister of Karnataka with us, and he's here with us already, Mr. Priyank Kharge, Minister of Information and Technology and Biotechnology for the Government of Karnataka. Warm round of applause for the Honorable Minister. He's already here with us. We're going to be exploring how the state of Karnataka, India's tech capital as it is called, is positioning itself at the forefront of the AI revolution. This session will also delve into what Karnataka must do to nurture a world-class AI ecosystem, from enabling research and startups to strengthening digital infrastructure, skilling talent, and fostering responsible innovation. As AI reshapes industries and governance alike, this dialogue will examine the policy vision, partnerships, and the practical steps that are needed to make Karnataka the hub of India's AI-led growth. So let us please join in to welcome our Honorable Minister, Mr. Priyank Kharge, on the stage. And to moderate this session, let me invite on stage Siddharth Zarapi, Group Editor for Business Today.
Namaskara once again, Suswagatam. Thank you very much for being here. Minister, it's great to have you here. Bengaluru, Karnataka, right from my earliest days in my childhood or even as a student when I've had the occasion of having come here, has always been known as a hub for innovation, for technology, not just because of IT, but also because of certain magnificent institutions that have been here for decades now. And while the term for Bengaluru of Silicon Valley that is used, I don't agree with it. I think Bengaluru in itself is a global term now. We should not use any other reference for it. Competition is heating up, Minister. Most recently, Visakhapatnam has come to the front. There is a massive data center AI related investment that has gone in there. So I want to begin by asking you to tell us, is this competition good? Is this what a federal structure is all about, and how do you see it, and what are you doing after this development?
Firstly, thank you for having me over, and we love competition, and we thrive on it, and it's just not now. It's happening for over decades. I mean, a couple of decades back, didn't everybody say that Hyderabad is going to catch up with Bengaluru? Let's speak only on data points, not rhetoric, not headlines. I make headlines for the wrong reasons. Let's speak on data. My IT exports last year were 4.5 lakh crores. The closest that came to Karnataka ecosystem was Telangana, close to around 2.2 lakh crores. Out of 110 unicorns, more than 47 unicorns are from my state of Karnataka. More than half the startups in India who are leveraging deep tech are from Karnataka. 40% of engineering, research and development skill sets are from Karnataka. 38% semicon design is from Karnataka. Second highest penetration of AI skill sets, Karnataka. Fifth, we capture the fifth spot globally as AI cities, Bengaluru. Number 8 in startup ecosystem. 21% of the national bioeconomy contributed by Karnataka. By the way, number 1 in biotech. Aerospace, defense, manufacturing, 65% share. Now I can go on giving you statistics in probably every area. And you will still ask me, am I afraid of competition? No, we are not. We thrive in it. It also keeps us ahead of the curve. Now, when we when we first got in the IT policy, they said, IT policy se kya hoga kya? We were the first one to have the IT policy, BT policy, the startup policy, the electronic vehicles and manufacturing policy, engineering and research and development policy. We were the first one to have the battery energy storage policy. We were the first one to come up with a draft space tech policy. We were the first ones to come up with a global capability centers policy. So we have always had the first movers advantage where other people have followed us. In fact, some states have borrowed from us so much they've forgotten to delete the name Karnataka from their bills. So, and it's good. Competition is good. There is no doubt in it. And India by default is a fiercely competitive country. So while we have a Invest Karnataka, they have a Invest Maharashtra, they have a Invest Andhra, they have a Invest Tamil Nadu, now there is Invest Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, Invest Northeast. And it's good for the end investor because everybody likes to do window shopping. In fact, whenever I meet an investor, you know how the meetings start. They first come and sit and say, hello Mr. Minister, how are you? And I say, I'm fine. And he said, I'm just coming from Telangana. I'm just coming from Maharashtra. Abhi UP Chief Minister ka phone aaya tha. So, you know, already putting us on the back foot saying like, look, I've got a lot of incentives out there. I got a lot of subsidies out there. But one thing that nobody can give you, like you rightly said, from being the pensioners' paradise, now we are one of the most disruptive cities in the world. The ecosystem of academia, the ecosystem of incubation, the ecosystem of innovation, the ecosystem of talent, the ecosystem of policy, the triple helix model that you call industry, academia and government, nobody can give you. This has been built over 3 decades. 3 decades. And it's not easy to replicate it, and it is extremely, extremely, extremely difficult to beat it. So while my neighbors might speak whatever they want, however they want, my data speaks for itself. And of course, in a federal structure, there should be level playing field also.
Absolutely, and there's no denying that Bengaluru and Karnataka have been the heartbeat of India's technology backbone. There's absolutely no question on that. But since you mentioned about models, every model has a shelf life, every model needs to tweak. What is Karnataka and what you as the leader of that particular department and function, what are you doing to sort of adapt and tweak this model in the age of AI? Why I ask you this question is that in the age of AI, what worked for Karnataka and for India in the IT-enabled services environment not necessarily hold true. The kind of infrastructure demands, the kind of power demands. What is the state doing to sort of remain relevant equally in the age of AI?
One thing that we are doing extremely well is we are listening. Okay. And I think it's not easy for us. We are not a flash in the pan. We started out as a hub for public sector units with great backing of academia, think tanks like Indian Institute of Science, C.V. Raman Institute, etc. And we grew into a service sector ecosystem. And it took us from almost 2 decades from IT services or IT-enabled services to morph into an innovation ecosystem. Today we are one of the leading global capabilities center where corporates are not only doing their back office operations or knowledge processing right here, but also are innovating and inventing from here. They're filing IPs, global IPs from Bengaluru offices. And that's the change that has come. It's, like I said, it's very, very difficult to emulate what we have done. And how we have done it is because as a government, we are listening. We are listening to industry trends. We are listening to think tanks. We are listening to institutions. We are listening to what's being reported. We are talking to our partners. All the policies that we come up with are so disruptive is because we consult industry, we consult stakeholders, we consult the people at the bottom of the pyramid, we consult people at the top of the pyramid. And this is what makes Karnataka so good, because we follow the 3P principle. The people, by listening to them, we make policies for the people, and participation. So people, policy and participation. When I say participation, it is how the government comes out, reaches out. Government also needs to have their skin in the game. That's what people expect. That's what corporates expect. And that is why we are able to reinvent ourselves every now and then, every 5 years, every 6 years. And that is why we have been able to be so disruptive today. If today we are the 4th largest technology cluster in the world, it is because we have policies, we have government participation that is ensuring disruption across sectors. It is just not, when you say AI, we are not just bringing in an AI policy, we are concentrating on sectors, we are concentrating on verticals. I run 27 centers of excellence, right from agri-tech to space tech. And we are seeing how AI will be disrupting each of these sectors. We are learning and we are adapting quickly.
Minister, but when you say space tech, it's absolutely, in fact, it's a study in contrast. The world standard work happening, yet if you step outside that office, you might have a corporate leader complaining about the quality of the roads or flooding during monsoons. Do you think this is an issue? I mean, you had certain recent conversations in the public domain in the recent past. I don't want to go into that. But why is it that on one hand you have absolutely world-class stuff, but basic amenities are perhaps not delivered all the time?
See, this is a problem of every growing city. That's what I have told, and I get into trouble very often, but I stick to my stand. I'm quite stubborn that way. But see, what we need to understand is that look at the pace at which we are growing. When the central government says Karnataka is going to grow at 8.3%, we are growing at 10.5%. And I'm going to maintain this 8.5% on an average mean for the next decade or so, till 2035. This is what the reports suggest. And we are having the highest migrant absorption because we are creating jobs. We are having the highest number of real estate purchases happening across sectors. So last year, the office space rentals throughout India was close to around 77 million square feet, out of which 47% was only in Bengaluru. Just this year, in the first 2 quarters, more than 14 million square feet has been sold. Now, like I said, we are creating jobs, we are creating world-class IPs from here, but yes, this is a work that needs a lot of attention, and it needs to be at brisk pace. Otherwise, it will not suffice.
Are you using AI to fix town planning, for example, on a lighter note?
No. Firstly, we are using a lot of common sense to ensure that this thing. And like I said, we are listening, we are talking. But what happens is, now look, last time when we were in government, we said we'll build a flyover, a steel flyover. Everybody said no steel flyover. They ran a huge social media campaign, hashtag steel flyover beda. I'm sure that a lot of them remember. We said, okay, chalo, log nahi chahte to kyun karna hai? So we said, this time we said we'll go underground because land acquisition cost is super high. Now, again they're saying no. Now, upar se nahi jana hai, niche se nahi jana, jana kahan se? At least if somebody should give some solution, right? And there might be collateral damage. I'm not saying no, but that is the price we have to pay. And this problem is there everywhere. Sir, London mein hai, San Francisco mein hai, Brisbane mein hai, Delhi mein hai, Kolkata mein hai, Chennai mein hai. Yeah, I was telling, I was in a mobility conference the other day. They said, sir, so many cars are coming in. 1.25 crore cars are there in Bengaluru. Just in the previous month, we registered close to around 54,000 vehicles. Now they have to be on. They are going to be on road. Now, if in London, if you take your vehicle to the central business district, congestion tax. Now, if I say that on the show, saying that I'm mulling over congestion tax, tomorrow corporation haath se chhut jayega. So now, see, until and unless we are able to come to a consensus, Bangalore cannot be fixed easily. It's growing rapidly. Like I was in San Francisco recently, and the problem over there was because of Corona, there was a lot of homeless people that they, as a state policy, they adopted. Now, crime has become such a huge thing that the groceries over there are chained. The groceries are chained in San Francisco. Now, That's supposed to be a world-class city. Now, what should I say? If I compare anything, you do your work is what I will get. So the point is, we are progress cannot be still water. It has to be a constant thing. And the government is committed. We are building, we are improving 96 kilometers of the metro. We are increasing the suburban railway by 169 kilometers with close to around 64 odd stations. We are building the double-decker roads of 42 kilometers elevated roads. So these things can't happen overnight. 40,000 crores is what we are trying to, we are spending on the tunnel roads and other amenities. And if this infrastructure needs to come into place, it is going to take time. We are growing at an extremely rapid pace. But my only thing is that when you're suggesting something to the government, let it be practical. Because we have to put everything out in the thing, right? You just criticize, there is no problem. It's going to be a problem. Give constructive criticism. We are here to listen. We are here to deliver. If I don't deliver, I will not win another election. So I will have to deliver.
That's a fair point. And now I'm asking you as a public representative, and you have your own pressures from the public side, that is the other side of the coin. The government and the minister are not a private corporation where there is a limited number of shareholders and they can choose what to do. You're absolutely right. While we have spoken about the AI opportunity, and I also want to get into regulation and governance, which is also a national issue, for the near term, you are seeing headlines of job losses on account of AI and automation. And I know that this is a question that is worrying. In fact, in some multinational corporations that are letting go of people, some amount of chutney is happening in India also. As a public representative and someone who understands both the subject and the substance, is this a fair according to you? Does this worry you?
Oh, see, to be very honest with you, personally, I didn't expect AI adoption at this rate. If you see, I think never in the history of technology, a particular piece of technology has been adopted on so much on this scale. That just imagine, OpenAI declared that there will be no fees for using AI in India for a certain category. I mean, that means the adoption is huge. Somebody was telling me the other day that it's over 57% in India. So that means that everyone is using it, everybody is using it, maybe to cut short their homework, to maybe for better research, to cutting down processes in their office, to make decisions. I've never seen a technology being adopted at this pace. While being in my position, I am not allowed to panic. But yes, as a public representative, as a person in charge of this space, I think there is an urgent need for government to act on what better we could do to train our human resource, to adapt this in a better way, to ensure that the job losses that are happening can be put back in the saddle. While there is a World Economic Forum report that says that 92 million jobs will be lost worldwide, but at the same time 172 million new jobs might be created. Now, what are the jobs? Where are those jobs? The job losses are not happening at the basic level. It's happening at the mid and top level. With CTCs more than 40 lakh, 50 lakhs, which are supposed to be the safe jobs. But if you look at the people who are being let go, are people who have not adopted to this one. So the experience backed with massive reskilling is something that the government is considering to do quickly. And we have been talking to a lot of corporates to understand how AI is affecting their processes, how AI is affecting their businesses, so that we can be ready as a government along with them to help better skill sets, to deliver better skill sets for them. and how each of these things, how AI will be disrupting each of these sectors, whether it's agriculture, cybersecurity, fintech, space tech, anything. So we need to be a little cautious. I'm sure there is no need, there is no point in panicking, but it is something that the central government and the state governments should look into at the earliest.
That's a very important point, and I'll take a follow-up on that. But before that, Minister, I also want to say that just an hour back, at the same place that you are, the head of IBM in India and South Asia gave us an example of how that company globally managed to save close to 44,000 crore, $5 billion on account of AI adoption, and obviously it must have led to reduction in numbers, although their objective was not to cut the workforce, it was to optimize their efficiency. Now, two questions. From your experience currently and in the future, not just for Karnataka, where can state governments, municipalities, our overall governance architecture use AI to improve the life of the common man? If you have an example, please do share it with our audience.
No, as a government, we are trying to see how we can use AI to improve governance also. In fact, in my own department of RDPR, Panchayat Raj and Rural Development, we are using chatbots to address the needs of the people in natural language modules and LLMs, and we are getting feedback from villages on how, on what kind of problems they are facing and how we can deliver better governance in the shortest period. And I heard Kshitij speak earlier also on how they are using data, spatial imagery or for agriculture. In fact, we are also using AI tools for our disaster management, because after the crop loss once there is a deluge or there is flooding, we have to pay compensation to the farmers. So there is huge crop loss reported, but when you see the photographs, it looks morphed, but we don't know. So we are using AI tools to figure out if the photographs that are being sent are morphed or not. And even in Manrega, this is very funny. We have men dress up as women to get their daily wages. So we are using tools to detect whether the photographs have been morphed, whether it's actually at site, they're male, female. So we are doing it in our own little way. The e-governance is using AI to detect, to count livestock using muscle printing. So apparently livestock have different patterns on their noses, and the muscle printing technology is being used to count livestock. So we are using it in processes. We are seeing how we can ensure we can cut down the paperwork for citizens and for officials also, to ensure that the delivery of governance and the decision time taking for governance will be lesser. So there are multiple cases. I think right now we are using more than 25 to 30 tools across different departments to figure this out. And to ensure that we don't lose this edge of computing, we are also we are designing a hardware that will be India's most low-cost hardware for computing at the grassroots. That will be a game changer.
Okay, congratulations in advance for that, because anything that is of that nature will be a boon for citizens. Would it be fair and correct for me to say that from the examples that you cited, we can say that AI is helping reduce petty corruption?
Petty corruption, okay. That's a tough thing. But yes, using of technology always reduces corruption. See, as long as there is no human interface, already that corruption is less. And we are number one in e-governance, by the way. In fact, the Rural Development and Panchayat Raj department is probably the only department in the country to extensively use e-governance. So if you want to know what has happened in my village, in Panchayat, and you want the proceedings of that village panchayat, you can get it on WhatsApp. You can even, in fact, in the probably in another in a fortnight, we will be launching India's first live telecasted panchayat meetings as well. And you can watch it from anywhere. So anything that, any grievance redressal you have or any information that you need about a village, you can get it on your phone. Yes, it does act as a great hindrance to the for corruption. In fact, before we have somebody called the panchayat development officers in the panchayat. So he or she is responsible for collecting taxes and everything to do with the day-to-day activities of the panchayats. So what they would do earlier is they would, so if you are the PDO, मैं आपका शागिर्द हूँ. So you would never go to the panchayat. You would tell me to go to the panchayat, and you would give me your phone, and I would have to do all the running around. So now I've geofenced you. So you only have to go. Even if I go, it will not help.
Recognize.
So now what's happening? Now since you have to go at the stipulated time, we have got your attendance biometric. If you work for 20 days, you get only 20 days salary. If you work for 30 days, you get 30 days salary. And now you are geofenced. We know where you are, what you are doing. We are mapping your activity, and that is ensuring better performance of the panchayats. And that has ensured that we deliver better taxes to the people itself. So, for the first time in the history of India, we have collected 1,300 crores from villages only for taxes, through taxes. And I'm going to double it this year. And not 1 rupee comes back to the state government. It goes back to the development of the village. So, if you ask me, it reduces corruption? Yes, it does.
And you've given us great examples. Politicians are considered to be extremely intelligent people. Politics is a very difficult thing to pursue. But I wonder, can artificial intelligence help improve our politics?
I like that. It depends on whether it's the 5th year of the government or 1st year of the government. So, the 5th year AI will kick in. But yeah, I think I'm not sure if many of my colleagues are using AI for. Definitely, I know that they're not using it for decision making, because we have to be responsible with our decisions, because it's going to affect the population at large. While I can take assistance of it, but definitely there will be rules I'll have to follow, transparency, the cascading or the indirect effect it might have on people or on the scheme. So it's a very difficult thing to do, but I would do it with a lot of caution, because I don't think handing over governance to a technology that is in its nascent stage, it might just be counterproductive, I feel.
No, that's
my personal opinion.
No, that's a very insightful point. As we wind down the conversation, I want to take this to the evolution of the IT sector. You described beautifully how Bengaluru, because of many reasons, has become the hub that it is today. The IT sector, and everybody agrees, grew because the government did not for years, and I'm not talking about Karnataka, generally did not realize that there was something happening, and it developed on its own. Yet we are seeing another reaction from policy at large. Again, I'm not singling out Bengaluru or Delhi, which is that if crypto comes in, we don't know how to deal with it, we decide to ban it. Gaming, ban kar diya. Now AI, again, the day many other people like you across this country wake up to it, and then they see job losses, somebody will say again ban it. The larger question is, why don't we have a governance framework for AI? The data of hundreds of millions of Indians is being taken away. First, internet companies took it away, then social media companies took it, and now AI is scraping all data of Indians. We don't have a governance framework. Why is it impossible for us to have that?
Nothing is impossible if there is political will. That's my strong personal opinion again.
Sorry to interrupt you. There is will to ban things, but there is
I will explain what happens. And see, first of all, anywhere across the world, it's not limited to India or Karnataka. Anywhere in the world, policies always play catch up to technology. No government has a policy that is technology ready. Whether it is US, whether it's the European Union, whether it is China or whether it is India. We are always playing catch up. But like you rightly said, the immediate or the knee-jerk reaction that governments across the globe tend to do is if they don't understand something or if they don't have a framework for it, or if they can't regulate it, they ban it. So if you recollect, London had banned Uber.
Absolutely.
So because they didn't have a policy framework. Here also we had banned Uber and Ola because we didn't have something called the ride sharing, search pricing, aggregation. We didn't have it. In fact, most of the e-commerce platforms that are running currently in India are all illegal because we don't have a policy framework. So that doesn't mean I ban it. So what we should be doing as governments is we need to create regulatory sandboxes. And that's what government of Karnataka has done. We have created something called the Karnataka Innovation Authority, where you have an idea or you have a business or you have a service or you have a product that doesn't fit into our policy but is not illegal. You can apply for that and you rest in a regulatory framework till we come up with a policy for that. Otherwise what will happen, like you said, we just ban it. Now whether it is crypto or gaming, unfortunately, if it is a state like ours, we would have taken a very, very progressive decision on it. Now, what does the central government say on crypto? They don't say either it is good, nor do they say it's bad. So people are stuck. Now, gaming, it's the same problem. Now, gaming is a vice, so you banned gaming. So when you go to any website.
But sir, in GST, your state also agreed to impose very high taxes.
No. In fact, you have not seen my recommendation at all then. So, like in the gaming part of it, you banned gaming. Now, where are people? The adat to chuti nahi hai kisi ki. People are still going and gaming. What are they? The first advertisement, no GST, no KYC. The same person from my district or from Bengaluru is now playing on Eastern European servers or Chinese servers or some other servers where we don't know anything. Who's liable? At least if it was here. They want to be regulated. The gaming industry wants to be regulated. But you are not regulating, nor are you allowing us to regulate. The central government is also not doing it, nor are they allowing us to do it. If we are able to do it, then we will regulate them. They also want the same thing. At least we will be able to save their data, like you rightly said. We'll be able to save them their money. We'll be able to at least get them off hook. Otherwise, right now, the number of cyber crimes are increasing, cyber frauds are increasing because people are going and playing on servers that are unknown to us. Where will I go looking for an Eastern European server or a Chinese server? And that is exactly what is happening. So, regulation is important, policy framework is important, and governments can do it. It's nothing that they cannot do or we cannot do. It requires focus, it requires consultation, and if it is a state subject, we'll be more than happy to do it, like we are bringing in the misinformation and the fake news bill for online news and other things. This is state subject. Now crypto, gaming, everything is like borderline here and there. So we have to depend on the central government's directions at least for giving a policy framework. But with respect to AI, we are talking to corporates, we are talking to think tanks, we are talking to institutions, we are reading up how policies are done across geographies, and we will ensure that we will be able to come up with a nice proper AI sandbox framework for the rest of the country to follow.
I wish you all the very best in that, because many things that Bengaluru and Karnataka have done have been adopted by the rest of the country. As we wind down this session, I know we could have continued, but time's up. I just want to end by saying that someone said that AI stood for American intelligence. I hope that with the collective efforts of the states and centers across party lines, this is not a political issue. AI actually becomes Atmanirbhar intelligence, Indian intelligence. Priyank Kharge, thank you very much for your
Thank
time
you so
with us.
much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. May I please request you to be on the stage for a moment while I request Mr. Salman Ahmed, Vice President of Presidency University, Bangalore, to please come up on stage. Also along with him, I'd like to request Mr. Alok Nair, CEO of Business Today, to also walk up to the stage to present a token of appreciation to the Honorable Minister. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Honorable Minister Priyank Kharge, Minister of Information Technology and Biotechnology for Government of Karnataka. Thank you so much. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Honorable Minister. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll move on to the next session now. This is the last but one session that we have. Ladies and gentlemen, our penultimate session is titled Born Intelligent, the Rise of India's AI Startups. This session shines a spotlight on the new generation of Indian startups, building AI-first products for the world, scaling technology to solve real-world problems, transforming ideas into impactful products and services. From generative AI to applied intelligence, this discussion will explore how founders are leveraging India's data scale, engineering depth, and digital infrastructure to innovate smarter. For this session, let me welcome on stage our first panelist, Samhita R, CEO Resilience AI, to please join in on the stage. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Samhita R. We also have Professor Ganesh Ramakrishnan, Lead Principal Investigator for Bharat Gen, to also join in. Warm welcome to you, sir. Thank you so much for joining in. Gagandeep Rihal, co-founder -0, to also join in on the stage. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And we also have Riju Datta, co-founder of Cash Free Payments, to join in on the show as well. For this session, I will be moderating this one along with my co-moderator, Palak Agarwal. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I know half of the people have actually gone behind the minister, but this one is going to be an absolute promising one that you've stayed back for. When we talk about the startups ecosystem, India is seen as the world's third largest ecosystem for startups in the world. And when we talk about the kind of AI startups we already have 2,000 AI startups in India with about, 277 or 227 actually artificial intelligence startups which have been built only in 2024 in 1 year alone. And that actually shows you the kind of pace that we are already at when we built AI startups. Samhita, I'm going to be starting off this conversation with you. One is the fact that everybody wants to know, yes, that in the last 5 years or so, there has been a tremendous surge of startups in India, and within that last couple of years, it's been the AI startups. But when it comes to finding out whether we are at a stage where we can be seen as global AI powerhouse, are we there yet? How far are we from that stage? Second of all, when we talk about startups, are they scaling enough to compete with global giants within this same artificial intelligence space from US, from China? All these companies that are already, within our own daily lives, we are using their apps, and we do see there is a gap that we don't see an Indian startup quite there yet. How are you looking at that challenge as of now?
Thank you so much, and huge applause to each of you for bringing us together, having a dialogue on AI startups. I said this before, I'm going to say it. I think we are leading the path and the world is following. I strongly believe in that notion, not just because the number does not lie, the number that you just said. 227 is not a small number. go to these other countries and ask them how many is the count for them in 2024, I'm very certain we are leading and we are quite a trailblazer on it. So that number is itself a validation that globally AI is an enabling mechanism that is being used very graciously, very cautiously, and yet at the same time very avidly. When I use these three words, I say that we are not just defining and using this in a very fast-forward manner, we are also using it with a lot of responsibility. And there are enough startups in that 227 which should speak volumes for where we are. The second question where you said the other countries and how are the other countries dealing with this entry level and places where India makes a difference is especially when they use advanced technology and not limiting to AI, but using AI, using machine learning tools, using SLMs and LLMs, using advanced formats of technology and inventing their own format in science-driven workflows. We are not just solving for point A to point B. We are solving for real-world problems. Like, for example, Resilience AI, the company I represent along with my co-founder Sandeep Reddy, we are solving for natural disasters, which is highly scientific. There are startups which are called AI startups, but they're solving for healthcare. They're not solving for an early diagnosis of cancer, a raise of hand, at least I can tell from my side. I would love to have that diagnosis at least early in a hospital because every family is starting to institutionalize one case at least of cancer. So these are science-driven mechanism or workflows that we are solving, and hence I would say that India is way ahead in paving the path with all the three adverbs that I used for AI.
That's great. And yes, as you rightly said, numbers don't lie. And the Indian startup ecosystem is actually doing really well and really great in AI. And we have our co-panelists here. So I'll move to Professor Ganesh. Professor Ganesh, you built Bharat Gen, and one of the largest receiver of government funding under India AI Mission. 988 crore is not a small amount. Institutions and startups, how could they collaborate? Because right now a lot of hand-holding is needed for startups to grow. So how the research institutions could actually handhold startups, or how they could collaborate so that we as we have big numbers in AI startups, they just not remain numbers for, starting up and shutting down. They should actually grow their revenue model. They should actually scale. So what is required?
Thank you. I think collaboration has been in the DNA of Bharat Gen. It is Genesis itself. It's a consortium of 9 academic institutes. While IIT Bombay is leading it, we have IIIT Hyderabad, IIT Kanpur, IIT Mandi. We also have IIT Hyderabad, IIT Kharagpur, IIIT Delhi, and an Indian Institute of Management. I like to highlight that, which is IIM Indore, which is doing a fabulous job in data collection from second-tier cities, from libraries which probably none of these big AI companies would bother to approach. So collaboration is in our DNA. And that's how we've been creating benchmarks by visiting libraries with, which are actually waiting for their data to be digitized, right? So that's point number one. The other aspect of collaboration for us is that we are set up through a Section 8 company. So there's a not-for-profit company based out of IIT Bombay, where we do pay handsome salaries. We have a strong team of 50. We have someone heading us who's actually spent 25 years in Seattle. Our VP has come back after maybe 3 decades in the US after a PhD at UIUC. He's a graduate of IIT Delhi. So we're also getting back good talent. And in fact, we were in a recent roadshow in the US where we saw a lot of traction. There are a lot of, actually I agree with you completely. Many of our own alumni, they are actually so happy to see a model like this because this is a very unique model in the world, a collaborative model. So I wanted to impress upon you 50 top talent, full-time hirees with more than 100 collaborations across PhDs, masters. That's collaboration. Now coming to collaboration with startup, because of this
collaborative nature, what we've been doing, and we've been reaching out to multiple companies, fintech, healthcare, we already have collaborations, and you can go to the website and see some of them. We recently had a big announcement with IBM. So IBM does recognize our sovereign models, right? And they're building solutions on top of that. And that has also got us enough bandwidth, right? So we don't create bandwidth within us. We create bandwidth through collaboration. So here's a call. If you're a startup, you would like to collaborate, please reach out. We may take time because honestly, we are swamped, right? There's just too much being expected. But our intent is to collaborate. And what does collaboration give us? The ability to co-invent. We built a whole bunch of small language models, 2.9 billion parameters, all on Hugging Face. We also built domain-specific models. We built a legal-specific small language model, a finance model, a model for healthcare, a model for agriculture. Now there'll be one coming out for cyber. A whole bunch is going to come out, right? And what happened is because of these small language models which have domain-specific, it aroused the interest of startups in those specific sectors. So look at our models, and please do let us know that the advantage that academia gives us, I must really highlight this, is thinking beyond the run-of-the-mill, right? How do you ensure that the speech data you get is tokenized in a way that does justice to our accents? We don't have as much data. Yes, we are collecting a lot of data, but we don't have as much data as some of these large OpenAIs and the Groks of the world have. But what we do have is, because of the academic ecosystem, we can rethink models, and we have done that. We publish papers routinely. How do you ensure that the data you're collecting from 5 different vendors has the right sanity check, right? And how do you do capacity building? In fact, 5 vendors from whom we have got a lot of speech data, we have been building their capacity. We built an agentic framework to ensure that metadata is clean, to ensure that deduplication is avoided, thanks to our solid engineering team. Now this is also capacity building. So startup engagement is both, where we co-create, but where we also source data. I hope that gets you excited.
Gagandeep, I'm going to be coming to you next. Gagandeep is doing some fantastic work at -0. All of you who are auto enthusiasts, vehicle enthusiasts would know that there is this new, thing that we are all obsessed with now, and that's ADAS and AD, and that's autonomous mobility, and how you can just let the car drive wherever you're sitting and just see the magic, how it happens. It's already on Indian roads and many cars now available. So Gagandeep, help us understand. You used to always think that only in foreign roads you can have this facility very, seamlessly work. Because in Indian roads you have to encounter sitting cows, you have to encounter potholes, you have to encounter any running person from anywhere. Somebody very close to me says, ये इंसान प्रकट होता है रोड पर, चलता नहीं है Indian roads पर. How do you handle that?
I think this is where the recent trend, I know if you have been following the industry as a whole, there is a new word that is coming up. Okay, we had initially what we call digital AI, LLMs disrupted the digital language space. Then we said, okay, language and vision. Now people are saying, okay, AI can generalize so well on these modalities, why it cannot do actions, right? That's why you might have seen that Tesla's humanoid Optimus, that cool demos that they have been doing. So this new emerging field has started coming, we call them large action models, right? How do you make a foundational model and think of this like LLM kind of a model, take actions, understand like a human, not hardcore rule that, okay, if you see a cow, you should stop. They say, okay, let it mimic the way a human learns to drive. Like we do very reactive driving. Most of the time, if you follow rules in India, you will be an unsafe driver. So that is what we have been building, a foundational model which can actually ingest data, like see what cameras are seeing and tell, okay, what action should it take? Right? And that is what making it possible. If you see our demos, we had been making a car drive where suddenly there is a guy coming on the opposite side of the road and taking or other example, in an expressway there is an auto rickshaw on an expressway coming on the wrong side, right? So I think, but with this data in AI first approach, that is now becoming possible. So you learn the art of driving rather than trying to hard code lot of rules. So right now the ADAS that you see in the market, that is like that. And so what we are saying, okay, this technology, Tesla has, that's why Tesla is one of the best autopilot on the planet. So we're looking, okay, can we democratize that technology to all other OEMs? Because OEMs they build hardware, they don't know how to build AI or software. Can we build that Android counterpart to, let's say, iOS here? Tesla is like an iOS. Can we build Android for all, Tatas and Mahindras of the world?
Great. So now we have talked about mission critical applications. We have talked about partnerships. We have talked about auto sector and applications of. So, but then now I come to fintech. Cash-free is one of the leading players in the fintech ecosystem. But a lot of data here comes into play. A lot of responsible AI or ethical use of AI is required. So how does that work at Cash-free? I want to understand.
Yeah, so I mean, I think there are two parts to the problem. In one sense, we as Cash-free offer, AI-related, I would say, services or products. For instance, things like fraud detection, doing KYC, which is somewhat similar to the DigiYatra experience. So here, I think when we work with regulated entities, it's always a human in the loop kind of a scenario. So that's what the regulator says. We usually pitch to regulated entities like banks or let's say NBFCs or us, we are also regulated ourselves. So it's usually a human in the loop. So I mean, whatever the AI does, you have to have, like a checker, in the background. Which is again what happens in DigiYatra. If you go to the airport, the security person actually looks at you before letting you in. So that is one part. And then the second part of it is where we are the consumer of AI as a business, like everyone else for, things like how we do customer care, right? Automating our customer care processes, automating our onboarding processes, helping us make sense of our data better. So here I would agree, I think there is some sort of, to be honest, we haven't even thought about it. I think we are also not sure how much of our data we want to expose to the models. I think it starts with us knowing, to a certain extent it starts with framing a policy. So for instance, your data protection bill could have something, I mean, I think we haven't even started thinking about it. So first we think about it, it reflects in the law. And how it is solved is probably, I think there will be a lot of infra companies that come about. So maybe you can envisage something like, role-based access control kind of, infra coming in. Because I think a lot of AI that we have seen, that is working is, infrastructure companies, right? You start with the, the processor, AI native processor, AI native cloud, AI native database. So everything is just, switching to AI native mode. So I think we'll have something similar, I think a lot of infra work is happening right now. When it comes to us, like where we are the application layer, I think it's not yet very easy to, I think, get the results, I would say, right? So I think, so yes, in short, I think there needs to be some role-based access control kind of systems, and we need to put thought into, what we are actually comfortable with sharing. I think we are not yet quite clear.
Right, Samita, I'll come to you next, and I want to ask you, what does it truly take to convince, enterprises to adopt AI when it comes to operations where failure isn't an option truly?
And I have an addition to that question on building a product from a research stage to a pilot and making it market ready, especially an AI product. How are the investors reacting to it?
Fantastic. I started it with the beginning, two powerhouses asking the question. So thank you so much. I'll try my best. I'll go with the investors reacting. I see tremendous amount of propensity in investors. We are backed by Kalari, huge support from Vani Kola herself, who is invested in tech that is not just deep, but really is solving world problems. So we also are backed by Java, which is a US-based Bhargavi Vijay Kumar. So we see a lot of investors that we are talking to. I have at least 2 emails every month requesting for a conversation on the product that we have built. Now, that is again data and evidence that investors are keen to invest in products that are simplifying, yet at the same time solving for a real-world problem. Now, the next question that you have, the first question that you asked is how are you going about having a dialogue on AI being at scale, and what drives that adoption? Show them the money. I think for natural disasters, I always say we are sitting at 4 seasons. What if there was a scenario where I could show you on the dashboard or on any desktop device or a phone that you have, what is the risk exposure of this building today if flood happens. I'm very sure it will at least edge the right side of your mind, which is called the curious mind. I want to know my score before the flood happens. By the way, we are not forecasting floods. We are not forecasting any season. We're just telling you, if flood happens today at Four Seasons and around this area, what is my risk? Fast forward, we are also able to tell you why the risk is at a particular level. And this risk, the way you look at it, is in a map view. You use Google Maps, you use Uber, you know how to read a map, it's the same view. Now, the way for adoption is when I tell you that if Four Seasons doesn't stay tomorrow, what's the financial damage? How many people will not turn up? How many footfall will they lose? For example, we just did a research-based work because there was a storm called it's in the US, won't go into the details, but one of the large marts, which we call the Walmarts of one of the equivalents, they were shut down for 3 months because of flood. $11 million of damages because they were shut down. We could show them the money. That drives adoption. It's universal with government and private sector. Money does not discriminate how you operate in governance, be it government or be it a private sector.
Okay. Professor, I'll come to you next. I want to understand when it comes to the role of academia. How do you see the role going forward from here when it comes to nurturing AI startups, nurturing talent, and leading greater industry collaboration going forward? Do you think enough is happening? Because there was one thought from the industry constantly saying we're not getting employable skill sets. So if you could address that point.
I think there's a lot of potential of leveraging the technological advancement largely anchored by our own people in the US, right? I'm referring to US largely also to the Bay Area, where I was recently for a roadshow, as I mentioned. While people there are excited about the models being the model by which we are collaborating in India, right? Instead of creating a monopoly, there's a kind of public good being created. There is also the need we feel that there is probably a generation gap between what happens here and what happens in the Silicon Valley. Now, finding mechanisms by which we can collaborate, right? Have several of those people who are interested. China had this 1,000 Scholars Return program. Now, can our industries in India facilitate that? Right? Of course, the government also has an intent. I think that's the first important aspect, right? Getting talent back, and getting talent back not just on a voluntary basis, but on a professional basis. It'll be great to have several of our faculty well-wishers in many of the US universities also collaborate, and there have been good efforts, positive efforts from our Heritage Fund, from well-wishers in the Bay Area, and they have extended their support. A second very important point is to have strategic partnerships. Now with large companies, especially alluding to the partnership we have with IBM, if we have large companies who also have data, government, obviously all the state governments sit on data, if we had partnerships which ensure sovereignty, which ensure that there is local data, air gap solutions where they are required, and co-creation, which means there is attribution to the models that are actually created together. I think this will also ensure that we get very good talent, because talent is not just the AI talent, but the ops talent, right? So, creating opportunities through strategic partnerships, both on the data front as well as the business opportunities and the talent front. I would say that's the need of the hour.
Gagan, I would really want to understand from you, beyond tech, what are the policy, infra or ecosystem support startups like you need to come into mainstream? Yeah.
Got it. I think this will just draw attention when you were telling, right, how many AI startups are there, right? So that is very clear that Indians are leading the way in building AI startups. But there is one angle that we are not looking. If anyone followed, there was something called Skip India movement on the Twitter. Founders were glorifying that, investors were. And most of the investors are right now doing that US corridor, India corridor load rather than building for India. Why is that the case? I think that is the question that we want to look at. I'll just maybe talk about particularly our sector, where I see in auto sector 2 major problems. Auto sector as a whole, see, we are just a software layer. To build a car, to to be a lot of things to come together. Auto sector is still very socialist. Government protects, let's say, a lot. Today, and what happens due to that is, talk the GST thing, right? Really good bikes and cars. Now, for those OEMs, it's not a lucrative market anymore. And usually any technology has to come from premium and then goes to mass market. India doesn't have that premium segment that is getting developed. And that is why, we do not have a phone company coming out of India or a GPU company coming out of India unless you are able to sell to outside. That's where Space Tech did. Most of their clients are outside. And this is one part where, we need to make certain change. So, yeah.
Okay, I'll come to you and read you in the end and try to understand how difficult and challenging is it to integrate AI into the regulated financial systems as of now, and going forward, how are you going to be seeing this tackled?
Yeah, so I think the challenge is not in integrating, I would say. I think it is in getting results that are good enough so that it adds actual value. I think today the models are good. Maybe talent could be there a bit more, but I think that missing, like as I was saying, of the infra is maybe missing. So it takes us a lot of effort to get to results, that help us, actually gain value. For instance, if I want to automate our customer support and make AI answer most of it, for tangible benefits, we need to ensure 80% of the queries are answered by AI and they give us a better satisfaction rating than humans. To do that, it takes us, let's say, 1 year, 1.5 years, and a lot of developers working. So we need those tools that make the idea of things like data annotation, the context engineering, all of that very easy. I mean, in the internet age, you had companies like AWS and Shopify, which made it really easy to build a business. So we'll need those, I would say, analogous companies in AI before we can, really start growing very, very fast. I think right now it's there, but it's not easy enough. The learning curve is very high, relatively. So that is the shift. I think once that happens, then we will see adoption.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Riju, Gagan, Professor Ganesh and Samita for being with us for this fascinating, insightful conversation that we've actually had. This could have gone on, but we have one more session to go, so thank you so much for being with us. I'd now like to request Masuma to please come up on stage to present a token of appreciation to all our esteemed panelists right here. Warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for all our panelists. Warmest round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Samhita, Professor Ganesh, Gagandeep, as well as Riju, for those insightful talks and conversations that we've just had with each one of them. Ladies and gentlemen, time now for our last session this evening. And this one is titled Powering India's AI Revolution. This session explores how Indian ventures can move from prototypes to profitable, scalable businesses at large. It delves into the practical playbook for growth, access to capital, enterprise adoption, talent pipelines, and responsible deployment as well. This dialogue will also examine how collaboration between startups, corporates, as well as government can actually create vibrant AI ecosystem that's capable of driving long-term impact. For this session, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome my next set of panelists, Mr. Keshav Reddy, founder of Equal, to be with us on the stage, please. Huge round of applause. Mr. Ganesh Gopalan, co-founder and CEO of Nani.ai, also to be with us on the stage. Mr. Jasprit Brindra, the founder of AI and Beyond, India and Tech Whisperer Limited UK, to also be with us. Sahaj Work also to be with us, Head of Strategy and GTM, Model API, Sarvam AI also to be with us. And to moderate this session, I'd like to call upon stage Abha Bakaya as well as Krishna Gopalan, Executive Editor of Business Today magazine.
All right. Well, this is, I think, going to be my favorite session of the day, obviously, because we're closing the evening with entrepreneurs who have some brilliant stories to share, and a newer vantage point on really when we're talking about the AI landscape and how things are evolving. We've spoken, of course, through the day to large corporations, we've spoken to policymakers, stakeholders, deep tech, and I think it's really interesting now to get into also, as we heard in the previous panel as well, a little bit of how entrepreneurs are changing the ecosystem. So let's dive in on that. And, let me come to you first, Keshav. When it comes to unique IP, that's being created here in India. And I know you can speak very well on this. I know you've just got an extremely viral video, and I'm going to let you tell the audience about it, about your new launch. But talk to us about the potential we see for that in the Indian landscape.
No, thank you so much, I guess, for inviting me. Great to see you all. I know it's evening just before dinner, but we'll make this fun. So Equal is an AI assistant we're building. We're actually India's largest data sharing company. And we realized that actually people are sharing data for some services. So we started building an AI assistant, and recently we launched something called Equal AI, which is a call assistant. And it picks up your unknown calls and speaks on your behalf and then connects the call to you if it's important. And we launched something on social media. It went viral. We had 106 million views on our video. And it's like... And it's super exciting to build something ground up, native AI for India. And I think that's what we're building here. It's just the beginning. India is a scale market. You just have to go large in scale. And if you have, check out the app. You can download it in the Android App Store. And yeah, that's a little intro.
All right. So Jaspreet, let me come to you as well on where you see the funding gaps. When we're talking about the AI story here in India, it's all very well to say that it's tech overseas, built on Indian HR resources, but the truth of the matter is there are ideas here. They just require the right support, the right funding, the right capital infusion. Do you see enough of that coming in, or are there certain segments, whether it's data processing, compute, etc., where you feel perhaps the funding gaps are?
So I'll kind of speak at this from a slightly different view. You will hear about VC funding gaps or angel funding gaps or at a later stage private equity funding gap. I think the number one biggest funding gap in India vis-a-vis AI is funding research. We do not have any fundamental research worth its name happening in AI across the country, whether from the corporate ecosystem, whether even from the university ecosystem. And if you look at, how the open AIs of the world have been created, or how the, Google's, Google Brain, etc., DeepMind, etc., have gotten created, all of them have gotten created because of researchers. And the single most highly paid, Mark Zuckerberg dangling $100 million bonuses, was not really to entrepreneurs, was not to corporate executives, not to CEOs, but to basic AI researchers. Researchers, my friends, build AI. And we severely lack in that. And I think while everyone through the day has talked about funding gaps and all the other things that you mentioned, to me, this is the most critical funding gap that we have in this country.
So I'm just going to Ganesh, a lot has been said in terms of how AI can actually become a growth engine. AI becoming a growth engine, a lot has been said about that. We'd like to get in your views on that to understand how it can actually propel the whole growth story.
Yeah, I think firstly, I belong to this company called Gyani.ai, and we've been in this AI business, I guess, before this whole AI thing became fashionable, if I can say so. And when we started, I think deep tech was a bad word, right? So today, if you look at it, firstly from a corporate sense, I think very clearly Indian corporates are at the forefront of AI adoption. Right? It's surprising to a lot of people, but you just need to look at the stats of any global enterprise platform on AI, and you'll see that usage by Indians and by Indian corporates is often as high as 30 to 40%. So the adoption of AI is just simply incredible by Indian enterprises, right? And we are going to see a lot more adoption in terms of government and various other things going forward. So very clearly, India is the place where a lot of innovation is happening, especially in terms of using AI to solve problems in industry, problems with consumers, so on and so forth, right? It's no surprise that a lot of global entities which never looked at us, take the OpenAIs of the world and others, are looking to set up offices in India and starting to even hire in India folks like solution experts. So it's really not surprising because the adoption of AI and the growth in terms of users, in terms of tokens consumed to solve problems is incredible. And what are we all doing, and what are we all using AI for, right? The first and foremost thing that all of us are looking to use AI is how do we communicate with Bharat, right? And the best way to communicate with Bharat, we know that is through channels like voice, where you can humanize the conversation and where you can converse to people in the languages that they are more comfortable in. And AI is playing an incredible role in that, right? I mean, the kind of volumes that we are seeing, in terms of human-machine interactions, especially with telephony and other channels where you can reach the real Bharat, is quite incredible. Talk about, a few million conversations with Bharat on a daily basis, right? So India is on its way, as a growth engine for AI, and we are often, the place where a lot of these innovations are currently happening.
Serge, I'm just coming to you. Given where India's position today and looking at your own business model, what is it that excites you the most about the whole story?
I think, so firstly, of course, I'm from Sarvam AI, currently heading the strategy and GTM for Sarvam's model APIs, right? Of course, Sarvam is in the field of building foundational AI models, and I think, one of the most critical aspects, while we are very confident in our ability to build good models that are specific to Indian use cases, right? Understand Indian languages, Indian dialects, Indian pronunciations, right? And can make an experience for Indians real. I think the most impressive aspect of that is the developer community in India, right? I think, right, as Ganesh sir rightly mentioned, it's very important that the builders, the enterprises, right, the engineers within these enterprises are empowered to build applications that are robust and that can deliver a very strong experience, right? And the orchestration layers on top of these models, right, that is what these builders are going to build, right? The most impressive aspect for me personally has been seeing how people interact with the APIs that we put out, the cool applications they are able to build on top of it, and how they are able to push them to scale, right? Not only does it identify that there is a need, there is a gap, right, that it does improve someone's daily life, right? Let's take the healthcare industry, for example, right? There are certain hospitals who are looking to experiment with EMR-based technologies, right? That's electronic medical records, right? So imagine a doctor-patient consultation takes 15 minutes today, right? 5 minutes of that, the doctor is probably writing some notes and sharing it with the patient, right? Imagine if instead of 15 minutes, that now takes 10 minutes because you have an application doing the transcription in any Indian language, right? Despite your dialect, despite how the user pronounces, right? If your ASR or STT models are strong enough to understand this, transcribe it well, and put it in a structured format for a doctor, you save 5 minutes every consultation, right? That ultimately could end up amounting to more patients consulted in the entire day, right? So the cool applications that developers are building on top of these models, such as this one example I spoke about, I think that's been the most impressive aspect.
Yasha, I'm just going to come to you. You're in the business, financial services, something that touches all of us. You still have the twin responsibility, if I may say so, because there's innovation and there's an element of the social good in terms of responsibility. How do you balance the two, and how do you strike it right, if I may say so?
No, it's a very important question. And just to add some context to what he asked me, Krishna asked me, we're actually one of India's largest data sharing companies, and one of the largest portion is financial services. So if you guys have heard of account aggregator, we are the largest account aggregator. We process over 1 billion transactions for about 90 million Indians. So most of you here may be using our service when you go to a bank or a fintech or an NBFC, as we power a lot of those services. It's extremely crucial to have guardrails, and the AI assistant is actually a new business we're building under the same company. But it's very important to have guardrails for anything when you touch data or you touch any personal information or healthcare data, which was mentioned earlier. And in AI, what ends up happening is you have to give a lot of guardrails of regulatory guardrails, security, making sure that PII data is actually not in the same sort of ecosystem as the data, so that it doesn't actually get convoluted as well. And I think the Indian government has done a really good job. India Mission has set out a draft paper recently, which kind of focuses on guardrails and on good practices, and when there are bad actors, what they're going to do. So I think it's exciting to see the evolution. There are very few companies who are building native AI companies in India. I can say we're one of the few leading application AI companies in India which are building from ground up. And we have to actually set the pathway for the future, and that's what we're trying to do.
Okay. And I'd love to know more about your story. We'll come back to that. Ganesh, tell us about what you're building as well. You know, it's about bridging the linguistic and digital divide, conversational AI. How does that shape up? What was the vision? What are you seeing with it?
Yeah, so as I mentioned before, the fundamental goal that we set out was, how do we bridge the digital divide, right? And how do you make that happen to reach Bharat, as I mentioned, in the easiest possible manner, right? Voice has always been, the best channel to reach Indians or rather anybody in Bharat, irrespective of the place that he's from, the language he speaks, or his background. And what we have seen is when we reach Bharat at scale, that's when all the fun starts. Every brand in the country, every government institution would love to reach Bharat, right? And having a conversational ability to reach Bharat is the biggest opportunity for our country, right? We've seen some amazing scale in the recent past. I mean, recently we were involved, in a government project where we reached close to, a few crore people in the matter of a few days, right? There's about 20 crore people in the matter of a month, right? And having a conversation with them and trying to understand what their problems are and how we solve them, right? So what this really means is that you need to build systems that are homegrown, that solve these problems at scale in terms of the specific unique problems that India has. If you look at us Indians, we at a time typically speak 2 or 3 languages at a time, right? I'm from a place in Mumbai called Chembur, right? So I typically intersperse my conversation with Hindi, Tamil, and Marathi, right? And a few English words in between, right? And that's true for a lot of Indians. So the kind of unique challenges that are thrown when you solve problems for India is very different. Secondly, noise environments. The kind of noise environments that we see in Bharat are very, very different. Imagine having a speech system that works when you're sitting in an auto rickshaw that's right next to a motorcycle. And right next to the motorcycle is often, a bus which is just honking at the, highest possible volume, right? And your speech systems need to work for that. So the kind of challenges that you have in India are very different. But the best part is that if you solve for these challenges, then you are going to be able to solve for any problem anywhere else in the world, right? So these are opportunities, but let's get that straight. If you are going to reach Bharat, the kind of opportunities that you open up are quite incredible. And you will see that beyond corporates, beyond governments, it's going to start to impact communities. So for example, we were involved in a project for UP State where we were helping to try to improve the infant mortality rate. This is one of the biggest embarrassments for us as educated folks in the country, right? And we worked with an NGO that said, hey, the problem here is all about, information gaps, right? So we built a voice assistant that talked to mothers in the first 1,000 days and, helped to resolve their problems, at the same time, help them with reminders, help them with the right communication that bridges the gap. It's all a work in progress, but you're going to see amazing innovations that are going to impact not only corporates, but real India and real impact.
Jaspreet, I'm just going to come to you because the whole story is really about AI reaching out to the mass. And it's just not about the farmers or we speak of the gig workers, all of it. So that becoming a growth engine for a mass of the population, how does one go about it?
Okay, so I realized that I've forgotten to introduce myself and what do I do, so because everyone did that. So let me quickly do that. I thought everyone knew me, but I was sorely mistaken. So anyway, exactly. So I have a leg in academia. I teach at Ashoka. I teach at Singularity University. I do something with Cambridge University. I have a leg in writing. I have a couple of published books. I write for multiple publications, including this one and multiple daily newspapers. And I've grown a third leg, which is in entrepreneurship, where I run this small company called AI and Beyond, which is doing something much more pedestrian than all the exalted stuff that my co-panelists are doing. We just realized that we all talk about AI, and this actually comes to your question in a sense. But in this room, we talk about multi-parameter models and small language, big language, large language, etc. The moment you get out of this room, no one knows anything about what is happening. So the literacy of AI in this country is extremely low. Even forget about the farmers, even in large corporations, in your homes. So we have set about this very tiny mission of building AI literacy in India. And we're starting with corporates, we started with a few other constituencies in our small company called AI and Beyond. And we do this through separate methods, including the books that we kind of publish. So, one of the things I wrote about was that AI might follow a K-shaped curve. If you remember post-COVID, all the economists were talking about a K-shaped recovery. The rich getting richer, the poor getting poorer. Frankly, with AI, the same danger exists in three ways. Countries, there'll be certain countries, the US, China, which are kind of on that side, and then the rest of the countries are kind of here. India is somewhere straddling the middle. This is true for jobs. People who embrace AI and who are kind of in those kind of jobs are going to win. And then there are so many job losses which are going to happen in areas which AI is impacting, or for people who don't embrace AI. And we are seeing that every day in everyday news. And then finally is also that within a country, what we used to call the digital divide is now going to resurface in form of an AI divide. And in these rooms, the 1%, 0.5% of the population will ride on these large language models and become bigger, richer, whatever. But what happens to the rest of the country, the rest of the people, the farmers, the gig workers, the laborers, etc. And in that, one of the things which I've been pushing unsuccessfully so far is this concept which we've been calling Jan AI rather than Gen AI, which is that why don't we take, and I know that Ek Step and Mr. Nilakani's foundations, etc., are also started thinking and working on that, so as the AI mission. But the same way we did a digital transformation of a country at population scale, we need to, with the same seriousness and effort, bring in AI to the masses as a part of quote-unquote the India stack, delivered the same way as Aadhaar or UPI, etc. was delivered. The fun part here is that none of those farmers and gig workers know that this is called digital or this is called a unified payment interface. They just see the benefit. And the same in AI, where we don't have to call it generative AI or a large language model or a small language model. It's basically that you can use it to become a creator or you can use it to become that. And that, it's not as much innovation, but distribution, which will set this country apart and which has set it apart so far. And hopefully we do that again.
I just want to jump in. I actually agree with what you're saying, Jaspreet. Actually, I have a similar insight. You guys know India 1, India 2, India 3? Yes? Like, we're all part of India 1. India 2 works for India 2. India 1, sorry. India 2 works for India 1. And then India 3 is the large people, like 70% of India lives in smaller towns. India 1 may 10% are actually using AI how it's meant to be used. It's actually using for agentic, you're using it for doing tasks and significant amount of work. Most of the other people in India 1 and maybe 20-30% of India 2 are using it as a Google replacement. They're using ChatGPT as a Google replacement. That's all you're doing. And the rest of the country actually has not even started using it. And that's why we noticed yesterday OpenAI made it free. OpenAI Go, ChatGPT Go, for a reason. They want to give it to more people very quickly. And a similar thesis has brought our like AI assistant one, and not only us, anybody who will win India will be the one where you simplify it so easily, forget all the jargon, and make it easy for everybody to use it, how it's meant to be used. And then that will actually lead to the same India, the India stack effect, which has happened. And I think that is a similar thesis which we are building. We're simplifying it, making it easier. Underlying stack doesn't matter to anybody, as long as it's able to do the same outcome. And no, lovely to hear that you're teaching people about that. That's really, really good.
Trying.
Okay, so I just bring you in. How are you enabling affordable model access for startups, developers, and what do you think could unlock a 1 million plus API user ecosystem?
I think that's a very interesting question, and I think a very critical question considering India, right? I think while India has a lot of challenges in terms of the diversity and languages that I spoke about earlier, it's also a reality that India is a very, very cost-sensitive market, right? For developers to put anything out there, it's difficult, right? With any frontier model, that will come with a huge investment, and you'll have to make sure you get traction very, very quickly, right, for it to take off, right? I think that's one of the key aspects, right, that we want to enable through our APIs. Again, with the APIs, we make sure that they are very easily accessible via SDKs, via the straight API endpoints on our dashboard. For every developer that joins, we make sure that there are sufficient free credits to, start, get a sense of the experience and build on top of it. While that is one aspect, and, through those APIs, there's also, of course, partnerships with a number of startups, right? I think what is very critical for the AI landscape in India is to identify the right ecosystem partners, right? Be it what folks at Equal are doing, right? In terms of building those applications, like Keshav very rightly mentioned, to make it simpler, right? For people to adopt, whether it's through an English language learning app, whether it's through a voice agents platform, right? Identifying with the right people to make it more accessible becomes critical. But coming back to the question of how you make it cheaper and more accessible, one aspect is, of course, through the APIs with the right partnerships enabling usage at scale. The second aspect becomes, of course, through also open sourcing, right? Sarvam in the past few months has open sourced 3 models, right? 2 LLM reasoning models and 1 text translation models. Again, with the idea that once the models are there, developers across India can use it, right? Can play around with it and build on top of it without, incurring a significant cost, right? Again, hosting the models can also be a challenge, which is why with Sarvam M was a 24 billion parameter reasoning LLM that we produced, does exceptionally well on tasks such as mathematics, physics problems, and other education related tasks, including coding, right? We open source the model so that people could play around with it. We put it on our APIs free of cost so that, again, people could build on top of it and explore what are the applications that really take off for India, right? So again, APIs is one, open sourcing models is another, but identifying the right ecosystem partners to build with and partnering with them, be it, by enabling slightly lower prices, sharing compute, whatever, that I think is the best way to move forward.
Keshav, there's one part I must ask you, this whole thing of reshaping the financial tech landscape, if I may say so. What is your view on that, and how do you think it actually is something that can easily be achieved?
You mean generally in tech? Or?
That's right.
So the tech ecosystem has had a bunch of S-curves. How many of you are building companies? With a raise of hands? Okay, so a couple of them, a bunch of them. See, the ecosystem has a great like S-curve and then it plateaus. That's typical. And it's highly correlated in India to the availability of capital in the US. Because most of capital comes indirectly or directly through the US. And that drives huge ecosystem drivers in early stage venture, which is risky, right? So you don't see mature capital coming to venture. So I think we're at till 2021, 22, there was like huge surge of capital, which drove a lot of really good companies being built. Right now it's at a plateau and a lot of capital is going to China, to the US itself. And the companies that are getting built today are generally more B2B companies in India, or they're companies of scale which are spinning off new ideas. But you're not seeing great innovations, and that's what's concerning. But you know, the entrepreneurship talent and spirit in India is like insane. So I'm very, very confident that next few years we'll see a huge surge of companies. More capital is starting to come back, and you know, more businesses. And you see all these large companies going IPO, all tech companies. They're becoming profitable, they're becoming larger, and they're becoming more sustainable. And that will drive another new S-curve because they'll start investing in companies in India as well.
Well, we hope that that's the way it happens and there's no like dramatic tapering on those valuations. But Ganesh, for startups like yours, you know, we spoke about ChatGPT and other such global platforms. How do then some of the younger companies coming out of India actually carve a niche for themselves? How do you capture, you know, the mind space of your customer, whether it's speed, accuracy, cultural relevance? What have you experienced so far?
So I think there are incredible opportunities. I mean, just because there are all these great LLMs around the world doesn't mean that we can't compete, right? First and foremost, a lot of people who use these global LLMs would see that they don't work for India in a number of ways, right? I did talk about a few of them, but once you get into the linguistic areas, you get into how they handle noise environments, how they handle stuff like latency, you will see that a lot of the global models have their own issues, right? If you look at it from a typical LLM sense, they're competing with another 50 competitors of their own. So it's not that it's all hunky-dory for them, right? So the opportunities, if you look at it from an India perspective, first and foremost is, even if you're looking to do something foundational, there are enough niche areas that you can pick up, right, and beat the market, right? And they could be niche areas for India, they could be niche technological areas for the world, right? Take a simple example. When you build, say voice systems, there's an opportunity for denoisers, right? Now there are global denoisers. For example, we went and built our own. But I'm sure there are other companies that will go and build their own denoisers. So it doesn't even need to be a full-blown system. It could be you attack, a certain particular technological niche, and you beat everybody else in the world on that. For example, we are building something very unique on voice-to-voice LLMs. We are not trying to compete on a generic LLM, right? A voice-to-voice LLM with emotional context, we think it's very important for the customers that we serve, right? Similarly, we, companies can, if they don't want to look at the foundational aspect, companies can start looking at the use cases, right? Today we heard of several very interesting use cases on respect to hospitals, but we barely scratched the surface, right? And, and every place or every industry, whether it's your pharma industry, whether it's, consumer durables, any industry, there is going to be amazing opportunities where you can come up with a new use case, build either your ground up AI or use APIs and create a differentiation. There's just amazing opportunities for you either in India or across the world.
Okay, I think Siddharth has a question as well. Siddharth, do we need to get a mic too?
No, just a very quick short question. I don't know who wants to take it from the panel. We've seen in various technology adoption waves in this country. I'm not talking about manufacturing. A pivotal move, for example, since voice is such an emphasis during this discussion, when calling party massive increase in adoption, and then the rest of the ecosystem followed. Free data or very low price data again fundamentally shifted the dynamic and led to the digital stack. I wonder if there is a similar thing that you anticipate as a pivotal moment that could happen in the future for AI to get embedded into India 3 particularly, for example, and everywhere else. I know I'm out of time, but...
So if I can just take that quickly, I think one pivotal moment is going to be all these data centers that are being set up. I think they are going to bring down your cost of inferencing incredibly. And India is always about value more than cost. And these data centers, just look at the scale of the data centers that are being built, and it's going to really change the ecosystem.
All right. Would you like to add something, Keshav?
I was going to add to that. I think regional languages, nuances, voices, dialects, if somebody can crack that, that's going to lead to your spurt.
All right. With that, I think we're out of time. But I think, by the way, there were quite a few rounds of applauses during the conversation. I think everyone was just being polite. But we can have that now, a resounding round of applause, please. Thank you for that fabulous conversation. And thank you, Krishna. We have a slight token of appreciation for our panelists.
So much, Keshav, Ganesh, Jasprit and Sehaj for those fantastic insights that you all had to share. Let me please invite on stage Mr. Siddharth Zarabi and also Mr. Alok Nair to please come up on stage and present a token of appreciation to all our wonderful panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause there. This was the last session and a complete engaging one. You could see the hall completely full even at the last hour there. So thank you so much. This has been a fantastic one. Thanks a lot, Krishna and Abha. Thank you, everybody. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of our wonderful day of the Business Today AI Summit 2025. Thank you all for being a wonderful audience tonight. Before we wrap up, I'd like to take a moment to again thank and extend our heartfelt gratitude to all our partners for their support in making this evening possible. Engineering Tech Partner, Larsen & Toubro, Education Partner, Presidency University, Bengaluru, Exchange Partner, NSC, driven by MG Motors, and Data Center Partner, Adani. And with that, it's time to unwind and to continue the conversations over dinner, which is now already served. Thank you once again for being here with us and making this evening truly special. Many thanks for joining in. This is Sakshi Batra signing off.